when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave. Was a ship that put to sea, and the name of that ship was the Billy o' Tea. The winds blew harder, bowed it down, blow me bully boys blow. She had not been 2 weeks from shore, but down on her a right whale bore. The captain called all hands and swore he'd take that whale in tow. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Take our leave and go. She had not been 2 weeks from shore, but down on her a right whale bore. The captain called all hands and swore he'd take that whale in tow. Before the boat had hit the water, the whale's tail came up and caught her. Hands to the side, harpooned and fought her, and she dived down below. The wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Soon may the wellerman come. One day when the tonguing is done.
Would you look the fall in the eye? Could you walk away this time? Do you realize, do you recognize? You were my guiding wind. We soared across the sky. Who knew a storm would come and break apart this lie? Like a pillar of flame, my love burned through the roof. It couldn't be contained, but you were fireproof. I'm trapped in the void, an endless plain. No armor can protect me from this pain. By the one who I love most. How am I supposed to cope? I should be glad that we're apart. When you're so reckless with my heart. For the wound that you can't see. From the ashes where you left me. And when your tears fully stacked, I know that you'll come crawling back. I gave you 8 long years, and you just threw it away. They even got a new man, and you still wouldn't stay. I guess you had some reasons. They benched you that one split. They made you play Garen, you me, but I never thought you'd quit. I'm trapped in the void, an endless plain. No armor can protect me from this pain. By the one who I love most. How am I supposed to cope? I should be glad that we're apart. When you're so reckless with my heart. For the wound that you can't see. From the ashes where you left me. And when your tears fully stacked, I know that you'll come crawling back. We are the ones who have lost, we're still fighting. We are the ones who have lost, we're still fighting. We are the ones who have lost, we're still fighting. We are the ones who have lost, we're still fighting. We are the ones who have lost, we're still fighting. This is goodbye with the words that I'm writing. By the one who I love most. How am I supposed to cope? I should be glad that we're apart. When you're so reckless with my heart. For the wound that you can't see. From the ashes where you left me. And when your tears fully stacked, I know that you'll come crawling back.
Welcome to Berlin, Germany, home of the best league in the world. This is the week where an iconic rivalry gets a brand new twist. An LEC legend faces his old team in an inevitable showdown. Backstabbed, betrayed, reckless with my heart. What a track, what a story. What a terrible tragedy for Fnatic fans. Or is it? Because the question I ask you is, will he go crawling back? Again, this has happened before, Medic. We've seen it. Fnatic have been backstabbed by Reckless, but he returned.
He did, and then they were quite successful after he returned. However, I'm going to say I still think G2 are going to be more successful this year with Reckless than Fnatic are going to be without him.
Ooh,
They did make World Finals.
They did.
True.
They did. Listen, we'll see
They're gonna win
Reckless taking on Fnatic, his old team, tomorrow. It is going to be the match of the week. You will be hearing a lot about it because it is a huge story. It's going to be an epic clash. Let's turn our attention back to today and the week at hand. We're going to have to answer a lot of questions about the teams. Take a look at the standings on your screen right now, and I want to talk about how well the teams have done so far. I want to talk about the good, the bad, and the ugly. I think I want to frame them in a way of which teams are overwhelming us with positivity and which teams are underwhelming us with disappointment. I'm going to go to you first, Aaron. Let's go. Overwhelming.
I think I'm most overwhelmed by Rogue so far. The introduction of Trimby in the bottom lane from the AGO Rogue lineup really has given them a new light and a new life. And I think alongside that, their willingness to not only look for rookies from their ERL roster, but also find Odawamne, this veteran voice for the team, really shored up a lot of the weakness that I saw from them in 2020. And I actually think Odawamne to Rogue is probably the best roster move in the offseason, in my opinion.
That's such a big claim. And it is true, because you said it during rehearsal, and like my jaw kind of dropped. But it makes sense, because the value he brings the team, the impact he has on the roster and the organization as a whole.
Yeah, I just think he brings so much stability, right? I think that the Rogue was missing that final link in the chain, which was the top side. Finn was always going for volatile matchups. There was so much jungle attention there, but now Odawamne can fit any piece of the puzzle that Rogue want to go with, whether it's a draft, whether it's a team comp, whether it's how they want to play the game in general. And I think that I agree with Medic. Barring Reckless, I think it is probably the best pick of the offseason.
It really is.
I'm going to say, I think even with Reckless, I think Odawamne to Rogue makes more of a difference for Rogue than Reckless to G2 has made for G2.
I think net gain. I'm on board with that. Now, of course, the loss is going to be for Schalke, of course. You know, Broken Blaze now come in. During rehearsal, you were talking about Schalke and how they're a little bit closer to overwhelming for you, Kadril.
Yeah, I think the Schalke performed super well this last week. I mean, there was so much expectations on them. Like, they went on a 10-0 win streak. Like, they were playing so good with their Miracle Run. And everyone's like, okay, how is Schalke going to fare? They lost Odawamne, which was like their consistent factor throughout the whole Miracle Run, doing so much shot calling, filling lots of voids that they needed. But Broken Blade's this volatile carry that's come in now, and I think that he's fitted in much better in the last couple of weeks that we've seen. The first week was quite shaky. Schalke looked a bit all over the place. Even against teams like Vitality, they were struggling. But now Broken Blade against G2 especially, Schalke against G2. And you can argue that, well, G2 might have been trolling. Maybe they did a bad draft, but they last picked Kled into Aatrox, which is actually historically a good matchup because of the healing reduction. So I think G2 draft holistically was not bad. I think G2 took the game seriously, but Schalke just played better.
I think the really big thing for me with Schalke in that game is they did make some mistakes in the mid game, and G2 started to get like a handle back on the match. And we've seen so many times G2 get back into a game and just take it over. Schalke didn't let them do that. They reset, they got themselves into a good mental state, and then were able to continue to control the game, even though G2 were finding small areas of purchase.
And the thing is, if you look at G2 over the last couple of weeks, they don't stomp you in the early game. They don't beat you in 15 minutes. They don't have a 5,000 gold lead. They don't have an insane amount of dragon control. The whole point of G2 is when it comes to 20 minutes, they're just a cerebral team. They're so good at executing fights. So they take the right fights, they execute them perfectly, and then they snowball the game through mid to late game. Whereas against Schalke, they never really got a lead, and then Schalke's lead consistently grew, and Schalke just played the game pretty well, I think. So that's why I would call them, in a way, overwhelming in a sense.
I get what you mean. It's a testament to what Schalke are demonstrating, and whether or not they can maintain this ring of form, we'll find out today. Now, before I get to underwhelming, trying to figure out what you do in the middle category, because it's good, bad, ugly. It's kind of like, you know, in the middle, there's a scale to it. So I was trying to think a little bit of thoroughly whelmed? Can you say whelmed? Is whelmed a word?
I mean, it's not a word, but you can definitely say it, Trevor. We'll let you get away with it.
I love that we have a graphic for this, because I did this joke off air. It didn't really land. I'm going to go Fnatic. I think I'm whelmed by Fnatic. I'm not sure where I would classify them. They've got the two craziest, bloodiest games of the split so far, 50 kills and 47 kills. They've had absolutely chaotic, crazy, non-stop action-packed games, but then in between those, they've also had some of the most coordinated, calculated, disciplined games. So I don't yet have a consistent read, and I think the volatility of the teams and the players right now in the first 2 weeks means that I'm not willing to put them in either positive or negative category just yet.
I think looking at the tweets from Bwipo and Yamato Cannon after their performance against the Mad Lions gives me hope for this team, because although they lost, both Bwipo and Yamato were like, hey, we played our style, we played it well, it was a good game. I would have liked, Bwipo said he would have liked to shake hands with the enemy team afterwards, right? And it's like, that gives me some hope, because early in the split, that's where you can lose games like that and be like, hey, it was a good game. If they were doing that in week 8 and saying we played our style, it's like, well, your style isn't flipping working, is it? Because you're losing games.
I agree with that. The beginning of a year, beginning of a season is the time to limit test. Whether or not it is limit testing is another question altogether. Underwhelmed. Vitality. I have been in love with Skeens' early game in week 1. I think as a team, they have shown a game plan, they've shown an approach. And then after sort of like 12 or 13 or 14 minutes, it just fizzles and doesn't really go anywhere, and that's disappointing.
Yeah, you can see it on the stats. Look at the win-loss versus the major lead that they have versus the major deficit, right? They're always getting major leads, but they just don't translate it into anything. Their goal of 15 is positive. They have good early games, which is a good fundamental for a rookie team. Having a good early game is something that lots of teams strive to have because they just kind of wait for their mistakes. But actually being proactive and snowballing an early lead is very important. But actually translating that into the mid to late game is even more important. And I think Vitality lack that one voice or two voices in the team where they can confidently tell the team where to be and what to do in the mid to late game stages and how to control the objectives. Because you can see Gilius walking in, stealing away the 4th Ocean Dragon in front of all of Vitality's face, essentially 1 versus 5. The late game rotations are just bad. The Baron control's poor. So even though they get a lead going into the mid to late game, it just feels like Vitality is just so underwhelming when it comes to closing the game out.
And the reason it's so heartbreaking is that the early game just doesn't look that bad. You know, there's impact, there's ideas. We were taking a look at some of Skeens' stats, and he's 10th when it comes to jungle proximity, 10th when it comes to K+A, 10th when it comes to goal difference. But he's trying, like he's showing up a little bit, but it's not having the impact that he really needs.
The problem is that was exactly from last week, those stats. Lowest jungle proximity, lowest gold, lowest XP difference. Everything was low, and it just felt like nothing was actually happening past the early game.
Now, of course, definitely bold, crazy statements after 2 weeks of play. That's why I'm here. Just a quick reminder that we are going to be playing on patch 11.2 for this week. Viego is still going to be disabled. Let's move along a little bit. I'm still stuck in Elo Hell. It'll be a surprise to nobody. The Iron Maiden is going to be here to save me from Iron 4. Medic, please take us to the clinic and tell us all why Rel is undefeated in the LEC.
Yeah, I can tell you about Rel. Can't talk to you about that rash right now, but we will talk about that later, Trevor. Now, around the world, Rel is starting to make a name for herself as a very strong situational support. And in the LEC, she's the only champion that's been played more than 5 times and still has a 100% win rate. After only being picked up once in week 1, Rel jumped up the support priority charts and was actually picked in the last 4 LEC games. So what makes the Iron Maiden such a powerful pick? Well, let's have a look at some of her mechanics and why she's risen to prominence in the LEC. First off, her passive, Break the Mold. It allows Rel's basic attacks to steal 10% of her enemy's armor and magic resist for the next 4 seconds. Now, I know what you're thinking. 10%, come on, Medic, it's not that much. We're talking like 50 armor magic resist in lane. She gets an extra 5 armor and magic resist overall. La-di-da, big whoop. Well, think of it this way. If you're Rel trading into Leona at level 3, Leona uses her W, Eclipse, and it gives her 20 bonus armor and magic resist. You jump in and you auto-attack her 1 time. Leona's armor drops from 72 to 65, and her magic resist drops from 45 to 40. Alongside that, your armor, Rel's armor, and your magic resist go up by the same amount. So now, instead of being at a disadvantage in terms of tankiness, you're actually on a relatively even level, while only having to use a single auto-attack to mitigate Leona's W. Compounding this, if Rel also attacks the enemy bot laner, she steals even more armor and MR. In a trade like this, Rel has stolen about 10 to 15 armor, 8 to 10 magic resist, and in total, that's 400 gold worth of stats. This is the key reason we're seeing her picked into melee supports like Leona, like Nautilus, because she has so much power at negating the enemy's tankiness. Now, on top of her passive, Rel has incredible zone control when it comes to fighting. Whenever the enemy team is grouped up, you can use Crash Down, Attract Repel, and land on them and get multi-man stuns and knockups. And it's not only applicable in lane, it also is applicable when it comes to team fighting. The zone control you get when you get to an objective first and you can make the enemy clump up in small choke points is so powerful because of Rel's ultimate Magnet Storm. Well, have a look at this from the Rogue Vitality game. You can see Rogue are getting Vitality funneled into this choke point. Rogue go for the initial engage, can't get anything, and Trimby notices Vitality are all in this small area. Trimby is going to jump in, use the Magnet Storm, flip comp in, and Vitality don't have an opportunity to reposition and ever take a good fight, so they end up losing it. Now, even though Trimby dies, the amount of displacement and time he's bought for Rogue mean that Vitality just have to run away. Now, when teamed up with some zoning control teammates, Rel has so much disruption and power in team fights. Things like the Orianna Shockwave, the Cataclysm from Jarvan, even Kai'Sa's ultimate. You can use Rel's E when Kai'Sa dives in to get a guaranteed stun on the backline. It makes it almost impossible for enemy teams to actually play fights effectively. In terms of itemization, Vel players are looking for armor, MR, health, move speed. I love Shurelius. It gives you upfront move speed and allows you to position well in teamfights. You can also go for Locket for some natural tankiness, and it definitely helps when fights are going to go a little bit longer. And also, Dead Man's Plate is a good early option. It gives you a bit of movement speed, and it's actually cheaper than the other two because it's not a mythic, so it gives you a small power boost earlier in the game. Rel gives you laning power. She negates the enemy's tankiness, provides incredible disruption in teamfights. She doesn't fit well into every composition, and she will struggle into range support matchups, but she's definitely rising to prominence as one of the best supports for the current meta. Now, speaking about other supports, I'm going to take a second. They don't know I'm going to do this. I want to talk about items. You know how many times a support has bought a mythic and a legendary item in the LEC this split? 14. 14 out of a possible 50. That's 28%. You know how many times AD carries have got them? Every single game. AD carries over here getting 4 legendaries, stocking up, and then complaining about the fact they're weak. It's 2021. AD carries suck. No, they don't. They're great. And then you have these Moonstone Renewers, Staff of Flowing Water top laners coming in and stealing our support items. They're mine. You're just trying to short my stock. And then I've got a message for you guys. Look, supports, listen to me. Hold the line. Hold the line. We've got diamond hands. We're going to the moon supports. Okay, hold the line. Keep the items. Keep the items.
That's a kill. That's a double. He's looking for more. Kill. That's a triple. He's looking for 4. That's a quadra. He will get it. The reset forward. Looking for a pentakill. We're in Sweden. The Swedish gets it. It's a pentakill. Fnatic topple G2, and now your Spring Split champions.
OG have cut down Fnatic and will find themselves in a rematch versus G2.
G2, they take it, and G2 are your champions!
I'm tired of being like second place or losing quarterfinals or all that. Like, I just want to win, and I think G2 gives me the best chances of doing so.
Fnatic is always a successful organization, so I want to make sure that it stays this way.
G2 didn't just get reckless, they also lost perks.
If other teams think we'll drop off because of that, then they're awaiting a pretty rude awakening.
That's going to be a 3-man ultimate. Try and finish off. Patrick uncontested, doing so much damage, but it's not enough. Vicky there to body block. And G2 just cannot be stopped in a team fight. My God, look at that.
I mean, so Fnatic G2 is like a rivalry that's been there ever since I joined, or like even before I joined. It's always just a competition between Fnatic and G2, which team will win the trophy.
With the history of Fnatic players going to G2, it always makes the matchup more interesting.
For me, it's not as personal as it is for Caps and Reckless. They just can't allow themselves to lose against Fnatic.
I'm probably too excited to play against Fnatic. I have been in this situation before when Caps joined G2 and I was probably too excited to play them, and then I kind of ran it down in that game.
Fnatic can't even surrender yet. The fastest win of Spring. G2 destroy Fnatic.
I should just go into the game thinking it's just another game, but I know that's going to be hard.
For the first time since 2018, Fnatic takes down
Coming in, this is his hero moment. If he wants to turn this fight in favor of team, this could be the game. Dividing moment.
You can do that!
It's G2 falling time and time again.
G2 are inevitable!
G2 are inescapable. 7 titles for G2.
Perks always had that presence there, and I think that the fact that that presence is so similar to the presence Reckless had in Fnatic, and it shifted, it's gonna be great.
Yeah, I don't think Reckless going to G2 will improve the team a lot.
They had some issues last year with Bwipo and Selfmade both having like very strong opinions, and I think Upset is another one of those guys. So probably one of them will have to lay down their weapons and play a more supportive role in the team. If there's too many carries, then I think it will be hard to make it work.
Fnatic has to prove that we can be again the top org, right? The top team in League of Legends.
Fnatic rule Europe!
Not just that second team that everybody just looks from the top.
G2 are the greatest team we have ever produced in Europe, and they go back to back to back to back and win the summer season.
I think it's always going to be exciting to face Fnatic. They've got new players too, and they always have players that can talk a lot, right? So I'm excited to shut them up and just prove that we're better once and for all again. Another year, another G2 is better than Fnatic.
Oh my word. 16 titles have been won in Europe. 15 of them have been hoisted between Fnatic and G2. And Reckless will be wearing G2 colors for his first ever G2 versus Fnatic. It is a completely different look on the Fnatic side. And now Fnatic are going to be staring across Caps and Reckless, the players that took them to a world final. It's mind-boggling.
I mean, it's just absolutely crazy because even negating the fact it's Fnatic versus G2, the last time anyone but Caps or Reckless won an LEC title was 2017 summer. And that was still G2. It was just G2 with Perks and with Hjarnan and with Did. Like, it's been so long since we've seen anyone else lift the title.
Yeah, and if you look at this game, there is 7 world finalists in this game. 7. 8 world finalist appearances if you count Caps as well, and two times he did it. Now, if that's not a banger game, I don't know what is. Honestly, 7 world finalist appearances.
7 world finalists with one team having made it to a world final on both sides of the rift, right? It's mind-boggling. It is going to be Game 5 on Saturday. It is always a showdown between G2 and Fnatic, but between now and then, there is a lot of action coming up. And one of the interesting questions I'm throwing around in my mind is, could we be watching another European world finalist? It'll be Schalke and Rogue as the game that I'm watching in Game 4 today. Both of these teams went 2-0 last week. We'll be diving into Misfits XL in just a moment. But Medic, where are your eyes on today's rundown?
I mean, I was going to say Schalke Rogue as well, but you've already stolen that from me. I'll go for Mad Lions SK. I still have high hopes for SK. I still think like this lineup, if they can start getting everything to work on the same page, could be really strong. And Mad Lions have progressively looked stronger and stronger throughout the last couple of weeks. Their performance against Fnatic was very much like the Mad Lions of old, so I'm quite excited to see if they can keep that ball rolling.
Yeah, against Mad Lions versus that was a complete bloodbath. That was over 50 kills, so it's hard for me to draw conclusions, but if Mad Lions fix their individual mistakes of getting caught, I think this team is really solid because personally I think Mad Lions is top 3 best early game team we have in the league. And if they can clean up their late game, I think they're a very solid team.
That's a really bold statement. Now, do you buy into the optimism for SK? Captain Stonks over here is saying bye, bye, bye to best.
If it's a good support, you buy the Stonks. That's how it works.
I think the progression curve is going to be slow for SK because obviously all of them are quite new to the stage, they're quite new to the LEC, barring Genax really. So there's going to be a slow start to them. I think they're sitting around middle of the pack right now. Towards the end of playoffs, I think that we'll see improvement. Will they make playoffs? I'm not sure yet.
Oh, good
we just need someone to short their stock.
I like that.
That's all we need to happen.
Right.
These guys' memes are flying around.
Do not take financial advice from Budget Zlatan over here. Now, before we get into the game, let's check in with Law and Misfits Gaming strategic coach.
Budget Zlatan.
Thank you very much, Quickshot, and thank you, Candy Floss, for joining me.
Hi, thank you for having me.
You're welcome. So you just told me this is your very first interview on broadcast. So I know you became a coach in 2018, but you were previously known as a jungler before that. So tell me about your job at Misfits as a strategic coach, and how did your experience as a player could help you during this job?
So before I got into coaching, I was a jungler, and I was just doing it more as a hobby during university. But during my last year at university, I didn't have as much time to play anymore, so that's how I got into coaching. And I think my experience as a player is really helpful when implementing it into coaching because I'm able to understand not only the coach's perspective, but I'm also able to relate to a player's perspective and the issues they see within the game. And a big part of my job is just to help with the game planning, help with the drafting, and each week fixing the micro and macro mistakes that we're making in the game.
Right, as you said, you can see the 2 sides of the coin, if that makes sense. So when you take an example as last week when you went 0-2 as Misfits, how did you tackle the issues that you guys had, and how different can be your approach when you deal with veteran players like Kobe and Vander maybe, or rookie players like Video?
Well, we're really lucky in Misfits. Everyone obviously has a big desire to win, but it's expected that there's going to be tough weeks. We're a new team, so we can't expect to win every week and go 2-0. I'm really proud of the veteran players, Vander and Kobe. I think they're doing a really good job at boosting the confidence of Hirit and Vithio and even Razok because he's relatively new too. And I'm just really happy because they give them the confidence that they can bounce back and they can do better in the next week. And at the end of the day, we know it's a long season, there's 18 games, so we went 0-2 next week, but we just refresh our mind, we look at the mistakes we made, and we improve for the next week.
It's a marathon in the end, not a sprint, and we all know that. So that's the best approach, I think. So coming into this week with Excel as a first opponent, how will you approach this game, especially since we kind of saw the same thing from Excel over the past 2 weeks?
I think Excel is a really solid team. They play really disciplined and follow their game plan. I think their main strength as a team is their AD carry, Patrick. I think he's a great player, but it's also in some ways a double-edged sword because I think sometimes they're too reliant on him and it's the Patrick show, and if he doesn't show up, then I think their backup plan is not so good. So I think we will be able to gain advantages through their kind of linear play style, and we just have to be aware of the pocket picks and the surprise picks that they do, like the Ivan top, the Lulu top, and that's just something that we'll be cautious of in the draft.
All right, seems like you have a solid plan. I can't wait to see you guys on stage against Excel today. Thank you very much, Candy Floss, for the interview.
Thank you for the interview. Cheers.
You're welcome, and back to you, Pushat. Cheers.
Thank you so much, Law. Absolutely fantastic interview. I think one of my favorite things that we see from all the interviews here at the LEC is the players and the coaches saying goodbye to Law. I don't know why. It makes me feel so happy. The one thing I want to call out there, of course, Candy Floss saying a lot about fixing both the macro and the micro mistakes, recognizing the team went 0-2, acknowledging it's a marathon or a sprint. Now, these are things you hear fairly frequently, but the truth is the proof is in the pudding, right? Now you need to actually see that development. You need to see those things being fixed. And, you know, it's a tough task for Candy Floss and the team.
Yeah, Candy Floss is a long-time friend of mine. I mean, I played against him a lot throughout the last few seasons. Season 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, this guy finished really high in Challenger, so he was a very, very good player, but obviously didn't have time to play the game too much. And when I actually role swapped from mid to jungle, he was the first person to sit down with me and help me a lot. I was playing in Ninjas in Pajamas for the EU Masters. It was my first tournament, and he was helping me so much to become a good jungler.
I have to remember those times. On broadcast, I was not the nicest to you back when those early jungling days. Kadril. Well, listen, let's move on, because now a win today, it's not going to secure you that spot in top 6. Obviously, it's week 3, right? But it is getting you a head start in the race for playoffs. I mean, Kadril just said it a minute ago. You know, picking up these wins is crucially important.
Oh, so wait, Trev. So you're saying winning is important when you want to get into playoffs?
Oh, good facts, Trevor. Good one,
mate. This is the high tier knowledge that we have you for.
Oh, here we go.
Made that mistake. That's what I'm going to say.
Captain Excel missed playoffs by 1
Captain Excel.
2 wins, multiple splits in a row. Multiple seasons.
Did you not hear his advice before?
Yeah, just win for it.
Yeah, just win.
Yeah, no, but going back to being a bit more serious here, it's kind of true. Like, if we did, looking at summer, looking at spring, we missed playoffs both times by 1 win. We were 7 wins and 8 wins, respectively. We missed playoffs both times by 1 win. Yes, it's a meme. Yes, I've been flamed for it a lot. But if we had won games in the previous starts of the split, like towards week 2, 3, 4.
Like week 3 against Misfits, like today.
Yeah, like today. Exactly like
Medic.
today. So if you win these kind of games, you know, when it comes to the end of the season and you're literally like tied up for 6th, 7th place, you think to yourself, well, I need to win this game to make playoffs, and the pressure is very high. But obviously, if you're more comfortable by winning the games early into the season, then it makes it a lot more easier going towards the late stage of the...
Now, Medic, since you've just made fun of me, I'm going to put you on the spot.
Sure.
Was week 1 for Misfits a fluke?
See, I don't think it was entirely a fluke. I think they had some very good things in week 1, and they started to struggle a little bit in week 2, perhaps because Hewitt was focused so much in the top lane. Like, his inability to get out of his lane really made it very difficult for Misfits to play to the game plan that worked for them in week 1.
Yeah, and of course his opponent today, Kryze. Kryze is somebody that my eyes have been on. Very volatile. The picks and bans have changed drastically from week 1 to week 2. Maybe Kadril, give me a little bit of insight. You know Kryze as a player. He's coming up today against Hewitt, and he's got some shoes to fill.
Yeah, so when I was on Kryze in Excel in summer, 6 months, there was a couple of things we wanted to hide. First one was he doesn't play tanks that much, and the second one was he doesn't like Renekton. But last week, he popped off on Renekton. He's been working so hard in the offseason. You could see it in his games last week. The Renekton looked flawless, so now one of his weaknesses has been covered really well. And I think Kryze is really hardworking. You know, Joey's been really pushing him by the looks of it, and I think he's improved a lot.
I mean, Youngbuck does have a track record of making top laners play what he wants
exactly.
the top laners
There's
to
a
play.
funny story, actually.
The SOAS days,
yeah.
I remember the Expect days as well.
Funny story in Excel. There was a Jax versus Camille matchup, and Kryze was convinced Jax doesn't counter Camille in the early lane phases. So Joey literally said to Kryze, 1v1 me right now on this matchup. They 1v1 each other. Kryze smashed him into the ground. Jax doesn't counter Camille anymore. We blind pick Camille.
There's a whole other conversation to be had when it comes to now the coaching mechanics. However, I do like the willingness to get in there. And
Joey's really likes getting stuck in.
Now, let's dive a little bit deeper into the specifics. Obviously, Medic talked a little bit now about Here It last week. We saw the Malphite up in the top lane, didn't necessarily work out. We see the stats, obviously awful, minus 29 CSD, but both matchups were very difficult for him. Here It popped off in week 1, so this feels to me like it could be the pivotal matchup, the deciding one in today's game.
I very much agree with you, and I think Here It was quite camped last week as well. Like, they put a lot of time into making sure that he fell behind. So my question is, if XL follow that same strategy and use Cries the way that they did last week, can Misfits find another avenue to attack? Can they find somewhere else, and Here It can just absorb the pressure that he needs to?
Well, I don't know, and I'm going to ask you to put your stonks where your mouth is and give me a prediction. Misfits versus XL, who will win and why?
I'm going to say XL will win. I think they'll bring out something a little bit spicy in the draft, and Cries will get a carry top laner.
I think Misfits probably covered their mistakes, Veteo's individual mistakes. Kobbe's going to step up, hopefully, again, and Here It. Hopefully doesn't have as bad as week, and this wasn't a fluke. I think Misfits going to win this game.
Oh, Kieran and Joel are dying.
Yeah, they are sad.
They're so mad at me right now.
Sad
no,
at you.
I'm sorry.
This week's premature conclusions will be tested as the struggling teams look to change the narrative from their opening games.
Buy support socks.
All right, we'll be buying support stocks. Thank you very much, Quickshot, Cadril, and Medic. I'm Dracos, joined by Vedius as we get ready for the first 2 games of the day. XL versus Misfits, a divided desk. Vedi, is it as close as they're making it out to be?
I think it can be, for sure. I think that one of the problems you have at the beginning of every year, especially, is when you have a lot of new teams, new players joining these new teams, you have kind of like unpolished rosters. You have a lot of inconsistencies, and you have a lot of performances where I really struggled to find trends from our teams, like after the first 2 weeks, because it felt like that what they were doing in week 1 was very different to what they were doing in week 2, and I imagine we're going to see a completely different look from them here in week 3. A part of it is
it's
who
kind
they're
of an
playing
unfair
against.
question with a 5-game sample size over 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Misfits could look like the best team in Europe today. They could look like the worst. The same is true for XL and just about any other team. But it's time now for picks and bans. Let's get it going.
We're just kind of awkwardly sitting on the slide.
It's like, nah, video guys, I'll wait for you to finish. You just take your time. Oh, you're not done yet? You want a few more? Okay, all right. Now it's our turn.
Now it's on. Let's go.
All right, Twisted Fate. Zoe banned away from VTO. No surprises there. The champion that he has looked the most comfortable on. Sadly, no other champion for him has come close yet. Good to see XL take it off the board.
I'm feeling the groove. I love this music for game 1. We're going to see Zoe taken off the board. I love Zoe taken off. Specifically against Misfits, as you rightly said. The Twisted Fate going to be removed. Surprised that it is on the blue side. Perhaps something that VTO doesn't want to prioritize. But we're going to be seeing more and more globals. Interesting that the Camille ban is taken off the board. Obviously, some respect being shown towards Cries there. We heard that fun story from Cadril just moments ago on the analyst desk. But I do feel like there are a decent number of answers to it. But perhaps right now, the current perception is she's like one of the best top laners. But, you know, we know about the Stone Plate and the Sterax combo and these bruises top lane. So, yeah, I'm curious as to how the top lane meta will evolve here in Europe, if we'll still stick with things like the Renekton's, if we'll see a little bit more Aatrox. We haven't seen a huge amount of it, but I imagine its prevalence will start to rise. We'll have to wait and see as we are jumping into first pick. I'm thinking about what that first priority could be. Pantheon and Olaf both currently up.
Yes, they are, Vedius. And I think it will be. Potentially the last patch we see a lot of these bruisers really abusing Gore Drinkers. It'll be nerfed, but reminder, we are on 11.2, so Gore Drinker is still just as strong as ever. Not quite as strong as you solo queue players might be used to now on this patch. And Kai'Sa going to be the first pick here. Seeing 2 high-priority jungles up and available, it looks like Misfits Gaming says, hey, you can pick which one you want, and we'll just take the other one.
Azir blind. That is surprising to me.
Yeah, really interesting.
I mean, he's inherently very good at anti-dive, and I know that Shekolad's, you know, his champion pool are things like Azir. He's also a very good Zoe player, big Orianna player too. Very big comfort picks for him. But to pick it blind is super risky because Misfit's going to immediately answer with an incredibly powerful mid-jungle duo. Pantheon LeBlanc, very easy to play around that lane, very aggressive early on the map. Very effective in side lanes too, and honestly a really good matchup into the Azir as well. So I'm a little worried about this Azir blind pick. The response of the Xayah is quite good, that self-peel, but yeah, very, very surprised, and we'll see if Misfits can pull off this early aggressive comp.
Yeah, and the trade of Kai'Sa versus Xayah is something I think we expect to continue seeing as we go later and later into this week. But now the options, you can ban away supports. Obviously, we've seen how powerful the Rel Kai'Sa duo has become domestically here as well as internationally. But for now, the focus on the Galio, limiting some of those global or semi-global options from the side of Misfits, because we've seen in games where teams can look very even, globals are often the breaking point where strategies start to fall apart.
Certainly the case. Very much agree with you. Galio, as you rightly said, taken off the board. The same respect being shown towards the Xayah Rakan bot lane. We still see things like the Leona and Alistar up, very prominent, powerful supports that have been picked pretty consistently throughout the split. They haven't really received any major changes, and right now I'm expecting them to be the priority unless Misfits XL want to take them off the board and we have to dip a little deeper into the support pool.
And it's going to be very interesting to watch this 2v2 lane. We've kind of seen a lot of feast or famine performances from both these lanes. You remember Kabe tumbling in level 1 is Vayne and dying. You remember Patrick and Torre losing out 2v2 to the Mad Lions. We've also seen pop-off performances, Patrick and Torre last week with the Xayah Rakan, the Rakan that's now been banned away, coming up clutch in lane to find these early advantages. So bot lane, somewhere where we have to put a decent amount of attention, and I'm wondering, do Excel go for the blind pick support here, or will they save that last counter pick for Torre? Nope, it will be the Leona, and, you know, pretty powerful. Makes a lot of sense.
I feel like you're just setting up for the Rel here, though, from Misfits.
Oh, sure.
Perhaps it's something that XL are happy to play with. When you think about it, Xayah, Azir, Olaf, these champions function perfectly fine against a Rel. You have the ultimate from Olaf to mitigate that. The ultimate from Azir, you dive on me, well, I'm just going to knock you away. The Xayah ultimate then to immediately mitigate. Perhaps these are why XL feel quite confident. That's probably why we're not seeing the Rel right here. Instead, they're going to go for the Alistar. I think still a very good matchup. Can play very well into the Leona. Acts as that engage, acts as that face-checking frontline utility support. So we are going to see a little bit of stand. The question is, what's the blind pick going to be? We've really only seen Hirit on a few top lane champions. We've seen him on things like the Malphite. We've seen him on Renekton. We've seen him on Camille. I don't think he's going to blind pick Malphite here.
The Jace, wow.
Okay.
Big commitment from Misfits Gaming to put this in the hands of one of their newer players, Jace. Speaking of Feast or Famine, it very much is a character that either looks like it is unstoppable, you know, it looks like it's being played by the Shy and you're winning the game single-handedly. Odoamne had a fantastic performance on the side lane, or it feels like it's doing absolutely nothing. And if it falls behind, it is going to be a difficult road for Misfits here.
Is this the Aurelia? Cries? Aurelia? Cho'Gath. Oh, wow.
Okay.
I was not expecting that at all.
Cries has played 6 different champions in 6 different games now. The man has a champion Ocean. Sadly, the effectiveness of that Ocean remains to be seen, but I'm ready to see how the Cho'Gath matches up. Renekton, Gragas, Camille, Lulu, Ivern, and now the Cho'Gath for Cries on the top side of the map. He's certainly got a lot of options up his sleeve.
Well, surface level analysis, team fight versus split push comp, right? You can quite clearly see the XL very good when it comes to grouping up. They've got a great scaling composition. They offer a huge amount of utility with both the Cho'Gath, the Azir to a degree, and also the Leona, whereas Misfits have very strong solo laners. Both LeBlanc and Jace very easy to play around, and especially when paired up with a Pantheon who can use his ultimate to very quickly go from one lane to another, it's very easy to get these lanes going. The question is, can they get that early lead? We'll dive a little bit more into the comps when we actually get into the game, but it is definitely a bit of a clash of styles here as Misfits looking to continue their scrappy, in-your-face, solo lane focused style, and we'll see how it stacks up against the scaling comp from XL.
Here we are, week 3 already. Game 6 for both these teams. 2-3 currently, and the scoreboard. Still a very hefty middle of the pack here in the LEC.
As Quickshot says, every game matters.
Every game matters. And it, you know, as much as that point was very much hammed up on the desk, it is important if these two teams are going to be racing each other for middle of the pack playoff spots or bottom playoff spots like 5 and 6. Beating the teams that you're going up against is very, very important. And obviously, we don't know who those teams are yet, so it's pretty easy to say every game counts. But if these are two teams that are competing for 4th, 5th, 6th, then it will be a big deal to find this win.
I think a lot of teams with new players especially I like to think are quite realistic, right? So you come into the league, you can see like Rogue and G2 very clearly a cut above everyone else, right?
Yep.
So if you beat them, that's nice, but you don't come under the assumption that you will beat them during the regular season, right? So instead, these are the games that really matter because they're teams that are very beatable from the perspective of both sides, and getting that win could not only help separate you from the pack, but also when it comes to things like tiebreakers and contesting for those spots towards the end of the split, these wins really do matter a lot, unless, of course, you have the power of a god on your side and you can make miracle runs happen. But, you know, those are kind of a lot more exceptional.
Yeah, a little hard to get your hands on these days. We
Exactly.
only got one deity right now at this moment in time. God Gilius. You'll get to see him play versus Rogue later today. For now, though, Dan going for a bit of a power clear here has started. It looks like leashless in the jungle, whereas Razork did get a bit of support from his jungle. That said, Olaf's clear speed is insane. Very hard for the Pantheon to match. As we see Smalls trade down here in the bottom lane. And honestly, Vetty, I'm surprised to see Aftershock and not Phase Rush coming in for Vander. That feels like he's prepared for early scraps instead of that infinite mobility that's so nice in the mid game.
I understand the Phase Rush, but I so much more prefer the Aftershock. I think that it really does just get in your face and you... You're not a fan?
But you go so fast. You push all of your buttons and then you leave, and it's such a good feeling. You're like, my job is done. It's like, you didn't
You're
do
like
anything.
Sonic, but you're a cow. It's
infinitely better. They've trashed that franchise. Reboot it. He's a cow now.
Well, he's not going to be doing that. Instead, he's going to be tank cow, you know? And for the early laning phase, I think that it makes sense that he's going to be playing a little bit more on the defensive side. I think that Xayah plus Leona, very powerful, especially level 2, level 3, especially with the Kai'Sa when you're going up against that, you kind of want to play that respect. In the top side, though, I imagine that Jace can look to be a little bit aggressive when he knows that his jungler is pathing up towards the top side. And I think that it is worth talking about how they are putting their trust in him. When he was on the Camille game, he was into an Renekton, and it was Odoamne's Renekton, too. And so he was really bullied. He really didn't get as much of an advantage as his team would have wanted, but he played for his team. He TP-ported bot. He really tried to...
Malphite, not the Renekton, right?
No, he played into... He was... When Herod was on Camille, he was playing into a Renekton, and then he made the TP bot play as well. He did the same thing on the Malphite. He made that same play twice. So that's why I always think of him as a very team-focused player. He's not someone that gets a lot of resources. But on this Jace, you have to get a lot of resources.
Well, and I think it's a really good point when you will hold that thought, as we might see a potential engage here, just fighting over a bit of vision between Tori and Patrick. Because last week we did see that investment. We saw Herod as Camille into Volibear up against the likes of SKA, get an early gank, get that first blood, but then make a single small mistake on wave management, fall behind 15 CS, and suddenly find himself in a position where, oh yeah, there's a reason that people like the Volibear into Camille matchup. It is quite strong, and this time around it looks like he's been left to his own devices to build a lead on his own, kind of as expected, but we'll have to see if he can keep that up, because single mistakes are very costly on this champion.
Well, it's important to note as well that Razork was pathing up towards the top side, so in the event that anything did happen, like, it's kind of jungler and top laner working in tandem here. Top laner gets pushed, which makes it easy to defend that jungle scuttle crab, but also you have the, in the event of a gank, he's there to immediately respond. Now, Vander flashes in.
Oh, no! But the flash coming out from Patrick is just a little bit too clean. That means they're going to get the punish here, and that's going to stop the gank in its tracks. Well played by Patrick. He was about to get punted right back into Razork, and that most surely would have been a dead Xayah, but manages to make it out with just a trade of songs.
Yeah, it was a good flash there, as you rightly said. I'm surprised to actually see this gank. I thought the Misfits would just leave this lane to its own devices, kind of keep the wave going back and forth, but the fact that a flash is now gone for Patrick definitely makes things a little bit scarier for the XL bot lane, and now they have to show a little bit more respect to Kobe and Vander, who actually have a bit of a CS advantage here, and Vander going to stop Torre from freezing the wave as well, so that whole wave is going to get lost to the tower.
Ooh. Now going in now.
That's why I love the Alistar into Leona. It's so good. Really, really good stuff. The knock-up just as the E came through for the interrupt. Well played there from the Misfits bot lane.
Yeah, and overall, of course, the thing here is that they definitely come out on top in terms of summoner trades. Getting the AD flash for the support flash, especially the support, is a Hex Flash to Alistar is positive, but it does mean Razork gives up a little bit of time that he could have been farming. You see that now in the jungle CS discrepancy, as Olaf is about 2.5 camps ahead.
Yep.
We'll see what Dan does here in this early game. You know, we saw the Udyr game up against G2 where it felt like massive CS leads, good objectives early, but didn't transition into much else. This time around, he's got a bit of a CS lead. It looks like he will be able to take an uncontested Cloud here, but can he get more? Can he start to snowball for Excel?
Well, I think that from Excel's perspective, they don't need to snowball anything. I think that they do scale quite well. You know, we talked a little bit about this in the draft, where a lot more responsibility from Misfits comes on getting their solo laners ahead, which is why I was quite surprised to see this bot lane gank. I would have thought that Razork would want to path back up towards his mid-top side, want to be here in the event that there was an opportunity available to them. Now that Kryze is 6, setting up a dive against this Cho'Gath becomes a little bit scarier because of the ultimate, but with the wave stacking, Razork is looking for it. Let's have a look at the mid wave very quickly. Is VTO good? No, he's stuck underneath his tower, so this is just a 2-man push right now. Olaf is on the way as well. Let's see if they can pull this one off.
Only a Doran shield. Kryze hasn't had the chance to back. He's low on mana. The TP's now coming in, but it is a level 6 Cho'Gath. Stun now coming in. Garrett on the follow-up. Dan trying to punish in the meantime. Level 5 will walk to the level 6 Jace. Still strong overall, but Checolad on the way forward. Garrett just going to get statted down here, but they donate the kill over to Checolad. And overall, 1-for-1 trade, burning a lot of resources on both sides.
Okay, so this would have been more ideal for Misfits if they could have gotten the opportunity for VTO to be able to roam up, but instead he commits the TP. That draws the minion aggro, keeps the wave alive. Oh, and now they're actually going for an all-in on bot.
Punish, they should have TP advantage here as well. This is a little bit of an overstep from the side of Vander. Good roam coming in from Kryze. That's going to be one dead cow. And XL, solid punish on the bot lane aggression.
And this is huge for the bot lane matchup as well, because now the wave is pushing towards Patrick and Torre. Will Kryze lose a bit of farm? Yes, but look at what Checolad is doing in the top lane. He's pushed that wave in. No freeze is going to come through, but Misfits not slowing down with the aggression.
And Young on the way in. Comet Spear going to connect in the meantime. Just to jump in onto Patrick. That's going to be one. They will not fish for a second, but just kills traded back and forth across the map.
So what was an initial mistake from Vander that gets rightfully punished by XL with a good use of the teleport and good lane assignments, immediately responded to by Razork. Really great stuff from both sides. Let's have a look at this out. I think this is a big overcommitment. They know that Dan is here, but they commit to it anyway. They think, hey, the TP's coming through, we can make this dive happen, and they get this kill, but they have to accept, okay, it ends up being for 1-for-1. And as you rightly said, because the TP was unavailable, they actually thought the top wave would be fine. It was going to get stuck underneath the tower and then the Jace could just catch it. And here they think, hey, we can go for this, but as you already said, Dracos, it was an oversight. They didn't realize that Cho'Gath still had the TP and could commit to it bot. And the moment that this TP comes through, this trade is not a good one for XL. You can see that with the wave in its place, it makes sense why Misfits go for this trade. It makes sense on paper, but they then get punished by that TP. And then, of course, we do see the Pantheon ult come through. No flash from that earlier gank onto Patrick. And that means an easy kill comes through from Misfits. So that was really important, because that wave was in a very awkward spot for Kobe, and he could have lost a lot.
Vander gonna get knocked back here. Level 4 still, just absolutely deleted. And that right there, caught in a position he absolutely shouldn't have been. And Torre stepping forward to punish so quickly.
I like that we're seeing a lot of action, but XL need to be careful. Like, they definitely have champions and tools to be able to fight in the early game. Leona, Xayah, Olaf, still all very strong early game champs that you definitely can't afford to underestimate. But if you give champions like the LeBlanc these picks, if you give the Jace these kills, these solo lanes can definitely start to snowball out of control. But for the time being, XL's doing a great job. They are a little bit behind in gold, but they'll get themselves the Repelled. They'll be able to use that to be able to balloon the gold lead in their favor. They can funnel a little bit of gold into pretty much whoever they want. I'd love to see it funneled into the Xayah so that she hits that kind of strong first item spike much earlier on, but they can also do it to the Azir to try and keep up pace, or maybe even be a little bit ahead of that LeBlanc.
Well, and as you heard earlier today from Candy Floss, they're very aware that Patrick has been, for the most part, the primary win condition of the team, so it would make a lot of sense for them to funnel gold into him. That said, there's action all across the map. Kryze, Checolad, both stepping up in a big way here in this early game, and it really adds up when you compare this to just the general status quo for XL early games. They have not been great overall, falling behind on average. 2-3 scoreline makes it, not so unreasonable, but 0% on the first tower ratio. Kill death ratio at 15.69. While it is nice, it's not a good look overall.
Yeah. Statistically, XL are definitely on the lower end, and they have been struggling. We're looking for an identity, and right now, Misfits are trying to shut them down.
Silence onto Razor. Keep in mind, it no longer blocks tower damage, so Olaf now going to barrel forward. They're going to shoot him down instantly, though. The turn back is here. It has more than enough damage to punish. Kryze, though, fishing, trying to get a little bit more down, trying to get into that Nom range. Isn't quite enough, and doesn't able to do it. No, just enough life coming in from here to survive.
Oh, my word. That was so close, Kryze. If he could have gotten that kill and traded 2 for 2, that's really good for XL, rather. The fact that they were able to stop those solo laners getting those kills. Let's have a look back at this. So Razork has the ultimate again. Love how proactive Razork is being on the map with this Olaf, but Dan is here. He sees the potential dive and he's ready to answer. comes through, Razork takes a bunch of tower shots, and they're able to get that initial kill, but you can then see the burst coming out from this Jace. And at this point, Kryze is like, okay, I could disengage, or I could turn this into a 2v2. I know my tower's going down anyway, let's commit to it. And you can see how close he was. I'm not sure exactly how much HP here it was on, but holy moly, was he not just an inch from death.
Triumph potentially looking quite nice there, as well as the red buff here.
There it is. Look at that.
Now the total gold certainly looking good. Keep in mind, there's also a tier stack in that's well on the way to the Eclipse as well. And Excel, they're ready for a little bit more blood here as they're going to push Kobbe and Vander back. And can't we even Razork is in second. Patrick and Chekolad just a little bit behind, but overall, very solid.
I mean, yeah, I'm impressed with Razork. I think that he's been able to find ganks while also keeping up in farm. Of course, he's a little bit behind Dan, but even still, he's doing a great job. And again, it seems that he is ganking when his ult is off cooldown. And I love to see that on Pantheon players. Yep. Really good utilization of the ultimate and how long range it is and can be. And the fact that they're moving VTO on the map as well. They're not keeping VTO locked up in this isolated 1 versus 1. They're trying to bring the mobility and power of the early game LeBlanc and influence the rest of the map with it.
Shock Blast is going to go wide. That said, VTO for now locked under his tower as they will use the Herald mid, donating more money into the pockets of Chekolad, who is about to the 1 item point, as we now see Ocean Drake coming in. We'll find out what Rift it's going to be as we get later to the game. With Jace's TP right around the corner, we could see a bloodbath here in the mid lane, and Chekolad almost one-shot, but a nice dash out means Vander is caught in no man's land. He'll use the ultimate to get to safety. Razork blocking what he can with the Aegis Assault, and the fight will stall for now. Both sides backing away just to fight for mid lane priority.
So that was a misposition from Chekolad that was capitalized on by the high mobility champions of LeBlanc and Alistar. If it wasn't for that quick slide and glide from Chekolad, he may very well have lost his life, but Excel will have to give up the dragon for now. Good punish there from Misfits that they're going to try and equalize the dragon score with.
Solid start. Mountain Rift coming in as well would feel very good, actually, for the side of Excel with that Cho'Gath and Leona on their team. But both sides not going to feel too bad about it. As Chekolad returns to the top side, Mythic items now completed, and Gore Drinkers coming in shortly. You have to imagine for the Olaf, but one already in the back pocket of Razork. Alongside that Eclipse, Misfits are spiking pretty hard.
Yes, they certainly are. They're still waiting for these first few items to come through, but they're getting there, and it's at that one item where XL really need to be cautious. I think I want to see them take their foot off the gas a little bit, try and slow the game down. They know they have this big scaling advantage. They know that if they can just keep the fights towards these Drakes and keep this as a win condition. But Chekolad does have flash.
Ocean's 11, Kobbe waiting in that bush for almost a year, is going to get knocked back. Already used the ultimate though, and Dan's in the area. Maybe a bit too trigger happy on that one, but here comes Pantheon. Why not just burn it all? The flash coming out from Chekolad. I'll say worth, but Misfit's going to want to hold off on fights until those ultimates are back off cooldown.
They get the flash out from Chekolad though, which is going to leave him susceptible on a side lane. You can see that they're trying to keep him there. It's just wave clear duty pushing out, but he wasn't expecting Kobbe to be sitting in the bush. Coordinated attack there coming out from Misfits, looking for that pick. We're not quite able to find it, but they will likely get a couple more plates, and Razork now playing around his strong side. Have a quick look at the mini-map, and you'll notice that in the bot lane, it's being pushed up. Here it does have the TP as well, so he's kind of free to roam around the map, and this is what makes XL very uncomfortable right now. The fact that here it is sitting in fog of war. They have to respect the fact that they will likely be at a numbers disadvantage, but the Cho can TP whenever he wants to. So that's why we're not seeing anything too aggressive from XL. They're just kind of holding the line for now and waiting to get information. Where is Hirit? Where is VTO? What are these two solo laners up to? And there, they've got information now. The pings will come through. And now XL can make an informed decision about how they want to move on the map.
For now, it's a very calm game. Kryze wanting to get a bit more farm under his belt. Makes a lot of sense when you look at the itemization available to him. So far, just the plated steel caps and a Bami's Cinder. Would like to finish some tank items before he has to go toe-to-toe with that Jace. Jace, of course, at this point of the game, now that he has one item completed and the tier stacking up, should be quite easy for him to win out in that individual 1v1. That said, Mythic items now completed for both AD carries. With Serrated Dirk as well, it does mean that Kobbe should have the upgraded Acathian Rain. So his 1v1 threat very high relative to the Xayah at this stage. But for most part, carries are farming, supports and junglers roaming as much as possible to try to lay down some vision as Razork starts up the Rift Herald.
All right, so considering the state of the map right now, I think the Misfits feel pretty comfortable because their solo laners are strong. Hirit in particular is very powerful on this Jace, which means that he always gets priority on a side lane. And that's what you want. You really want that on a Jace, because if the Cho'Gath was able to hold him, then it becomes a lot harder for Misfits to really do anything. You know, they're kind of gated into kind of playing into XL's hand. But now this part of the map or this part of the game is where they have the most agency and where they can look for picks.
Double dash in, Snare gonna connect.
Oh, very nice.
Follow-up. Kabe can leap in, a Caspian Rain isolated target. Perfectly timed, too. He gets the evolve and finds a kill within 1 minute. That's what you want to see from the Misfits side.
Some nice LeBlanc mechanics there as well. He knew that the chain connected and he had a good setup from where his ultimate placed him to allow him to stay within range to land it. Now the TP comes through, they're looking for more blood.
Pantheon on the way in, trying to lock down Patrick where the feather's going to go. Patrick leaping up into the air, the chain will not connect initially. VTO the backstep for Patrick, trying to get one kill, but no, Razork coming in to take him down.
So many kills are so close for XL, but they do not amount to anything, and this is the problem with globals. Dracos, they can be suffocating, because every time you try to make a play somewhere else on the map, suddenly everyone is there. The TP's, of course, helping as well, but let's have a look back at that initial pick. VTO utilizing the lack of vision that he knows XL don't have here in the river, and then see that quick dash that keeps him in range of the route that allows Kabe to then follow up immediately. So they get that quick pick, and you think that the action's over. XL's like, oh, they have multiple people in mid. Oh no, my friend, not quite. The TP flank comes in, the Pantheon ult is here, the rotation from mid lane as well. Beautiful stuff and great aggression we're seeing from Misfits to try and keep the pace of the game in a high state to try and keep this snowball going.
Yeah, an insult to injury right now is that Patrick, obviously trusting in his own mechanics there, flashes in to get the E follow-up, hoping to just one-shot VTO on the callback on the feathers, but isn't able to do so. So in the process, where he was most certainly dead, hoping to make it at least a 1-for-1, does not pan out, so he does lose his flash in addition to going down. And you can see this is a difficult game for Patrick. Plated steel caps. That is not Berserker's Greaves. This man knows that there's a Pantheon, that there's a Jace, that there's a Kaisa, and that he is very much priority target #1 if he missteps. And honestly, every time I play AD carry and I have to build a defensive item, I already feel like I've lost the game, Vedius. That Jace Shock Blast certainly makes it feel like even more of a reality.
Like, you don't realize but Misfits have a poke comp, right?
True.
LeBlanc, Kaisa, Jace.
Pantheon empowered Q.
Okay, that's pushing it a little bit, but yeah, sure. I think that...
AD Kaisa W beats Pantheon Q? Okay, come on.
I'm just saying. You know, that W lands, she all ins, that's kind of poke anyway. But LeBlanc, Jace, at the very least, very powerful poke champions. The fact that LeBlanc can just sit in fog, appear out of nowhere, chunk most of your HP, and then dash back to safety is really what makes it terrifying as a champion. And when you synergize that up with the Jace, looks like the VTO has found Cries.
Cries to flash. Instant flash out to safety as VTO is going to be forced back here. And you would hope that Cho'Gath could be this immovable object under the tower that says, if you dive in, I'll just silence you, but unable to get into the right position to do so. And now we see Checolad pushing on the side lane. No TP, keep that in mind, but he does have a lot of side lane pressure and a big wave behind him to try to maybe get some damage down here. He's going to back away. Good vision to support him on this push means that he is not going to get punished for pushing that far.
Yeah, quite right, Dracos. He also has the turret there. I like that from Checolad. He knew what his limits were, recognized that he couldn't really do a lot in mid lane, so instead he tried to trade elsewhere on the map. XL only at 1 towers to Misfits 3. They've been able to take all the outer towers. They have firm control over the Drakes for now, and that Mountain Soul starting to stack up. And this is where things for XL, they need to just play the slow game. They realize that at this point they are behind. Trying to fight, especially against this comp at this point in the game, would be dangerous, and they need to force Misfits to come together into a place where they can get that 5v5 that they're looking for. Things like Baron, things like the Dragon Soul will be great places for them. But one of the things that I love and that we've been seeing a fair amount from European teams is when it comes to these Drakes, split push comps can actually just abandon them because the pressure doesn't fall on Misfits to secure the 4th Drake. The pressure is on XL to deny that soul from Misfits. So when you're in a split push comp and you're at 3 Drakes or you're at soul point, you can sit there and go, ooh, look, there's that 4th Drake that we're going to go for. Are you going to stop us? And they're like, oh yeah, well, we have to stop you. And you're like, okay, we'll go do Baron then. Or we'll look for a pick on a side lane, or we'll do whatever we want. So that's what's so scary about these split push comps, having that so much control.
Oh, Razor pushed back, but Checolad is actually going to be the one who's in trouble. Vander leaping in, but the flash out from Checolad, keeping him safe for now. Misfits collapsing. Torre most certainly will go down there, and a big pick to start things off. Keep in mind, no big objectives for Misfits to take off the back of that, just a kill.
I really like how Misfits are using their TP, but you are quite right, because they don't convert it into much right now. It is questionable whether that investment was worth it, because that is the TP top lane from Herits, which is super valuable and can't match Cries, but XL have double TP now. So even though Misfits have been able to find that pick on top lane onto Patrick, and now this pick on bot lane onto Torre, those global access are going to be less available, of course, until Vito's TP comes back up in just a few seconds. So you can make the argument that, yeah, maybe that TP wasn't worth it. Perhaps Misfits are also looking at it from the lens of, you know what, we have 2 solo laners who can both TP flank, and our second one is going to be up by the time our next Pantheon ultimate is going to be up. So screw it, let's just take the free kill, let's just take the money, and let's take the vision control that we can get off the back of it.
Yeah, and snowballing all of these carries, you can see Jace with a fully upgraded Muramana, an extra serrated Dirk, and has the Eclipse as well. Olaf on his way to 2 items, and Kabe finishing that collector too. So things looking very good for Misfits right now. Important to note, generally when we look at poke comps, it's like if they get Baron, the game is over. We can't 1-3-1 against the LeBlanc, Jace, like Panther. It's just not. It's not a realistic thing to ask Excel to do. That said, Misfits comp isn't great at taking Baron. They do not have a true tank outside of Vander. They have some pretty good sustained damage in the form of Kabe, but most of the rest of their damage is burst, not usually good for taking that down. So they're going to need to find a bigger advantage to actually be able to contest this major objective if they really want to use Baron as a way to end the game.
I mean, that's the cool thing about Misfits comp, right? It is very snowballing, and it's like a poke-pick comp, right? They have so many... Oh, no, that's not
back.
good.
Chocolate, no flash. Vander, very slow.
Snipe. Woo! Glides out of that one. Nicely done, Checkerlads. He's just trying to go back to base, guys. Leave him be. Yeah, looking to complete his second item, but that's some very good and scary damage coming out from here. He's sitting on a lot of lethality right now. And the Ionian boots too, really contributing to the amount of damage. And, well, not the damage itself, but the rotation of spells,
The amount of times he can throw that damage
out.
Yes.
Ooh, now the mid-jungle combo has found a target. Or not. Gonna leave the dinosaur go on this one. It's also the new Cho'Gath skin, right?
Yeah.
It's pretty.
It is. The scroll skin. And Betty, here's the thing.
Yeah.
I look at this game, and I'm glad, you know, good on Chocolate that he got out there.
Okay.
But I'm concerned.
About?
You know? Because Excel, they're doing that thing where they're chill and they get to late game. And I feel like that's Excel are in their element right now. And I would normally be like, oh, you know, 2 dragons for Misfits, that's really good. It means Excel can't play around that win condition just like you mentioned earlier. But I feel like Misfits are slowing down a bit, having trouble upping the tempo. As I say that, though, Caster Curse, now they're firing back. Copy on the backside, though. He's the one you have to keep your eyes on. It's so far just a 1-for-1. Hear it in the area. VTO on the backside, though, in the middle of no man's land. Pantheon all going in, though. Feathers fly, the leap in, the knock up, the take down. No Aegis Assault to block that one out. Cry's going to grab a kill back, and Misfits getting horribly punished for that engage.
So I was going to say that I think that Misfits have actually been playing the game really well so far. I think that they've been able to find good picks. That I like the way that they've utilized the teleports. I think this has been one of their biggest mistakes that XL are now very happy about, because that soul point is going to disappear. The Drake is now going to become a much harder objective to contest around. Instead, Baron is going to be a much bigger priority, or at the very least, it's going to give XL more time to scale up, as Z is going to be able to reach his 3rd item. They're going to have more tools in their kit to be able to disengage from Misfits. And like, you can see it, right? Like, Misfits, when they play like this, it's hard for them to just play straight up front to back. The amount of utility that XL have, the amount of disengage that they have, it is very strong, especially when in these situations. So when we have a look back at that replay, we'll probably see that Misfits just overcommitted. I think that they weren't in the right position. It wasn't the best TP location for VTO. Let's have a look back at the whole setup here. So you can see that XL already have mid-prio, so the LeBlanc is nowhere near, and here it is moving up 2 base. So they commit onto the Leona as 2 people, and while Kobe can follow up, the reality is that Vander just ends up dropping much faster than Tori, and that probably caught them off guard. They realized that LeBlanc flank was coming in, but then Cries acts as a zoning tool, so that flank path doesn't exist anymore, and XL have a way to disengage. And I don't think that that Pantheon ultimate was a bad one, because he realized that VTO was in trouble. So the best thing you can do there as Razork is actually just try and draw attention. I'm going to get into the skirmish as well, so that they can't just focus you. Unfortunately, that also put him in a situation where it cost him his life. So, yeah, Misfits, I think, they kind of underestimated how tanky the Leona was in that situation, and how much they could really get off the back of that play.
And for the side of Excel, of course, their composition getting stronger. And while we look at Olaf as a champion who wants to run into you, the rest of Excel's composition fights so well when you're retreating. That said, Torre definitely needs to retreat now. Chocolate moves forward, a good stun, Aegis Assault to block the follow-up damage, and the flash out from Razork in the end. Now VTO in the middle of the entire team, but not really getting anything done. A lot of pressure there. Maybe they feel comfortable to threaten Baron, but don't really have the health bars to do so on VTO.
Well, they, at the very least, will be able to get vision control around some of these entrances. They can clear out Baron Pit, they can clear out the river, they can push in the mid-wave. Pyrrhus is here. Oh, they are just going to do it. At the very least, maybe they can get some TPs out, but I think committing to this play is a risky one.
Gore Drinker on the Pantheon. He's a little bit tankier than expected. Now VTO dashing over the wall, but Excel have spotted the bluff. They have no reason to contest this one any further. That control ward in the pit really stops any kind of threat from the side of Misfits. And overall, Excel holding on pretty well, all things considered. Does not feel like a 4K gold deficit. Well, right up until that Shock Blast hits Patrick for half his health. And then you're kind of reminded that Jace might be a little bit strong.
Yes, he is. 2 lethality items are finished for him. Now Excel they get their turn as Misfits kind of back off, look to reset. They get to reclaim. They have to invest their vision to reclaim the vision control, and it's that whole vision dance back and forth. The good news for Excel is that Misfits didn't get deep vision in. Hear it very close there. And now, once again, we see the contest over mid wave. XL have double TP, so I'm a little surprised, but they're actually just going to fight it.
Kryze blocking as much damage as he can. Banner misses the entire team. A bit of true damage coming in from the Olaf. Kryze about half health, but Razor getting burned even faster. That's going to be the Gore Drinker. Not quite enough to keep him safe. The Jarum's not there either. And Misfits just getting picked off as Torre just barely living. Locket of the Iron. Solari coming in clutch.
So what I will say is that XL recognize that in a 5v5, Misfits don't want to fight them. Did you see how hesitant VTO and Herit were to commit to that fight? That's just because with their comp, they know that if they dive in, they're going to get demolished. So XL, they were just like, okay, we just hit whoever is in front of us. They are not going to be able to tank us for very long, and that meant that Razork, without his flasher, was an easy target for them to be able to take. Thumbs up going out from VTO as he face plants the wall.
And a big thing to note here, and we'll keep an eye on Kabe's build as we move later in the game, but if Kabe doesn't build a Nashor's here, they are almost entirely a physical damage team. And that means that Cho'Gath getting this Randuin's, getting those plated steel caps, getting a little bit of healing reduction too, it will be very hard for them to shred through. Yes, Kraken Slayer, it kills tanks. Well, as I said,
I was going to say, LeBlanc does a lot of damage too.
Yeah, but if like LeBlanc blows her entire combo on the Cho'Gath, you're
sure. I mean, like if that's what she's doing in a fight, that's not ideal. But I think that prior to a fight, it's not that bad. Her cooldowns are quite low.
It's true.
I'm not against it. Depends. It's all contextual.
Yeah. The setup is definitely difficult. I think the big thing, Vedius, is if we keep seeing small, wins here, 2-for-1s, 1-for-1s on the side of Excel when they're in this kind of deficit, that Baron is a real option for their comp. They have a tank. They have multiple sources of sustained damage in the Xayah and the Azir. They eat Baron alive. So really, Misfits have to give respect to that potential win condition from the side of Excel.
I mean, they certainly do. I think that Excel have a lot of control of the objectives right now, and that last fight was really influential. That's where the momentum swung, because again, even though Excel were behind in gold, it was that story about the dragons. Imagine a situation right now where Misfits was at 3 dragons to Excel's 1. XL would feel a lot more pressure to contest this, which means that they can't then control like much more of the map. They're kind of in this very awkward spot, but because it's even in Drake's, like they're the ones now that get the driver's seat. By securing this Drake, they then put pressure on Misfits, and then XL get the team fights that they have been looking for.
If you walk into this Cho'Gath Leona, you are not setting yourself up for success. Eyes on Patrick, though, and Chekolad, the big sources of damage. Olaf certainly will be no slouch either, but the 2 hyper carries are the ones you need to watch. Split fight for now. LeBlanc TPing into the mid lane, looking for a fast flank here as Olaf will grab that dragon, but Misfits want to start the fight anyway. An immediate silence comes out from Kryze. VTO over the wall. Chekolad could be in trouble.
Good fight.
They don't spot him out. The dash from LeBlanc, they're waiting. He sees his opportunity. Chekolad with the pushback, not quite enough though because the Banshees is there in time, but VTO just getting shredded. XL just grouping up. They are unstoppable. They are a column of meat. They will not be cut down, and VTO just poking them from the outside, but not nearly enough damage here to find any purchase.
Wow. Misfits walked into XL like the animals walked into the Ark. It was just like one by one. They were just kind of lining up, waiting for XL to just cut them down. Patrick, he's going to get himself another one as well. That will be the ace.
All right, we read a very different Ark story growing up. That's all I'm going to say. But now, XL are set to do this Baron. There is no one here to contest them. It is 9 seconds for Razork. He can Hail Mary. He can come down with that Grand Starfall and pray to steal this, but it does not look like.
But why are they trying to fight? They have double TP. They know that they play the side lanes better. They should be trying to split the map up, trying to create these other points of pressure. Forget the Drake. Instead, just look. Razor goes in. Vander then goes in. But like a really good ultimate from Chekolad along with the Zhonya's just buys a bunch of time. But XL's just like this clump that is just focusing one target at a time, and there's nothing that Misfits can do about it. And I think that they should never have tried to commit to this fight, because that's exactly what XL want, and XL's like, okay, we'll take this, we'll happily swing this game back in our favor, and now, after what was a 4K gold deficit, I imagine we're going to come out of the replay and see that they're the ones now with the Baron and in control of the gold lead.
Oh, video. Insult to injury there, some emote spam coming out too on the back of that ace, and it is a Baron power play. Excel, you said it, Betty. Dead even on the gold now, 3 Drakes. It's their soul point for Mountain Drake, for the Cho'Gath. My God, things have gone from bad to absolutely awful for the sides of Misfits. They need to hold on here as best they can, but Betty, it doesn't get easier. There is not really much of a front line for Kabe to hide behind, and Excel, they are perfectly set up to fight.
Razzle just used the ult.
Forward Vander, though, that's 2 men. They immediately going to delete Patrick. That's exactly how Misfits want to start the fight. They have so much damage, and there is no front line there to block it. Even the Olaf is not strong enough to survive in the face of 5-man strong on the Misfits. Cries going to buy as much space as he can, but the rest of the team forced to retreat, and that Baron advantage instantly deleted by the side of Misfits.
So I think it was Excel with the mistake this time round. Cry's doing what he can to try and get to safety. He has the Baron empowered recall. Let's see if he can escape. VTO looking for him. He's going to get the root.
Good damage coming in, though. They're going to...
From Cries, yeah.
Here we go. Godzilla, let's go. He will go down. It takes 4 people, but Cries will drop.
Okay, so that was definitely a big mistake from Excel. I think it's ironic that they played the 1-3-1 and then it was Misfits that forced a 5v3 fight in the mid lane to be able to punish Excel. And I think it was, they recognized that they had all their TPs up, but I would have preferred like a 4-1 setup here. So again, I'm just going to very quickly draw your attention to the minimap and how like Cho'Gath just pushed out the wave and is now walking across, but Excel has pushed us 3 men into the mid lane. And like this just... It's just asking to be punished from Misfits, and I think it was a really smart decision. But yeah, XL, when it comes to their map setup, they need to be creating 2 points of pressure at the same time, because remember, their comp is strongest when they are together, not when they're split apart. And so Misfits saw that window, they looked for it, and they were able to very quickly get a couple of kills. And now that Baron, effectively worthless. So the game returns to a neutral state, and even though Misfits have a gold lead, remember, this doesn't suddenly make it an easy game for Misfits.
Yeah, and while we talk about scaling is very black and white, obviously there's a ton of execution that comes into it, but I think right now, Excel, while they're still comfortable, we can see the power of Misfits' composition in that if they are able to focus their cooldown on a single target, they will one-shot anybody on this Excel team. So if they catch anyone straggling, if they find a quick engage from a flank, they still can come out on top in these fights. But if they have to fight Excel on Excel's terms, it is nigh impossible for them to win. But here we have, yes, the hopes and dreams. Bit of a roller coaster here for the fans, I think, in this game.
Oh, it's just a funny graph. Thank you for the introduction. That made me laugh. Here is the Misfits Canyon.
Okay, Razork gonna tickle the Cho'Gath.
So again, we're now in a position where Misfits feel pressure to contest for the Dragon Soul, because the fights are only going to get harder if they give it up. And Excel's like, great, we're going to contest for this mid-prio. We don't have teleports, and I would love to see Misfits right now keeping 4 men in mid, trying to contest, while they have someone like Kirit split pushing in bot lane. You know, he has the TP, he can be threatening these towers, and he can create just more points of pressure that XL have to be worried about. But instead, they're staying grouped up, which is only a good thing for XL. They're just going to wait for that right moment. The level 18 Shekel lads, even though Tora has no HP, I mean, maybe that's enough, actually. Maybe that is enough to zone XL away. They've been able to get good poke off.
Yeah, credit to Excel for finding one of the few targets where the poke will actually stick. Torre, not enough tanky stats and no real regen or lifesteal to get him healthy. So it looks like Excel don't want to risk anything on this Drake. They know they don't have to gamble. They will have to fight on the next one, but they're just going to take the extra 5 minutes to wait up, to scale up, and look for a better opportunity to fight. And it makes sense when you see that Torre was within one-shot range for most of the champions on Misfits' side.
I mean, we talked about it, right? Like, Misfits comp is like a poke pick comp, and we really did get to see some of that poke come out. I wasn't paying attention as much as I should have been to how much HP Torre had. I was too much looking at the map state, and I was like, surely this is a bad fight.
Well, you see the spears and the shock blast hit the Cho'Gath and do 2 damage. I was caught off a little off guard by how much they did to Torre, but of course, supports on this patch, you're allowed to buy 2 items, folks, and then you get no more gold income for the rest of your life.
Yep. Medic was talking about it. He wants to invest. I don't know if it's that smart, though.
Yeah,
because
you know, it's pretty hard capped at 2 items, guys. There's not a lot of upward potential for the support investment.
It made me think about Maokai support. You know how Maokai support was like a big thing for a little while with Imperial Mandate, plus I always forget the name of it, Demonic something or other.
Demonic Embrace.
Demonic Embrace. Yep. And I was like, oh yeah, that's really good. And then I was talking to someone like, do you know how expensive that build is? And I was like, wait, no, how much is it? Like, it's this much. I'm like, wait, support's gotta buy that? And like, yeah, no, that doesn't normally. I was like, oh, okay, that makes more sense.
As long as we're talking about support item, we'll check in. Vander has an extra Kindle gem. That's where most of his money has gone. He won't get any extra from a support item. So unless he gets a few kills, there's not going to be a lot there. But we're very close to a Zeke's convergence. It has been changed since last season. But basically, if Torre immobilizes someone, his 80 carry hits extra hard, even harder than that LeBlanc hit Checo lad. So something to watch in the fights to come.
So that's that poke that we were talking about, you know? Kind of appears from Fog of War. You're like, whoa, that's a lot of damage. And then suddenly she teleports back to safety, and you're like, that sucks. Why did you do that? And there's not much they can do about it. Chocolate going to be forced to commit his TP. I think this is good. Look at the minimap, though. Going to very quickly bring that up. And you'll notice that there is pressure coming in the bot lane, and now it's going to start coming in through the top side as well. It's not working, is it? It's not.
It happens every time.
If you guys look at the minimap, you can see that in the bot wave there is pressure, and in the top wave that is starting to mount up for Misfits. But XL don't care. They care about the river control, and they've caught Razor.
Razor caught out. Kry's just running forward, though. Kabe doing good damage when he's isolated. That said, the knockup is going to connect. Kry's now in the midst of everything. Hear it on the backside. They're holding on for now. They've split Excel up, but Razor has been caught out and will be deleted. That's going to be a jungler gone, but no, Gore Drinker. It's so powerful, it buys a little bit more time. There's a GA there as well. VTO leaping in. They forced out all the major defensive cooldowns, but Misfits, they don't have enough left in the tank to continue to force the fight. It is Excel coming out on top. Excel set up now for another Baron.
Excel just keeps soaking damage. They don't care about the poke as long as it's going on to the right target of XL. And XL's like, yep, we're just going to keep soaking this up, and we'll just keep going to this fight. Torre looking for VTO, not going to find. XL need to reset. I like this from Kry's. Get back to base, you have your TP, maybe catch some of these waves as the rest of your team pushes out mid and start going to threaten the Baron. The problem is they've spent so much time contesting this mid wave. Razork is 20 seconds away. He has his ultimate up, and he is going to contest this Baron. Or if they can interrupt Kry's here, this will be huge for Misfits.
Oh,
close
timing,
enough.
just close enough. Now the TP coming in 5K, getting lower. Cho'Gath has the feast up and available. Can they get it? Can they find the miracle steal? But no, Cho'Gath takes it away. VTO on the backside. The rest of the team getting a fight kicked off on their terms. Misfits now retreating. Second Baron of the game for XL as VTO runs for the hills. Kabe on the backside. They're looking for a split fight. They're looking for their opportunity, but Chocolat goes golden, buys a bit more time, and now Kabe's caught in the face with the Cho'Gath. He goes golden himself, and he's going to get taken down, but instantly it's Razork on the backside. Here it, and VTO still alive. VTO now has to run as here it is instantly deleted. Razork getting shredded down as well. Patrick is just unkillable. The beefy boys, the perfect front line for this squishy Xayah, and XL take everything.
And once again, XL take control over the game with the Baron in their back pocket and 3 members left alive. They're looking to run it down mid, and they may very well look to crack the base of Misfits.
Flawless performance. And sadly, for Misfits, it was scattered, but Excel perfectly picking their targets, making it an easy fight for themselves. The Baron is here as well. VTO going to try to land some poke, but it's...
That is a Kry's ult. That was a Kry's ult plus a Danny. That's all that was.
Yes, it was. But if LeBlanc doesn't build any more tanky stats, that's going to be a one-shot next time that happens.
Oh, they might not have time because XL's just looking to win the game.
Ander getting shredded through, damage burning, VTO trying to do what he can, but Kry's is just about unkillable. Patrick uncontested now taking the damage. Kry's stepping forward. They're going to look to hit the Nexus. They're going to look to end the game. VTO taking one. Kabe moving forward, but it's too little. It's too late. Excel will take the win.
Well played from XL. It is crazy how the game swung in XL's favor after Misfits made one mistake around the 4th Drake, 3rd, 4th Drake. They were looking to secure themselves their 3rd Drake in the game at the very least. And if they had gone it, this game could have looked very different. But that's the risk you run. When you have this comp, it requires really crisp execution. And XL, they kept it simple. They kept it straightforward.
Well,
clump, fight. And they did a great job.
And all I'll say is, as we've learned in week 1, and as we've learned in week 2, and it appears that we will learn one more time in week 3, clump and fight, very good. Clump and fight, very good in the LEC.
But I mean, I will say that Misfits had a great early game. I think that they moved around the map very well. Here it was extremely strong, but you know, a lot of the times we were asking like, why aren't they using their TPs? Well, actually, I thought that they were getting a lot of good picks. It was just like, again, I could have put so much focus on that. That one moment, they went for one bad fight. And the moment you have one bad fight against this team fight team, and you don't have that threat of a Dragon Soul, then all of a sudden, they're the ones that get to dictate the pace of the game. And even though they were at a deficit, I think that XL recognized that, and they just had to wait. They waited for their moment, they struck, and then they held on to the game after that.
They did, and they took it home in the end. Kia player of the game at LEC on Twitter. Kry's, Dan, or Patrick are your options. Hard one. Honestly, don't know. Kry's suffered the most, but Patrick probably did the most damage if I had to guess. Mad Lions, though, they're coming off a 2-0 weekend. They're going to try to keep their momentum versus SK Gaming coming up next.
They are out there, waiting to be discovered. Some of them are big, and some of them are small. But that's the thing with ideas. They don't just come to you. To find them, you have to move. Kia, movement that inspires.
You don't have a chance against me. I can calculate 19 trillion moves in advance. Not fair. Not fair.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to the LEC XL. Pick up their first win here in week 3. And Kreis, first question for you. Did you have fun today? Because between the mid laners jumping in on top lane and the matchup you had against Hirits, didn't sound so much fun.
I mean, no, it wasn't really fun. I think they focused a lot on top lane this game, so I did not have a lot of fun this game at all. But I think it's meant to happen when I picked Cho'Gath into Jace, so I kind of expected it.
It is the point of the champion, and after all, it takes 4 Misfits players to take you down later in the game, so I guess it's fair. But tell me more about the matchup against Hirit, because it's a player we've been talking about a lot, whether he's helping the team or not being very stable for now. But how was it playing against him, especially with Jace?
I feel like he's for sure one of the upcoming top laners. I feel like he could easily be one of the best top laners in EU. They play really well around him, so I have high hopes for him. I think he's better than people think.
Well, Okay, sorry for cutting you. I have a delay on my side. Apologies. And yes, he's a very promising player. We're very looking forward to seeing him more in the LEC. But focusing now on the game, Vedius highlighted the fact that Misfits threw around the 4th Drake. I want to know how the situation was for you guys before that. Did you see any hopes in this game?
I mean, it looked kind of doomed because Jace got really ahead, right? And I was kind of sprinting it down the entire game. So I'm glad my team could have my back and carry me this one. But we never gave up. We was so hope in this game. Because we knew escape
That's
and
the
them.
spirit I want to hear. Oh, awesome. And you know what? Maybe you run it down this time, but next time you'll get to carry them. But I know that Excel had some early game issues over the past couple of weeks. Is it something you're working on? And are you seeing any improvements, whether it's on stage or in scrims, maybe?
I mean, I think we're struggling with early game a lot in scrims even. We usually go like 2k behind at 15, which is a disaster. But we're working on it all we can, so hopefully next games will be better.
All right, keep it up. You still have many games to go. And Christ, thank you so much for the interview. Good luck for the next game tomorrow.
Thank you.
You're welcome, and we're going to take a short break, and we'll come back in a few minutes with SK versus Mad Lions. Stay tuned.
Studio. We love. Welcome back to the LEC. Just moments before we started, Medic looks at me, he's like, we're pretty serious, pretty formal here, and then we have a bit of fun. Anyway, week 3, it continues with Mad Lions taking on SK Gaming. Now for the German squad, the upcoming schedule is a bit of a chance for them in the race for playoffs. And the reason I say that is they've already played G2 and Rogue. They're playing Mad Lions today, and obviously coming up when you look at Excel and Vitality, and we don't really know what's going to be happening here from Fnatic. So there's a bit of a theme and a bit of a tone that I've been bringing to the show today. In that race for playoffs, every single game is very important.
I mean, we always talk about it. Like, every game counts. We had tons of Medic playoff checkups last year where it was like, you need to win this one game. If you win this combination of 6 games, like, just win the games at the start. Like, you've got Mad Lions, Excel, Vitality still to come. Fnatic may be a little bit trickier, but if SK can win a few of these games in the next few weeks, they can really set themselves up for success. And I think a lot of it comes off the back of their junglers as well. Like, you look at SK and you look at Tinks and you think, this is a guy that can really develop into being a very strong jungler as the rest of the split goes on, as the rest of the season goes on. And if he can start to step up now, SK could be on a really good run of form.
Yeah, and I think you and I in particular are very excited about Tinks coming into the LEC because of how close we've been to the EU Masters over the last couple of years. Now he's facing off against Alyoya, and this is another player that we've been discussing on the broadcast significantly, a cerebral player, a very smart player. Kadriel, talk to me about the 2 individual players and how they're going to clash, and also how they work with their teams.
Well, Alyoya specifically was in Euphoria. He has a lot of self-criticism towards himself. He wants to make sure he's the best version of himself so that it affects the team as much as possible. And you can see by the stats, I think Alyoya is just an early game jungler. Like, you can see it from the start to the finish of the game. He's smurfing the early game really hard, whereas Tinks is a lot more quiet in the early game. I think he likes to play more team fight-oriented champions. But I like both playstyles. They're a little bit different in ways. But both these players are so hyped up coming into LEC. Like, Alyoya was back off MRS. He was like the best jungler in the LVP. Absolutely smashing everyone, basically like a baby Razork in a way. And then you had Tinks, who has just been a prodigy for like the last 2 years, finally gets his chance. And I think it's just quite a hype matchup.
Now, Kadriel, also not only in terms of differences in terms of, let's say, early game impact, late game impact, like preference on player, the champion pools and the way the teams are utilizing them also differs.
Yeah, I think that both of them have different champion pools. We're going to look at Tinks first. And I think the thing I want to highlight here is he's mostly playing towards AD junglers. Yes, he played Talia, yes, he played Munda, but he's been playing mostly Graves and Hecarim, and he's pairing that with AP top laners, Volibear and Gragas, both quite hybrid. I'd say Volibear is more hybrid than Gragas, but AP-style top laners. And now, if you play an AD jungle and an AP top, this is more for scaling, I think. We saw it last game with Kryze and Dan. They went for the Olaf Cho'Gath. This is more of a scaling-orientated way to play the game. I think having the same AD is not very good, AP is not very good. So having mix is very good between your top jungle, but this is more of a scaling version. That's why SK's early games aren't as strong.
On the other side, when we look at Alyoya and Armut, it's the inverse, right?
It's the inverse.
AD-AP.
Yeah, AD-AP. So AD-AP is a lot more, it's a lot different. Even though champions are different, it's more about the playstyle as well. So if you look at things like Aatrox Renekton with like a Nidalee, Lilia, Talia, this has got so much more setup to play topside. You know, Renekton's done into a one-shot, spear, anything like this. So this is more early game orientated, and you can see it in the stats that we saw before. Alyoya is smurfing the early game. Mad Lions is one of the best early game teams we've got, I think. And that basically comes down to champion pools. You know, if you draft an AP jungler and an AD top, you're really looking at the early game. Talia is super strong in the early game. Nidalee, Lilia, these champs power farm so quick, and they're so strong after their first base. Yes, Ivern's a small exception. It's more towards team fights, but it's kind of still there, right? The concept's there.
Medic, how good is Mad Lions early game?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's what I was about to say. Like, Mad Lions, their development of this top jungle early game style into how powerful they are in the early game is actually just really strong. They actually sit at the top at 10 minutes in gold difference, in first bloods, in first towers. Their tower differential at 18. They're basically not losing any towers early on. And we saw it last week against Fnatic. Like, that was a very bloody affair, but Mad Lions were able to take that game by the scruff of the neck early on because of how well they synergize in these early game skirmishes.
And I think that when it comes down to, like I said, the AD-AP mix, you also have the AD mids. And you saw Humanoid playing things like the Tristana. So if you play AD-AP, it's quite complicated, but double AD solo laners with an AP jungle, this is very, very early game domination. You know, AD solo laners really dominate the early lane phases, and then an AP jungle scales really well into the early game, into the mid-late game. And you can see it here on the stats, right? We already talked about it. Alyoya is the big driving factor behind this early game. I think Mad Lions, the only mistakes they're making is individual mistakes towards the mid to late game, getting caught before dragons, getting caught going overextending, things like this.
Well, for everybody watching at home, we will have a post-game for this match, and we'll get to test some of our theories, see whether or not Mad Lions early game will overcome SK. And we've got our eyes set on some of those key champions for draft. So let's see what happens.
Thank you very much. Quick shot.
AD-AP.
It's not as hard as Kadriel makes it sound like. They're just one letter separate. So it's very hard to say and very hard to explain. I guess it is really
Listen, if you break it down to magic and swords, it's much easier to think about. Do you have magic in the top lane or do you have magic in the jungle? Do you have swords in the top lane or do you have swords in the jungle? When you think about it like that, it's pretty cut and dry.
Cloaks help you with the magic, armor helps you with the swords. Keep it simple, people.
Keep it
simple. SK versus Mad Lions, you heard a lot from the desk. I think there's actually a lot of different avenues you can focus on this one. Top side and bot side are the two that we're primarily going to be looking at today. Two incredible supports on the Rift, and top lane, the focus often for both of these teams.
We're going to be talking about a lot, but before we get to any of that, we have to get to dramatic music.
What did you reach for? Oh, never mind. Oh, and folks, as surely as Vedius has floppy emo hair and as this music is surprisingly sensual, I can tell you this game, it's gonna be a banger. 280 carries already taken off the board, and that means there's pick of the litter for available junglers, which means we could see an all-out brawl between Elyoya and Tinks. And Los Mad Lions want to start taking the Pantheons and the Olafs off the board, but Twisted Fate is also up and available. Folks, this is gonna be a wild pick ban.
Wow, you're really amped after 3 bans.
I also drank an entire Red Bull. Unrelated. Wings, baby, with 3 eyes.
Alright, well, Reluctance going to be taken off the board, so a little bit less aggression in the top side, Olaf as well. The question is, will the Pantheon or the Twisted Fate be removed? Because one of them is going to be picked up. The question is, which one? Let's see. Or will Mad Lions leave both open? Get wild.
That's a little too wild, if I'm completely honest.
Wait, I just noticed that drawing in the background of SK. That was cool. I like that.
Sunwong, is that how you pronounce it? Excellent artist on Twitter.
Okay.
Okay.
Is it TF? Or is it okay? It's going to be the Twisted Fate. You know, I actually think Mad Lions could do a Kali here. Maybe. I know that the only reason why I say that is because, oh, wait, with the Akali...
Wrong way. Wait,
no. I know.
The Akali energy nerfs are on this patch.
Okay, yeah, they are.
She is borderline, according to many pros I've spoken to, unplayable.
Yeah, okay. I was gonna say I wasn't sure if we were on that patch yet, but it's humanoids. It's one of his best champions, and I know some people don't like it into the Twisted Fate, but I thought that maybe he would be someone that would be happy to play that. In any case, it will be Azir, so we don't have to worry about that. I imagine that the wait, Azir Pantheon? No, actually, I really don't like that at all. But then you're just
what?
I mean, okay,
no.
so like...
No, I'm sorry, hold on. This is not allowed. If there is one thing that we learned in week 1 of the LEC, it's first, if you can clump up in group to win, it's usually right. Second is, even more important than first, if you can get more globals than the enemy team and still have a comp that can group up and fight, you have most certainly absolutely won the game. So if this right here is a Pantheon, I am scared for Mad Lions, Vedius.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. It's not going to be, though.
What?
Okay, so we've got magic in the jungle for SK, and we've got swords in the jungle for Mad Lions.
Well,
and according to Kadrill's trend, normally the opposite is true.
Yeah.
Which means that, remember, that for SK, they don't have the Renekton to choose from, which is the very common combo that you see in the Renekton. But they could go Camille. I don't like it, but... Oh, Pantheon top? Pantheon top. Ooh.
I love it.
Ooh, I mean, it's super aggressive. It's double global. We saw Bwipo bring it out to pretty great effect, I feel like. Your ability to impact the map is so potent. But Mad Lions weathered that storm when they played.
Exactly, with the Wukong. So if Mad Lions want to go for something right here, they could. Instead, they're going to go for the Rel. Now, I like this because the 2 great Rel games that we have seen so far this split have been from Treats and Kaiser, respectively. So can understand why that's high priority. But that said, maybe the Wukong just gets banned away here. Already see the Vayne taken off the board, and this could be a very difficult lane matchup for Armut.
Whew. Well, remember that he was solo killed by Bwipo's Pantheon as the Wukong, so maybe he's not as confident in the matchup. We'll have to wait and see. SK could also choose to ban it off. Yeah, Aatrox was like more of what I was thinking, especially if Mad Lions are thinking more of the scaling. You're kind of like running out of top laners now, though. Camille is the only other one that we commonly see, but then you're like really digging into the champion pool. I'm looking like, so the most next pick after Camille is Ornn and Volibear. which, you know...
Which is almost entirely Gen X.
Yeah.
The Volibear stat. Which is crazy, because Gen X also in this match was going to be an interesting guy to track, not just because we heard about top lane focus from the side of Mad Lions as the Thresh is banned away, but also because Gen X played the same matchup twice last week, Volibear into Camille, with wildly different results. He got absolutely trashed by Broken Blade, and he absolutely destroyed here in the mid game.
Well, the difference was the support that he had. In one game, he was left alone, and then in the other game, he had his mid and jungle capping him. So I think that's why top lane can be so volatile and so influential. Samira going to be banned away. Okay, wasn't really expecting that, to be honest. But I guess they're not too afraid of Camille. I could easily see why Pantheon into Camille early would be very good, and I don't think Camille's that hard to dive with a Pantheon. So yeah, I understand why they wouldn't want to ban it away. Now, though, Mad Lions, they need to... I think Xayah is just really good here. Oh, they are going to go for the Ornn. Okay, so they're actually just going for full Weather the Storm, scale for late game. Yeah, they're going full team fight. I mean, I respect it.
And this is a game where Udyr is, if he gets ahead, going to have a relatively good time, because keep in mind that while he may not be able to 1v1 the Nidalee, he can certainly find those stuns on these more vulnerable targets and set up for whatever 80 carry or, you know, Azir damage is going to come through from the side. But wow, what?
That's...
Wow.
Wait, that has to be Jarvan support, right? We saw it over in the
outside. Or it's Pantheon support again, which seems totally improbable because that champion's bases were nerfed beyond reason. Folks, we got a wild one. I said at the start of Picks and Bans, I told you, just like Vedius' floppy hair, that this was going to be crazy. And I feel like these teams have delivered. I can't say I've had anything to do with it, but that's Tristana coming through. We got a Tristana Rel bottom lane. Ornn in the top lane, boring. Who cares? But he's fighting Pantheon. That's exciting. And that's a Kalista Jarvan bottom lane. Jarvan goes in, Kalista pulls him out, Jarvan goes in again, and then Jarvan ults and goes in for a third time. Wow, that's a hat trick of engage.
I love your enthusiasm, Dracos. Okay, well, there's going to be a lot for us to talk about when we get into the game, but looking at the surface level, it's very similar to last game. SK, they want to be very proactive in the early game. They want to use their globals in the mid game. They want to get leads, and they want to snowball those leads. Mad Lions, it's all about weathering that pressure. They want to hold the line. They are going to be waiting, and then when it gets to later on, that is when they want to sell. Question is, will they be able to pull it off? SK versus Mad Lions. It's going to be a bloodbath, and you guys are going to enjoy it. So, without further ado, let's do the thing.
Down. And down. All right, deep breath as we enter the game. There's a lot to talk about in this game, and it's certainly expecting an explosive early game from the side of SK. But for now, no level ones, so we'll take this as a brief respite, as a brief chance to maybe cover some bigger picture things before the bloodbath begins.
Okay, I thought you just wanted to talk about Jarvan support, honestly. That's
I really don't want to talk about Spellthief's Jarvan support.
Don't?
I mean,
think it's great.
So
the cool thing about Jarvan support is his E applies airy. Like, it's such a cool interaction. It's also great poke in lane. It has a really strong level 2 spike. I don't know if it's the strongest versus Tristana Rel. Honestly, this bot lane matchup, I am very unfamiliar with. Kalista, Jarvan versus Tristana Rel is definitely a pretty unique one. But for those avid LCK followers, you are familiar with Life over on Jarvan support. Big advocate of the fan.
Yep.
Big advocate of the fan, big advocate of the pick, playing a lot recently as well. And yeah, I think that it acts as a great front line. It offers a decent amount of utility. It can act to face check later on into the game, and I think that it offers a lot of lane presence. And I think that when you pair it up with a Kalista, the expectation is that you not only do you have great gank setup, but you also just have a strong 2 versus 2 lane. Level 1, I don't imagine that it is the strongest, because Jarvan doesn't really get his utility until he hits level 2, so there's going to be a big battle for that push.
But similar to the way the old Olaf matchup used to work, you can also trap the Udyr in, which is always something that's nice to have. We'll just kind of look across the lanes right now. For now, relatively calm early game. Humanoid with a bit of mid lane pressure, sort of as expected. TF going to need a few levels before those wild cards can really clear out the waves. But Blue definitely getting bullied a lot here, partially just due to the level 2 advantage that Humanoid has.
It blows my mind that regardless of the year, the meta, and the matchups, Azir always finds a way into the meta. Kaiser level 2.
It's like Kaiser finds a way to engage as Jezu's now going to be in trouble, but the exhaust is there, and they're now trying to turn and burn. Kaiser's exhaust is now falling away, and he's going to be in trouble. Treats walking forward. The auto. One more. Where's the cadence at? Oh, the thumbs up, but is it enough? Yes, it is. And now Kaiser has to run out to safety, but that's a second flag and drag. Jezu also on the way in. Hail of Blades is back up and available. 1, 2, 3. He's stacking them. Kaiser's going to be in trouble. He's burning. He's running away. He's forced to dismount and just barely makes it out alive.
Wow, and that was Mad committing to the all-in when they had the level advantage, but the exhaust from Jezu came in so clutch there. Beautiful stuff. When we look back into the replay, which we're going to get straight away, look at this. So you know that Kaiser, it's so obvious. You can see that he's about to hit that level 2. Jezu respects it, but he doesn't respect the flash all-in engage. Notice how they hold the stun from Kaiser till now so that he can get the full stacks, but Kazi, he's taking minion damage, he's getting hit by treats, and he's getting the stacks from the Hail of Blades plus E from the Callista, which really is the difference maker there. Kazi didn't actually get the max stacks off of his bomb, so he wasn't able to proc that, but huge credit. It just goes to show how powerful Callista with the Hail of Blades can be, even only at level 1, and how much of a difference that exhaust really did make.
Keep in mind, Jarvan also has something that most people forget about because you just never lane against Jarvans anymore. His passive does current health damage. So when you kick off those fights, and it's a relatively short cooldown early on, 6 seconds, actually at all stages of the game. So Jarvan, similar to what the Rel brings to the table with those empowered autos, is going to hit pretty hard. And you also saw the Aerie, as mentioned, proccing defensively there on Jezu to make sure that he could survive in that exchange. Overall, very well played by SK, and important when we see all of what's happening on the map here.
I also wanted to say that Mad's bot lane is probably the most bloody in the league. They have so many kills. They have 4 2v2 kills in the league across, well, this will be their, what, 6th game? Which is pretty crazy when you think about it.
Kaiser going to be in trouble. He's going to dismount, gets the immediate shield, but that is a ton of damage.
So much damage. SK really throwing around their level lead right now, but really good stuff. And like, it's a great opportunity for us to talk about the supports, because while there was a lot of jungle focus, like, we wanted to bring attention to both Kaiser and Treats. We feel like Treats, after his stint over on TSM, a lot of people had their question marks around how good of a player he was, and he has his opportunity here in Europe, and I think that he has been one of the shining lights of SK. A lot of people are obviously very excited to see Tinks, but this man, especially his Thresh in the first week, was very impressive, and you can see what's crazy is you just compare the jungle participation. Like, Kaiser groups up with his jungler a lot. They roam around the map a lot. They look for plays a lot, whereas Treats is a lot more about his laning. He tries to protect Jezu. He's much more about finding those picks, but he's still so involved in all of the kills that SK gets. He is the facilitator. He is the playmaker for this team. So I think that his role and his responsibility is so important, and very similarly can be said for Kaiser.
And when we look at it now, with the lane advantage that SK have for themselves, even in CS overall, but of course the kill onto the J4, dominating that lane gets easier for Treats, and leaving that lane gets so much harder for Kaiser. So if he was hoping to get any kind of map advantage out of this rel, doesn't look like it's going to happen quite yet. That said, Armut, a good dash out to safety means he will not get caught out by the Nidalee Spear there.
Yeah, now we kind of, as you rightly said, have to keep an eye on that bot lane, because obviously SK do have the advantage, but they've already been looking for roams a lot. Kaiser and Akazi were already looking for a play in the mid lane where they couldn't really make anything happen. They're going to get this quick push into the bot lane, and they're going to move over to the Drake, secure that one. But yeah, SK for now holding in the 2 versus 2. They do have a slight CS advantage, but Twisted Fate, now level 6, has the Ignite thanks to the Unsealed Spellbook. Janax, level 6, no teleport though. Same can be said for Armut. And I like how Humanoid is just keeping the pressure up in lane, keeping Blue underneath his tower. And Humanoid is someone I want to give some credit to, because we kind of looked into it. He's actually one of the best laners in the league. He is really dominant in how he actually plays his 1 versus 1. He often finds advantages. It's just in the mid game, he dies. You know, he's also the highest when it comes to isolated deaths. I believe he's got 6 in the league so far.
Tied with Vtia.
And I think that if you, as a player, I think that, sorry, I lost my train of thought. When looking at Humanoid as a player, what I think is really fascinating is so we prepped this thing, and
it's fine.
Right.
You were talking about Humanoid?
You got it. Yeah, so Humanoid, as we were saying, look at how dominant he is here in Spring, right? He is one of the best laners that we have in our league. And it's crazy when you think about some of the huge mistakes that he's made that have cost his team the game, but I think that it's one of those consistent points that often goes unrecognized because of how influential he actually is in the early game, and he's a large contributor to some of the early game gold leads that Mad often find themselves
And
with.
this is very big in a game that you described, Eddie, as a game where SK are going to be the ones to push the tempo, are going to be the ones that need to find these early advantages, to have someone in the mid lane like Humanoid who can be a rock, who can push advantages on this matchup. And if you see those numbers and you saw the Fnatic game, you're going to be like, okay, but wait, how much did the Fnatic game inflate those numbers? And surprisingly, not that much. Humanoid has been very consistent, has been that massive contributor, and it's important for him to remain that in this game because bot lane is in trouble. Carzzy just getting absolutely deleted, exhaust right on time, Blue joining the party as well, and the Mad bot lane is getting dissected clean from SK.
Wow, beautifully played from SK, and what an engage from Treats. We already highlighted him as a player earlier, but we've got to draw attention to him again. That flash EQ knockup combo was extremely well executed, and the exhaust again just mitigates any form of counterplay. So SK, the 2v2 is playing this extremely well right now, and they're the ones getting the early goal lead for SK. Blue will get his ult off. He will be a little bit behind in the 1v1, but that doesn't matter, because now SK can just invest all in the bot side of the map. They just got themselves the Rift Herald, and now they want to bring it down to the bot side, try and open up Jezu and Treats to start moving around the map. Treats now level 6 on this Jarvan. It's going to be very influential, so let's have a look at the combo once again. Carzzy kind of hovering around it. Here comes the engage from Treats. Flash knockup, beautifully done. And then the immediate follow-up from Jezu as well. Jezu tried to stack up onto a minion, kill the minion, and then throw those stacks onto Carzzy to get that one-shot. Unfortunately, didn't quite pan out. Wasn't quite the combo that he was looking for, but in any case, they still get the kills, and now they sit with a 2k gold lead against one of the best early game teams, the best early game team that we have here in Europe.
And remember, it was just last week that we were watching Carzzy and Kaiser absolutely dominate the 2v2 bottom lane up against the Excel bot. You know, Patrick and Torre, who generally Patrick we look at as a very solid AD carry regardless of the level that Excel is playing at. And now, it's SK turning this on its head. The Halo Blades Callista, already insanely powerful early game. You give her an Exhaust and a Jarvan support, she's looking just about unstoppable. So time to keep our eyes on Jezu and Treats and see what they can do to keep this snowballing forward, because again, SK in the driver's seat. Yes, that is exactly what we wanted to see. 2k gold lead at 10 minutes, that is fantastic for SK. But if they take their foot off the gas, if they give Mad time to scale up, this is not an easy game to win.
I am wondering though if I prefer the Rift Herald top over bot. Because if you open up Gen X to roam, could you then not use that to just further snowball bot lane? Like, it's that debate, right? Because you could just really open up the map bot lane. You could just chuck the Herald there, get as many plates onto the Callista as possible, really get her super far ahead of Carzzy, and then you just start bringing this Callista around the map and you can just do whatever you want. Or you could take down top tower, you could then leave Armor to just catch all these waves, and then Janex could help dive with his bot lane and then kind of influence the map that way. And the point I'm trying to get at, SK have options. They have a lot of options.
Certainly do. And Blue here just going to help out with the crab as Genix steps forward, ready to go. But Kaiser is on the top side, so he does have to be careful. Ornn goes unstoppable, is going to dash to safety. That's the gold card, but Kaiser's in the area, so you get the TFL basically for free there. Does mean the Pantheon can set up a freeze on the wave if he wants to, but Humanoid in the meantime is taking plates. Keep in mind, if SK really want to snowball their lead, they need to get more plates. For now, it's just going to be Jezu and Treats knocking a few down in the bottom lane.
I very much agree. We really want to see as much gold funneled into these SK players as possible, and props to Humanoid punishing every time Blue roams. The thing about Azir is he's always going to have this push in this mid lane, so every time you look to roam on the Twisted Fate, you will get punished for it. You will lose a lot more than you think, and you can already see this CS discrepancy starting to massively build up. Mad, though, have their eyes on the Drakes. We have not really talked about Eljoya at all, because he has just been farming the jungle. And while he did secure the first Drake, the question is, will they be able to secure the second? I'm very afraid of this Callista Jarvan. They have a lot of summoners up, and I think SK would be more than happy to take that fight.
Does Carzzy know? We got 3 people in the area. They're just going to try to one-shot Carzzy before the fight even kicks off. Callista flashing off to the side. They get the knockback, but no, she can't quite pull out the spears. The Ignite is ticking. Carzzy's still alive, and Jezu is ticking down. Jezu will live as well. Carzzy now in trouble. That's going to be the flag fadeaway coming in from Treats. Dunking on him in style, but Kaiser and Eljoya is still healthy. Humanoid, all eyes on the Azir. The slide, the glide, maybe the ultimate coming in as well, but Treats with a perfect stopwatch. The TP now coming into TF, matching the pressure coming in from the Azir. Gold card could come out. but now it looks like it'll just be the Herald used on the bottom side. If they want to, they can break this tower down almost instantly, but Kaiser and Elyoya sticking in the area, confident in their 2v2, and are not going to give that one up.
Wow. Treat is playing so well. His Jarvan support is very good. And it is a pleasure to watch because the fact that he was able to get that kill, the fact that he was also able to protect his AD carry, just huge props to him and Jezu for how they are playing this 2 versus 2. Kazi and Kaiser are a hyper-aggressive bot lane. We've already talked about this at the beginning. Okay, that's not optimal use of the Herald. I'll get to that in a second. But Kazi and Kaiser are hyper-aggressive. They love going for 2v2 kills. They love fighting you, and they love opening that bot lane up for then Kazi to like play in the 1v2, and then Kaiser goes and roams. And SK, they recognize this and they punish it. They just match them in the 2v2 and they beat them at their own game, and they just deserve so much credit for that because they're doing a great job.
And it looks like they are going to be able to escort this Herald in. A little bit of time till the plates fall away, but Carzzy really cannot approach the wave with 2 members there, let alone 3 as the middle E was revealed. But can buy a bit of time as the wave can't get behind it to hit the eye, though.
The TP as well. They really don't want this to... Wow. That's a lot invested from Armor. His top wave is not in a great spot either. I actually think that's slow pushing towards the Pantheon. The question is, where is the Panth? Yeah, I want him to head straight back to top and catch that wave. Let's have a look-see. Oh, thank you, observers. Oh! We can see where some of that big discrepancy does exist. You can already see it in the bot lane. You can see it a little bit in the jungle, a little bit in the top lane. Most of it on the support.
Which, when you look at Jarvan's items, might seem a little bit threatening, but he's rushing Azanya's. So it's not, it is a big deal, but it's not the biggest deal. And I think what is important here is that while more often than not, we're like, okay, you didn't get a couple plates, it's okay. SK were all about just getting as many plates as possible in the early game. And for Mad Lions, anything they can do to slow SK down without giving much up in return, that's positive for the team overall.
I will say that from Mad's perspective, I'd say that they feel a little more comfortable than what we saw XL in their position in the last game. You know, like when Misfits had a very similar comp, they were just ganking non-stop, pick after pick after pick. Whereas SK, they found a lot of advantages in bot lane, but that deficit in the top, that's absolutely fine from the perspective of an Ornn. Like, they're probably going to have to give up the Rift Herald, but they have control over the Drakes for the time being. So even though SK have had a good early game, their bot lane is very strong, Mads just want to avoid forcing any over-eager fights. They want to just try and get whatever objectives they can by making cross-map plays. They want to just pick up farm, and they know that Azir is slowly ramping up. They know that Udyr is sitting in his jungle, continuing to farm. He's just going to be that face-checking, tanking, obnoxious stun bot later on into the game. That's going to make Kallista's life hard. You know, she's trying to cut you back, and then Udyr's like, slap, slap, slap.
Yeah, point and click's certainly the bane of Kallista's existence. You can dance around any skill shot in the game, but if you can point and click her down, as is the case with the run and stun, especially when you have the chem tank as well coming in now for Elyoya. But that said, relatively quiet game, I would say, from both junglers. Although Carzzy might be hoping to keep it quiet here on the bottom lane and will manage to make it out before Treats can confirm there on the EQ combo.
There's that Aerie proc as well. Man, I think support Joan is so cool. I think it's been a little underutilized. I understand why other supports are considered stronger, but when we think about like what the bot lane pool was, it makes so much sense when you pair it up with a Kalista. It gives you so much 2 versus 2 power, and we can really see it come to fruition.
Well, and if we think about the champions that can interrupt him, there's like the Thresh, there's the Alistar, but certainly Rel isn't one of them. So he gets free license to flag and drag whenever he wants, outside of when Tristana has ultimate available.
That's a really good point, Dracos. You know, when you think about some of the big current meta supports, like Leona could probably be really obnoxious because when the Jarvan goes in, like ults could interrupt it, you know.
That's hard to out-damage the Leona in that all-in when her passive is proccing repeatedly.
And then Alistar as well, like I think he's, the moment you try to go in, Alistar's like, nope, back out you go. And Thresh is another one. So yeah, the fact that maybe they played on the fact that Mad have such a high priority on this Rel and they were able to punish it. So yeah, and just huge credit to SK. I think that their drafting is something that I've been Like, it's been very up and down throughout the splits, you know, like there was the question marks around the Mundo last week about like, okay, does it really make sense when going up against, honestly, a comp where it doesn't do a lot of magic damage, but I definitely think they come up with some creative ones. This is another engage.
Humanoid going to leap out to safety. Jezu with the pull back, going to throw Jarvan right back into the mix. A lot of ultimate burn down there, but Elyo, you're going to flash out. They've used the exhaust as well. Blue now stepping forward. That's a gold card. Kaiser most certainly going to get taken down, but here comes the Ornhorn. Maybe the turn. Is Arma coming in? Elyoya running forward. Run. Trying to make his way out of the fight. Oh, Arma gets taken down though. SK are just too strong in these early skirmishes.
And they just execute with perfection. They just kind of stayed at arm's length of Mad the entire time. That engage underneath the tower was really good timing. They forced multiple summoner spells out from Humanoid, Elyoya, and Kaiser. And then when Mad kind of tried to keep their men alive, the re-engage from SK was just extremely well done. So props to SK, 5-0, 4K gold lead. They're going to get their first strike of the game. I'm impressed, Dracos.
And I think when we look at both of these teams, it's important to remember what their expectations were coming into the split. Mad, on paper, were looking to purely upgrade from what was a top 3 performance domestically. SK, yes, they made playoffs, but they rebuilt almost their entire roster. And for many people who were fans of the roster, very surprised to see a player like Crownshot leave. But now here in week 3 of spring, they are contesting that same Mad, who on paper improved their roster with an almost completely new lineup.
Now, of course, there is some context there. Of course, Mad have chosen to go for a slightly more scaling comp, but they were the ones that also tried to force that all-in engage in the bot lane as well. And I think the fact that SK, they still got a lot to do. They still got to close out this game. You know, they found that huge lead against Schalke, that Mundo quadra kill. It was there, and then they couldn't close things out. So we're still trying to figure out where SK place in the league, what their identity will become here in the LEC for spring 2021, whereas Mad, they're only trying to prove that they can be good. And I think that with this comp, a similar comp, they ran it against Fnatic, they weathered the aggression, and they were able to come out ahead in the team fights later. And that's where you really get to see some of the power of players like Humanoid, like Armut, who are really big carry playmaking players that can really turn the tables in a team fight. And right now, they're doing very well. Armut, of course, just dying, but he's going to be that big frontline engage. Humanoid continuing to stack up XP items and is going to be very close to his second core item as well. So Mad definitely not out of this game yet, even though the gold lead does not look very favorable right now.
No, 5K at 20 minutes, definitely not. But until a Baron or an inhibitor falls, or a Dragon Soul, doesn't really feel like the game is over. Blue now completing the Lich Bane, though, will be good news for the team. Streets is going to be forced to make it out to safety. Flag drag. A little bit extra on the shield there just to slow on the retreat, but SK holding on for now. A little bit of lane priority for a brief moment here from Mad Lions means they can invade the bottom side and lay down a bit of vision. We'll see how SK responds.
Of course, next game we have G2 versus Vitality. Vitality, another team, a lot of question marks surrounding. Sitting at the bottom of the leaderboard for the time being, but kind of in a neutral map state right now. No real objective to play for. The Baron's just about to spawn, and everyone just kind of catching farm. Looking to gain a little bit of vision control here and there. You can see that SK kindly have strong side on the top side of the map. But Kaiser coming to help out Humanoid, offer a little bit of assistance. Look at that poke coming out from the Jarvan.
Yeah, and also the damage coming out from the Azir, only 1.5 items, but shredding through Tinks' health bar there, so do have to be careful. Fighting that Azir always feels like a death sentence, but SK really have no reason to come into Mad's territory until they have the optimal setup. TP on the Pantheon available, as well as the semi-global ultimate, semi-global for TF2, so all things working out pretty good for SK right now.
Now, I will say I am a little concerned for SK that they haven't really used this Pantheon at all. Obviously, a very powerful top laner that they didn't really invest much gank time into. We saw 1, maybe 2 ganks headed up towards the top side of the map, but it didn't really result in anything. And while the Pantheon is farming quite well, it's usually at this point in the game where you want to be like ulting, attacking sides, trying to force summoner spells. Humanoid has no flash right now. You know, you want to try and be as proactive as you can on the map, and while SK are taking objectives, Mad are successfully trading objectives elsewhere on the map. They were able to get the bot tier 1, they were able to get the mid tier 1, and for now, SK only have a 1 tower advantage, and I feel like a lot of the globals, they haven't really been able to take advantage of as much as they would have liked.
And we talked about this game as an excellent opportunity for SK to show us more, to prove that they can go toe-to-toe with the top.
Here we go, this is it, this is it!
Humanoid dash to safety, gold card gonna go in. Humanoid in trouble, but an instant cleanse. The exhaust coming in as well. The flash coming in to extend the range of the EQ, and Humanoid will go down. But now the TP coming in as well. Arma can recommit to the fight if he wants to. Treats backing off. It looks like just the single pick for SK.
This is exactly what I wanted to see from SK. Abuse the fact that Humanoid doesn't have his flash up. Yes, you get his cleanse, but there's so many point-and-click CC, speaking of.
Here we go. Udyr time, baby. Run, stun, job done. Gen X trying to make it out of safety. Aegis Assault and pulling back to his team. It's clean movement for now, but Carzzy going to close that one out. Treats goes gold. His arm butts his head into the wall. He's unstoppable now, but now Kaiser in the midst of the entire team. Carzzy leaping face first into danger, though, as Jesu's just going to finish the job. Carzzy, that is not the fight that you wanted. That is one strong Kalista, and SK shred through the Mad lineup.
While the engage from Kaiser looked very good, it was a little too good in that it kind of baited Carzzy in to allow Jesu to get the cleanup.
Don't put this on Kaiser. Carzzy.
No, but I mean, like, it was just like, it looked perfect. You know what I mean? It's that thing where you're like, oh wow, yes, I see the apple in front of me, and then you reach for it, and there's a cliff right underneath as you reach for it, and that cliff is exactly what Carzzy jumped right into, where Jesu and Tinks were waiting for. Again, that fight looked quite promising initially, but when you don't have Humanoid, he's a large bulk of your damage, and again, I really like this play from SK. It's exactly what I wanted to see from them. Utilize their ultimates to try and force these picks. And Humanoid, he drops the cleanse, the exhaust comes through, the knock-up commitment from Treat. And while he comes to disengage, you can also see Gen X on the flank there ready to help support his team. Now, at this point, SK can look to threaten a Baron. But they get baited into another fight because Mad is like, hey, Gen X is out of position. Let's commit to this. And then we can see a little bit of trading back and forth. Good kill onto Gen X, gets Carzzy a little bit of gold back. And then you see in this choke point, this is where the engage comes through from Kaiser. It looks so beautiful, but there's no stun available, and then the moment Carzzy jumps in, he realizes that, no, this is not the fight for me. He kind of wanted to keep his distance at that point, use his range to his advantage, but he went for the wombo combo, and it didn't quite pay off.
And obviously, SK versus Mad, exciting game to watch, but Carzzy versus Exhaust, a nice secondary subplot here. I'm a really big fan of this one. I don't think there's a single time where he has leaped in that he has not immediately gotten exhausted by Jesu. That is so infuriating.
Oh, and look at this Kalista now. 3-0-4. The Rune's Hurricane also completed. 2 fully completed items. That is one very scary Kalista.
And on top of that, now we got the rapid fire cannon for blue too, so setting up these picks is even easier. But as much as we talk about this game, Vedius, as an opportunity for SK to prove themselves, to prove this new lineup, for Mad, even with their solid early games, even being 3-2, which puts them a little bit ahead of the pack, we've talked a lot about how their mid games have been a little sloppy. And with Humanoid getting caught out again, it's a little bit worrying that this game may continue in the same fashion.
I mean, the biggest difference is that while we often talk about Mad having strange mid-games, it often comes off the back of having a big lead in the early game, which they did not get this time round. But now their hand is being forced. SK is putting the pressure on Mad. They want to try and use their gold lead to put Mad into a difficult situation, and Armor has no TP, so they should be able to burst this one down.
Stoning, Kaiser going into the middle of the entire lineup. 2K getting lower, eyes on the Baron, dropping slowly. The fight continuing to go through, but no, Tinks is going to grab it in the end. Carzzy leaping into the backside, but he immediately gets one shot. There is no room for this Tristana in this game. Humanoid in the back of the pit is going to leap over. The knockback is there, and SK just descending upon the Mad Lions. It is Predator versus Prey. Arma, just another name on a list for this team as Jesu gets the triple and Elyoya runs for the hills.
Wow, I thought that Elyoya was going to get that steal, but SK were able to lock that one in. The ultimate going to come through from Tinks. He's thirsty for another kill. Elyoya is going to get away to safety. Another well-executed prey from SK. Really liked the commitment to the Baron, forcing Mad in, and they knew that Armor didn't have TP. They took advantage of that fact that he wouldn't be able to rotate in time, and again, they know that with a Kalista, they're going to be able to burst this one down. And with the smite and the damage from their composition, look at how quickly they take it down. They try to keep Elyoya out of the pit for as long as possible. They wait for Tinks to come out of the Zhonyas before they pop the damage, and the smite then comes through. And then the commitment from Carzzy here. I'm not entirely sure what his plan was, but I can tell you that that wasn't it. And it did not come to fruition. They tried to then lock down the Kalista, but she just does too much damage and is able to turn this one very cleanly in the favor of SK. Very impressive performance from this SK lineup coming into week 3. They are clearly looking to show that they can battle with some of the best. And the fact, again, that they were able to get such a huge gold lead against this bot lane that is known here in Europe for being hyper-aggressive, huge props to them.
And obviously, Carzzy, difficult performance last week, even though they did win the game against Fnatic. He didn't really get a chance to shine. And sadly for him, it's a similar story in this game where Jesu and Treats are absolutely popping off. 6-0-5. Zerelda's Grudge now finished, meaning that all those abilities are going to slow. There is zero way anyone ever gets away from this Kalista. And also, you've got a Moonstone Renewer coming in on this J4. He is so incredibly fed. This is a duo you do not want to mess with.
Yeah, very, very true. SK with the Baron now looking to break into the base. They have the globals as well, so if you're out of position, Mad can very quickly collapse on you. And like, we haven't talked much about Tinks, rather. He's kind of been silently farming in the jungle, but I will say this is one of the better Nidalee performances that we've seen. Nidalee, I think, a very difficult champion to make work, but SK have done a great job. And just, again, this is a very difficult to execute comp. For those that, like, it looks easy because they've just been kind of getting kills all across the board, but this comp, if you make a mistake and you fall behind early, then Mad get to dictate the pace of the game. And like we saw it in the last game, Misfits versus XL, the scaling comp is just easier. It's straightforward. You just have to fight at the right time. And the fact that SK were able to get this lead and snowball with it, very impressive stuff.
And earlier we talked about how a 5K gold lead wasn't an insurmountable task for a composition like Mad's. But 10K, 9K, with a Pantheon man dropping in your face, you got to be careful, because I think it's one more mistake, maybe two more mistakes before we see this one just fall apart.
That's all the globals used, though. Blue has ulted along with Genex. Mad not yet engaged on. You can see the team has now grouped up. This could be the best possible position for Mad to be in. Is this the 5v5 that cost them the game? I like that SK is focusing on the mid lane prio for now.
They don't have mid prio, they don't have bot prio from the side of Mad, so if they want to force a fight here, it's a very big gamble. The initiation, though, Elyoya just trapped in the pit with the entire team. Keep your eyes on the Ornhorn going in, though. There's already one member down. Carzzy going to get deleted right off the bat one more time. Kaiser trying to buy as much space as he possibly can, but Humanoid already going to go down, too. They don't even need the Spear to connect. Double kill coming through. Yes, Mad can team fight, but not in the face of a 10K gold lead.
Once again, a beautiful fight from SK. They knew what they had to do, and they just focused one target at a time. Mad were uncoordinated, and SK were able to punish a sub-30-minute win coming out from SK. They're looking to come into week 3 strong.
A stunning performance from the SK lineup, and most certainly the SK bottom lane. Fantastic across the board, and good to see a young lineup like this coming together in the matchups that matter most. Mad Lions left reeling in what was an incredibly dominant victory for SK Gaming. 3-3 tied up with the Mad Lions.
And that's all I can say. I am impressed with what SK were able to do. I feel like the SK have been struggling to really showcase a clear style for what we've seen within the first 2 weeks. I still feel like that they were figuring stuff out. They've also made some big mistakes, like they've been getting leads and they haven't been able to close things out. And I was a little worried, but they've clearly come into this game and showcased what they're capable of. They prepped well for Mad. They executed well against Mad. And I think they had a great game.
And what's crazy is when we looked at this draft, I was worried about the Twisted Fate Pantheon.
Yeah.
But the Twisted Fate was under his tower for most of the game. The Pantheon was chilling in top lane. It was the bot lane duo, that Kalista-Jarvan combo, that blew this game wide open. Kia, player of the game, at LEC on Twitter. Blue, Jezu, Treats. Blue, I'm sorry, bro, but it's the bottom lane. You guys can take your pick, but it is Jezu or Treats for me.
And huge props to Treats. You know, he came into the LEC, like, a lot of question marks. I don't think anyone was skeptical, but people weren't exactly excited to see him. Yeah. But I think that he really has been making a name for himself here in the first 2 weeks of the LEC. Hopefully, he can keep that going up again tomorrow.
Yeah, big challenge. Of course, we're going to take a closer look at SK's bot lane in a few minutes as they shut down Mad Lions with a dominant performance.
I don't really consider it gear. It's an extension of who I am. It blurs the line between fantasy and reality. Sometimes, I can't tell myself from my machine. I think that's by design.
put to sea, and the name of that ship was the Billy O.T. The winds blew harder, bowed it down, blow me bully boys blow. She had not been 2 weeks from shore, we're down on her, a right whale bore. The captain called all hands and swore he'd take that whale in tow. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. We'll take our leave and go. She had not been 2 weeks from shore, we're down on her, a right whale bore. The captain called all hands and swore he'd take that whale in tow. Before the boat had hit the water, the whale's tail came up and caught her. Hands to the side, harpooned and fought her, and she dived down below. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Soon may the wellerman come. One day when the tonguing is done. Soon may the wellerman come. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. There once was a ship that put to sea, and the name of that ship was the Billy O.T. The winds blew harder, bowed it down, blow me bully boys blow. She had not been 2 weeks from shore, we're down on her, a right whale bore. The captain called all hands and swore he'd take that whale in tow. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go.
Hi everyone, welcome back to the LEC. Mad Lions looking more like cute kittens today as SK take them down and treats. First question here for you. I absolutely adored the bot lane you played, and I want to know how much of an inspiration did you take from the LCK with this one?
Yeah, obviously it was first played in the LCK, so it was the first time we saw it, and we thought it would be really good this game. We haven't had like insane amount of practice on it, but yeah, we just thought it would look good, and we were confident, and I think it showed.
Okay, so tell me more about it, because you granted the first defeat to Rel in the LEC. So I want to know more about the matchup Jarvan versus Rel, and why did you think it was a good combination here?
I think in general, Rel is pretty good against Jarvan, but with Kalista, the Rel doesn't really have a lot of engage options. I can kind of choose which engages I want, and the Rel can't really counter that. So as you can see in some fights, she tries to counter engage on me, but I just get Kalista ulted out, and I'm completely fine. So yeah, I think it's more about the Kalista than the actual support matchup.
Clever matchup here and choice from you guys. But I'm intrigued because seeing the Twisted Fate and Pantheon and the global ults offered by these champs, I was expecting some action popping from the solo lane, but it's the bot lane actually who did all the work. So talk me through the communication, the game plan you had, and how do you explain these results?
Yeah, I mean, we definitely wanted to make more plays with our solo laners this game. The game was a bit too slow on top side, I think. So I guess we had to compensate on bot side a bit to get some kills back. But yeah, we wanted to do more on our solo laners, but I think they played pretty well top side and played pretty defensively. And they were just trying to scale up, so I think well played to them in that sense. But we'll for sure look at it in the review.
All right, adapted and created the action yourself, which is why you get the player of the game here. Third time for you since the beginning of the LEC in 3 weeks. That's super impressive.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I appreciate it.
Anything you want to tell about this performance and maybe, yeah, the game you had with Jesu? Because yeah, I knew him from the LFL, so I hope he's treating you nicely.
Yeah, he's treating me nicely. I think we're a really good bot pair. We have a lot of fun playing together. And I mean, for this game, I think me or him could have gone the player of the game. I think he played really well as well. So yeah, I'm happy with our progress, and we will just keep looking to improve throughout the split.
All right, waiting for these improvements then. Very promising start so far. Treats, thank you so much for the interview.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And for more about this game, let's send it over to Trevor for post-game.
Thank you so much, Law. Another fantastic interview. Congratulations to Treats. A fantastic performance on the Jarvan. Managed to win another player of the game. The 3 wins SK have picked up. Treats has been PogChamp for all of them, and we are joined by Weird Champ, Ender, for
Nailed it.
Not a bad transition.
The boomer knows his Twitch. That's good. That's
I'm
good.
learning. I've been trying to get down with the kids. Look, it was a great performance. I was actually speaking to Ender just before we went on air, and I was asking about the draft, and I was asking about what you thought, how the composition came together. So let's take a look at the two sets of picks, and tell me what you think.
Yeah, well, I mean, right off the bat, obviously looking at what SK have put together, their top side of the map is very nimble. Like, they have a lot of globals around it, so they have ability to attack side lane. Good setup for the Nidalee as well. But I think everyone's eye was going to be caught by the bot lane, the 2v2 with the Karthus. Jarvan, that's one, good lord. And of course, and he's going to be the huge facilitator of all the engages, right? So the mid game can be carried by getting a numbers advantage and finding fights on side lanes with the Pantheon and a Twisted Fate. And then when it comes to the team fights, it's all going to be up to Treats. And I thought so many of his EQ flashes set up the team greatly.
Yeah, I think if you're playing Tristana into Kalista, that is like one of the most volatile bot matchups you can get in the game, especially with melee supports. I think that Mad Lions were the ones who initiated these fights a lot, but I think that SK kind of adapted pretty well. And I think that even though they've drafted double global in mid-top, people think globals are proactive, that you need to do things on these globals to snowball the game. But if your bot lane's winning, you can also use it as a defensive tool, right? So if Mad Lions send 4 people bot to try and shut down the bot lane of SK can just use the ults to kind of match it just to defend the play rather than make the play happen. So I think that with having a winning bot, SK just use their tools to play defensively on their solo lanes and use their global ultimates to cover their bot lane as much.
Yeah, and it was interesting because that sort of developed over the course of the game, because even hearing Treats in the interview there, he said they were looking to play more a little bit around their solo lanes in the early game, and I think that makes sense. Like, Twisted Fate and Pantheon have a lot of good support for Nidalee to roll into lane, but an Ornn's maybe a little bit more difficult to gank. Maybe in the mid lane, a Cleanse Azir also going to be challenging, and with the early scrap from level 2 in the bot lane going the way it did, it obviously was going to bring more focus.
And I think that's the key point, right? Both solo lanes are getting pushed in, but they both have a global. So it doesn't really matter if you play around top side. Jungle can just free farm. If they make a 4-man play bot, just match it with globals, and SK should have the upper hand.
Now, talk to me a little bit about some of these early picks, because coming into the game, I was anticipating the, the AD conversation we're having, and maybe looking a little bit more towards scaling on the SK side, but they got a lot of early kills, punishing Mad's engagement.
Yeah, I like the top side draft from SK. Nidalee Pantheon is super well synergized, like Ender said, with the TF, but it all comes down to Mad Lions' bot lane playing super aggressive. Now, it makes sense, right? They got the level 2 first, they went for the all-in, Tristana Rel, jump in, get the stun, but they never really executed Jesu to the point where he died. Jesu pops the exhaust onto Karzi. Karzi doesn't manage to take down the kill. The mechanics from Treats were so good this game. The EQ flashes were clean, and as soon as one side of this matchup gets an advantage, that side just runs away with it.
Exactly, and I think the huge difference was the summoner spells, right? Like the Jarvan being able to use the flash to get that, as you mentioned, and also every single time there was a jump in from Karzi, it was the exhaust, right? And Karzi himself was running the heal, and I think as far as the 2v2 goes, you almost never see 2 level 2 champions lose the 2v2 to 2 level 1 champions. And I think the exhaust was a huge factor.
Yeah, and I think after level 6, so basically those 2 bot lane fights went in favor of SK, and it's so hard for Mad Lions to salvage bot lane because, like I said, the globals. Second of all, they don't have that much engage unless Ornn TP's down and pops the ult. The only real engage they have is Karzi going forwards first, but if Kalista's ahead, they're always going to win that. So you've got this incredibly volatile bot matchup, but you just can't save it for Mad Lions. If they're losing the side of the matchup, they can't do anything to help it.
We've got less than 2 minutes to go, so Ender, let's try to rush through the rest of this, because once SK got ahead against Mad Lions, who were the best team in the league at 10 minutes, SK didn't let go of the advantage they'd accrued.
Yeah, and I think it's really hard because everything that Mad Lions are going to try to do is try to throw what they have at the AD carry here, right? At Jesu, because he has Immortal Shield Bow, and now there's like no damage. Karzi gets no auto attacks down during this fight. Humanoid's also zoned, so this very risky Baron to go for, but they do land the smite. And once again, Karzi jumps in and gets instantly CC'd.
That's the problem. SK's comp doesn't really have a tank. The Jarvan was more AP with a Zhonya's, and this Nash was a bit of a flip, I think. Elyoya was sitting in the pit and your heart stopped for a second there, because if Mad Lions get this Baron and they have Tristana Azir, they outscale. So there was a comeback potential there for Mad Lions. But SK secured it. The rest of the game was pretty clean. And I think that them having globals and hard engage just meant that the carries of Mad Lions could never really find the scaling. Elyoya didn't do much this game. He couldn't really find opportunities. The lanes were too volatile and the solo lanes were playing too defensive. So when it came to that Baron, I think it was a bit risky, but you can't really talk against SK for that Baron. You know, they have to snowball the game fast because they're playing an early game comp.
Yeah, that's just how it played out. I just remembered that the AD carry champion is Kalista, so it only took me 5 minutes, but we got there. Thanks.
Exceptional performance from SK. It is not what I was expecting, and not in the manner that it was. We are going to take a break after suffering the first loss last week. G2 Esports are going up against Vitality with something to prove.
Lovely. Absolutely lovely.
You told me Jarvan?
I know.
Jarvan?
I didn't know he was.
Was a ship that put to sea, and the name of that ship was the Billy T. The winds blew harder, bowed it down, blow me bully boys blow. She had not been 2 weeks from shore, but down on her a right whale bore. The captain called all hands and swore he'd take that whale in tow. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. We'll take our leave and go. She had not been 2 weeks from shore, but down on her a right whale bore. The captain called all hands and swore he'd take that whale in tow. Before the boat had hit the water, the whale's tail came up and caught her. Hands to the side, harpooned and fought her, and she dived down below. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Soon may the wellerman come. One day when the tonguing is done. Soon may the wellerman come. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go.
And welcome back to the LEC. Dracos has been replaced by Budget Zlatan. That's me. Alongside me is Budget My Chemical Romance's lead singer, Vedius.
Hello.
I can't remember the name of that guy.
I can't either.
Yep, cool. We're going to bring you some League of Legends.
I honestly thought you had like a plan to transition us, and you were
it.
just like, that's it, your turn, Vedius.
Oh, Gerard Arthur Way, obviously. It just popped into the top of my noggin right there.
Excellent.
Right into
So you can see we're already off to a great start.
It's going
We're
well.
going to be jumping into G2 Vitality. G2, after suffering a loss last week, have this habit of when they lose, like normally they come back very angry.
Yeah, they do.
And Jankos even said that winning is like a good feeling for him, but losing is like a really bad feeling. And he's like, it just motivates him. So I'm excited to see G2 play because Vitality, they really need a win. But let's see if they can handle the pressure from G2 today.
And into Champions Select we jump. Hey, Betty, do you know when Jankos started playing professional League of Legends?
It was 2013.
It was 2013. It's strange that it's taken him 8 years to work out that losing makes him sad and winning makes him happy.
I don't think that was his point.
I mean, that's how you conveyed it. I'm just saying.
Anyway, yes, G2, they did suffer a loss, and Vitality currently only sitting at a 1-4 record at the bottom of the table. I think that a lot of the conversation around Vitality has been very much around, they have promising talent. They showcased some of that promise last year, but so far they have not been able to deliver on the Rift. So I think they're going up against G2. It's always going to be a difficult one, but let's see what they can bring out, as we've already got a slew of bans on the board.
Yeah, unsurprising, we see the Olaf and the Pantheon removed here by Team Vitality. G2 are going to get rid of the Udyr, one of the other strong junglers, alongside the Kai'Sa. And actually G2 taking away the Rel themselves here, with the Gragas being the final ban from Vitality. Taliyah instantly locked in here for Jankos on G2.
You would imagine that Vitality would look to respond with a Twisted Fate. Giving over TF Taliyah is a definitely very scary combo that you don't want to do, but they're going to insta-lock the Renekton as well. So they're trying to get Jigenda a little bit more comfort, a little bit more power up towards the top side of the Rift. First Renekton of the day. Of course, for those unaware, after Gore Drinker, the combination of Stax plus Stoneplate has become very prevalent, which has made Renekton a very difficult champion to deal with as the game goes on. But either way, you now have a very clear game plan for Vitality. You can easily play around top side of the map if you want. You just need a strong enabling jungler.
Ryze is a pick we've seen a couple of times to try and follow Twisted Fate around the map. That is what Caps is going to be trying to do, as Melitza will be going into those other lanes. And now G2 looking towards their next pick. Could look for an AD carry here. Still things like the Jhin, Lucian on the cards if you want it.
Trying to think of what else they could pick into the Renekton, because like a lot of the conventional stuff that we see, things like Aatrox is a possibility, maybe even an Ornn.
Oh, okay.
No, they're going to go Quinn. Okay, so we're going to have... well, we often see this from the Shy over in the LPL. We haven't seen it a fair amount over in the LCK. Currently at a 2-1 win record in favor of the Quinn over in the LCK. So positive win rate at the very least. But yeah, I will say that this composition from G2, high mobility, high impact side lanes. You know, very much about split pushing. We've been seeing a huge amount of that today. But like with the Ryze, because you have things like the Realm Warp, like Caps is famous for his roaming Ryze, right? He will sacrifice his lane to just roam up top lane, level 5, level 6, to just try and get a gank off for Wonder, something that he found a huge amount of success with at MSI 2019.
One of the major issues, though, for G2 is you don't have a dedicated tank as of yet. And we can see Vitality saying, well, we'll get rid of the Alistar. Perhaps they're going to ban out something like the Leona here as well. And then you're forcing Mickey down onto those second tier of tanks, so things like the Braum are still a possibility. There's the Leona ban from Vitality. G2 kind of gave the game away that they were looking towards Leona with the early Rel ban in Phase 1. G2 get rid of one of those tried and true combinations in the top side of the map. Nidalee Renekton, Kadra talked about it before the last game, an AP jungler with an AD top laner gives you a lot of early game power.
Certainly does. Well, I think that G2... trying to think what other junglers they could actually ban away, because a lot of the core ones, as you said, Hecarim, yes. I was thinking Graves could be a possibility, but you'd have a huge amount of AD damage. But they are going to get rid of the Hecarim, so that's totally fine. They think leaving that one up is okie dokie. AD carries now is like what we're looking at for both sides, as you rightly mentioned. You kind of have a few options. What we've seen from Vitality so far is a very aggressive comp. So maybe they just want to keep up with the aggression. We already saw one Kalista earlier on. 100%. Maybe they want to do something like a Kalista Thresh. For now, though, they will lock in the jungle Jarvan.
We
seeing
assume
this.
I'm just Jarvan support Thresh jungle.
True.
Or crit Thresh. I played it in ARAM. It worked one time.
Jarvan Thresh bot lane, maybe. You never know. But I think that Jarvan jungle can be very powerful. I've played against a couple of Gore Drinker Jarvans. It's tough, man.
Yeah.
It is very, very tough. A huge amount of utility, a lot of tankiness as well, and a lot of early game power. So even though you have a Renekton top lane, you know, often you want to see some of these AP junglers that you can like have easy setup, but the Jarvan offers that. So Quinn needs to be careful in the early laning phase because it could be very dangerous.
We'll see G2 go towards the Jhin for themselves. It's a strong AD carry. Tore up the preseason, has continued his power through the start of the regular season here. And alongside that, there's the tank that we were looking for. Nautilus, one of those very powerful supports. Can be a little bit tricky into the Thresh, but you do have a slightly quicker hook timing. So if both Thresh and the Nautilus hook at the same time, the Nautilus actually wins out on those trades.
Certainly the case. Yeah, I think that G2's bot lane seems very standard. I don't know if they want to commit a huge number of resources towards the bot side of the map, but they can if they want to, because you have the utility to set that up. The question is now, how Vitality wants to round out their composition. Oh, there's that Kalista that we were talking about earlier on. Like, when I look at Vitality's comp, it to me just feels so OP. You know what I mean? It just looks, it's so straightforward. You have so much early game aggression. You have great team fighting later on. And like G2's comp, it kind of comes back to the whole team fight versus split push debate, right? But the great thing about Vitality's comp is they can like, well, their side lanes are definitely weaker, that's for sure. I'm not going to pretend that they, like, Ryze is intentionally picked into Twisted Fate because you can pressure him early and you can match his pressure in a side lane later on. And Quinn is an obvious counter pick to the Renekton that we've seen for many years now, primarily popularized by the Shy over on Invictus Gaming. So I think that G2 definitely have these strong side lane options, but Vitality can use the side lane to generate pressure to then look for picks. They can look for team fights. Like, there's so many options with their comp that I'm excited to see what Vitality can do with it, because if anything, if you can get an early game lead against G2, that was how Schalke were able to shut them down last week.
That's how G2 have struggled throughout the split. We're going to get on into the game as Vitality look to take down G2 and claim their second win of the split. And on to Summoner's Rift we go. Ready? I've got some stats. It's a medic moment. Are you ready?
Go.
How many times has Wunder played Quinn top in the LEC?
2.
3.
Oh, okay.
What is his collective KDA? KDA. Give me all 3 numbers.
No, I'm giving you...
No, because then I have to do maths. And that's difficult. How many kills has he got collectively over those 3 games?
13.
Correct! That was very impressive. How many deaths?
7.
No, 12. How many assists?
18.
17. Very close, Vedius. You ready for the best stat here?
Okay.
If I remove his most recent game, how many kills has he got over those other 2 games?
1.
0. He's gone 0-4-4, 0-4-0, and 13-4-13. It's feast or famine, guys. It's feast or famine when it comes to Wunder.
Did he win any of those games?
No. He has only won the 13-4-13 game. It was against Excel last year. 2019, sorry, not last year.
Okay, so stats-wise, things not looking great for Wunder.
No, and collectively, Quintop is 4-9 in the LEC across their entire history, so...
Okay, so I've always considered it quite a volatile pick, personally. For any top laners that have played this matchup before, it's either you don't get to do anything, or you get a slight lead, and the Quinn is an AD carry that's so squishy every time you jump onto it, you just win that trade. So I think that it's a super volatile matchup, and obviously you can see on your screen right now why it's considered a counter, right? Renekton can often struggle, especially at early levels, but Quinn in particular can use her E to bounce off Renekton, as you can see.
Well done.
But every time he tries to jump in, you use that E, and you can blind him too, so you can make his life just very obnoxious and difficult. But the other great thing about Quinn is that thanks to her ultimate, she can roam around the map very easily. She gets so much bonus movement speed, and that's why you can see Wunder actually running the cleanse, not the teleport. So the idea is good. The thing is, if it ever goes wrong, it becomes very, very bad. Very bad. And notice the Jarvan pathing up towards the top side. There is that ward in the tri-bush in the event of an early dive that Jigenda is prepared for, but Jankos has path towards bot. So Wonder just needs to be super careful. I'm really worried for Wonder. I'm looking at Skeens, and I'm like, if I'm Skeens right now, I'm looking at that top lane. But to be fair to Jigenda, that is a huge wave that he doesn't want to play into. So.
Totally understandable. About 10 minions pushed in. Melitza walking forward with a card. Caps just steps back. Skeen showed himself in the mid lane. That will give Wonder just a little bit of safety as Jankos is working his way down towards the bottom lane here. Lebrov oversteps by a long shot, is immediately on the retreat. Heal has been used here by Comp. Jankos flashes forward, Lebrov flashes away. And Lebrov will be able to get away, but that was just an overstep from the support for Vitality.
Will end up being a trade of flashes. Jankos going to lose his in favor of Lebrov's, but definitely not what you want with a Kalista Thresh bot lane. Sacrificing your Summoner without getting much off the back of it is also going to make the laning phase a little bit harder now for Comp as he's left in a 1 versus 2. Notice that bot wave. Actually, can we have a quick look at that bot wave? See what state it is in? Oh, yeah, no. That's a no bueno, my friend. That is that is a situation where Rekkles and Mickey can freeze this against the Kalista Thresh, and there's nothing that they can really do about it. I think they're going to need some jungle assistance because the fear is that this Talia can also be hovering around. They don't have a huge amount of vision on the bot side of the map, and look at how scared Comp is playing right now.
I mean, you have to play all the way back here. Otherwise, if he steps up, like, Comp doesn't have heal, he'll have to burn flash, and then next time Mickey can just walk towards him or flash auto him, and Comp's locked in place.
Yeah, so you can see that CS discrepancy already starting to build in the bot lane 2 versus 2, and how important the early game can be. But now that Labrov has returned back to lane, but again, even though they're getting a farm XP, look at where the wave is. Look at how overextended they are, which always puts them at that point of danger they have to be cautious of. So
it looks like that wave is just about going to get underneath the tower, but as you say, like, it's 2 minutes further forward than you want to be, right? Like, you're just pushed way too far, and it's the moment that you want your jungler to be in the area to protect you a little bit. You can see Skeens working his way down to this bottom side after clearing out his top side camps. Skeens has struggled to make an impact on Vitality over the last few weeks. He's actually oh, that's entirely the wrong graphic. The one time the graphics work is the wrong one. He's actually the least active of all of our junglers in the league. Lowest jungle proximity, lowest kills and assists at the 15-minute mark, and tends to fall behind in gold either. So the question is, like, he's not near his teammates, he's not getting kills, and he's also not out-farming his opponents. We wonder what Skeens is doing sometimes in the early game.
Well, I mean, yeah. That's a great question, and I think that with the comp that he has, he's going to have to be a lot more active than he has been in the past, and that's something that we're going to keep an eye on for Skeens, because if Vitality want to be making a big dent against G2, we already talked about in the draft, the way you beat this team is you get them in the early game, right? G2 do have a habit of making these mistakes. They sometimes overstep, but right now it looks like they're trying to get this lead. Notice the positioning of Caps, hook lands.
Oh, it's going to come down, Realm Warp coming in from Caps, and now it's a 4v3 in favor of G2. First blood goes to Jankos.
Caps doesn't reap any of the rewards, but it doesn't matter. He's going to help his team push that one in. Twisted Fate. Imagine the Twisted Fate getting out-roamed on. That's the craziest thing about it. Normally you see the Twisted Fate hitting that level 6, looking for the roam, but it was Caps first on the rotation, is able to make this play bot, and Melitza just wasn't in a position to answer. Now they're sending it for a potential Drake. They're just going to focus on the Scuttle Crab for now.
Skeen's looking to flank this? Like, you're a man down. Well, you're at numbers disadvantage. Caps is waiting.
Who's flanking who is the real question.
Melitza has the stun card, flash away from him as he dodges the dredge line.
That really was just both teams kind of staring each other down there. Melitza, of course, sitting in that brush. Wasn't sure if G2 knew he was in that brush, but they could probably make an educated guess, given that he wasn't on the mid wave. And so Caps just kind of stood in the middle of two Vitality members and said, your move, partner.
Yep.
And was able to walk away from that one. Actually, they were even able to get the flash out from Melitza as well. So overall, G2 off to a pretty good early game start.
Yeah, 1,000 gold ahead, 7 minutes. I think you'll take that most of the time. Noon Quiver now complete on Wonder. He has a 12 CS lead. Top lane really hasn't been affected by either jungler as of yet. And you can see this is a great thing about the Quinn that you mentioned earlier. You don't need to run the teleport because you get back to lane basically in the time it takes Shigenda to push up a wave.
Yeah, I mean, the back timings, of course, are still important. You have to really understand wave management to be able to run without the TP. Notice the Caps isn't running it either. That caught me by surprise. The fact that G2 have no teleports is very strange. in the current meta, especially when globals are considered so powerful. It's very odd because remember that Rise's ultimate is not the same range as the Twisted Fate's ultimate, especially at early levels. And that means you're going to have to be super aware of these timings of when TF ult is up, when Renekton has TP, and you've got to respect it because you're very much playing for things like the fights and like the skirmishes if you're running for the cleanse, and you can mitigate that crowd control that Vitality has.
For the moment, G2 not going to use any teleports, just to walk their AD carry and their support up towards the mid lane. They gain mid prio, they get the Rift Herald pretty easily here. Vitality aren't really going to have any way of contesting, as Melitza was forced back in the middle lane, and Comp just needs some time to farm himself up in the bottom.
So what I think is really interesting about this decision from G2 is that notice that they've foregone the Drake, right? They said we don't want it, which is odd when you kind of look at it from the outskirts. But what we've been seeing over the first few weeks of the LEC is that teams will give up the Drake in favor of the Herald because of how you can snowball plates and gold into your laners. Now, what we've been talking a lot about is you kind of want to play around to Quinn, and you want to make sure, especially with a Rise, that your two solo laners are at the very least not behind after laning phase, because they have to go up into these side lanes, and if they're weak, then they can't do their job properly. So the great thing about a Rift Herald is that you can funnel gold directly into these champions and these players. And so G2 is saying, you know what, the Drake win condition, that would actually be better for you. If you're at soul points, we have to then come and fight you. So why don't we just delay the Drake for as long as possible, make that not even a thing that we have to worry about. We'll grab it if it's convenient, but instead in the early game, let's focus on just getting as much gold into our primary carry. So I'd love to see this Rift Herald actually used either top or mid and funnel it into these solo laners of G2.
Yeah, at the moment they already have this 1,500 gold lead, only 9.5 minutes in. You can see Shigenda trying to jump onto Wonder, but the vault away is just too easy for the Quinn to escape. And it's just becoming a very difficult laning phase because Skeens hasn't really been able to influence any lane. He does have the Cataclysm now. We haven't seen a Destiny out of Melitza. Shigenda is losing the 1v1 as expected. Like the Quinn into Renekton matchup is Quinn favored if there's no jungle interference, but I don't see any lane. Wow, okay, I'm sorry. I just saw the fact that Reckless has decided he's General flipping Grievous. It's like, how many swords do you need, man? Just boots and swords. That's all he's got.
Boots and swords, just stacking up that AD, yeah. But as you were rightly saying, suddenly in my head I went boots and cats, but it went boots and swords.
Swords and boots and swords and
yeah,
boots
anyway,
and swords. Drop it, Benny, come on.
But as you were saying, yeah, I think that right now Vitality's early game, like, it's one of those weird situations where you're kind of like, oh, well, they have team fighting. Well, yes, on paper, their team fighting is arguably stronger in the context of a comp. However, when you think about AD carry scaling, like, Jhin will scale better than Kalista does the longer the game goes on. Talia will scale better than Jarvan does because of how much damage she can do. And sure, there's a great front line on the side of Vitality, but Mickey's only getting tankier. So it's not like that they don't have any team fighting tools, as we see a play now happening in the top
Yeah,
side.
Melitza took his time, waited to see if they could catch out Wonder. Cleanse was used early here, but Wonder has nowhere to go. And finally, Vitality pull the trigger, and Melitza will get their first kill of the game.
So here we go. This is very much what we wanted to see from Vitality. A little bit more proactivity in the early game. They are able to get a successful roam off, but G2 immediately on the response. We can see a push in bot. We can see, ooh, good TP in mid lane. I would have thought that the Herald would actually go down in the bot side of the map there from Jankos, but he decided to hold on to it for the time being. But this is definitely an important kill for Vitality up towards the top side. Putting that Quinn down, alleviating some of the pressure from the Renekton, definitely helps ease what has been a tough early game.
And if G2 hadn't cleared out all of the vision as they put down this Rift Herald, they could have been flanked, because of course Shigenda still has his teleport. You can see them taking their time, making sure none of those control wards were still up. They clear it all out, they put the Rift Herald down, and there's no possibility of Vitality finding a fight in the mid lane. The turret will still stand, but they got all of the plates they wanted out of it, and you can see even with Vitality getting that kill, G2 have actually extended their gold lead and picked up a dragon in the last couple of minutes.
Certainly have. They have the Rise on the Twisted Fate right now. They know that the bot wave isn't in too much danger. Reckless can actually assist with pushing out this wave, secure the tower.
Yep, it's going to go down, Betty. First time of the game, 12 minutes in. Caps will be given some of the gold. A little bit went to Reckless as well. And now we see Caps working his way up towards the top side. Shigenda has to back away. Jankos is here, already level 9. And this will be another couple of plates going over to Wonder. Looks like he's building towards Kraken Slayer here on the Quinn. Could, of course, be Gale Force as well. Yep. We can tell it's not Immortal Shield, but that's the one thing we know. There's no Vamp Scepter there. So it's going to either be the Kraken Slayer or the Gale Force for that Quinn.
But it looked in that situation like Vitality actually ended up losing a lot more than they gained, and the reality is they did. There was a good use of the Rift Herald from G2 in the mid lane, but the way in which they then translated their lead after that was they rotated up towards the top side. Vitality had 3 members bot. Skeens was there, Lebrov was there, and Comp was there as well. So because that was their strong side, G2 just said, okay, screw it. Just abandon that lane for now. We'll just invest in the top lane, and while, yes, Reckless lost a bit of gold, lost a bit of experience, the person that gained it was Wonder in the top lane. And it's going to benefit him greatly because there is that Gale Force that he is now fully completed, and he's going to be much stronger in the 1v1. And now G2, they didn't actually lose their tower bot, so they were able to trade plates top side, bot side, and they were able to take down the mid tower. Now they have their eyes set on trying to get a couple more plates in the bot lane, but with Jigenda arriving on time, oh, actually, no, he's going to abandon that because, again, the fact that this mid tower, let's actually bring up the minimap here because this is very cool stuff. So, because this mid tower is gone, right? It's not working. All right. Sorry. Look, thank you, observers. You can see that because this mid tower is gone, the mid wave can be pushed much deeper, which makes it much easier for Caps to roam. And because he's able to roam bots, they can't do much, and they're actually going to look for a fight.
Moon Prison lands onto Melita there, Wonder putting the damage down from the side, Caps opening up as well, and you can see Melita locked in a red card, realizes he has to flash, no stun available. Skeens has a flank position here though, alongside Lebrov. Comp is nowhere near the fight, and so Skeens and Lebrov won't be able to do anything against G2 here. Melita backing away, has the Destiny, but G2 respect it and will retreat down towards the bottom lane.
But notice that Jigenda's losing so much off the back of this, and this guy, it's that give and take that you'll often see from G2.
And G2 aren't really giving anything.
No, but the point is that, remember earlier, Reckless sacrificed so that Wonder could have plates top, and now Wonder is sacrificing pressure top so they can gain pressure bot. And that is ultimately just, it's just clean, easy League of Legends, which is just, you're trading everywhere on the map. The problem is that when you do this against a team like G2, it feels like that they always just get so much more, and it's because of Caps. It's because of what he does in the mid lane. The fact that he's able to, he gets himself a winning matchup like this, right? He's on Rise, you have better push into the Twisted Fate, and the Twisted Fate can't really answer that pressure, okay? At least in the early, well, even in the later game, you can't really match it. So he always gets to roam first. He always, because of his presence, he always generates a numbers advantage. And because of that, G2 always feel like that they are in a much better and more commanding position. They can gain more. Maybe, okay, so you take bot tower, we'll take top tower and your jungle camps. You take bot tower, okay, we'll take top tower and the Rift Herald, right? And it's just how they move on the map, and they always seem to take as much as they possibly can. And they also test you. They'll sit there and say, hey, are you going to actually challenge us for this? Because if you're not, we will take it. Even if it's a little risky, we'll take that gamble. And so far, Vitality haven't. And you can see that this gold lead is now 3.5K. 15 minutes in, it's already suddenly ballooned. And this is probably one of the best games that we've actually seen from G2 so far this split. So coming into week 3, it's kind of what we were talking about as well, where after a loss, more often than not, G2 don't normally come. Yeah, they normally come back swinging, which is why it's often difficult to see those losses as a really big hit to the G2 squad.
I think it was always going to be a bit of a difficult one for Vitality to win here. They have shown some signs of strength. You can see Comp and above been able to survive in the bottom lane, even if they fell behind a little bit early on. But we haven't seen that proactivity. We haven't seen the early game plays we were promised in Pick Ban Vedius, that aggression from Vitality. And you've explained why that happens. G2 have always just been able to push Vitality back that little bit faster.
Honestly, I think the biggest thing was the fact that Lebrov screwed up level 3. Like, that bot lane play, it may seem small in the grand scheme of things, but the moment your support doesn't have flash, the awkward position that it then put Comp in, and the fact that Vitality weren't able to play around that bot, but also that bot gank that G2 made with the roam from Rise down, the moment Melita hit level 6, like on the one hand, Vitality made mistakes, but also G2 were like, no, you're not allowed to play through the bot side of the map. You're not allowed to snowball this Kalista. And as long as Kalista and Jhin are staying even, like, G2 is chilling.
Yeah, 100%. Kalista, not a good scaler at all. Does still have power in the mid game, but as the game develops, other AD carries just tend to be stronger than her. Rift Herald is still available here for Jankos. He's got about half the cooldown left on that. We did see the second dragon of the game taken by G2 as well. And as Wonder works his way down towards a wave in the top lane, you can see the rest of G2 resetting. And we expect to see them back out on the map pretty soon.
It's a bit of a random thing that I'm about to say,
but
bear with me.
To this.
So,
is it anime related?
No, it's game related.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
But I just realized how miserable Kalista is against Rise. Like, Rise actually just ruins your day.
Point and click CC is good against Kalista.
Ooh, ult here coming out from Talia.
It's the farm alarm, Vedius.
Okay. Okay.
This is Jankos' Rek'Sai Talia skin.
The main reason why I wanted to bring that up is because we talk about scaling with Kalista, right? Oh, hang on, Mickey.
Gonna land a hook onto Lebrov. Counter hook available. Mickey flashes it. Curtain call coming out here from Reckless. Leads it off towards the top side of the fight. Can't really find an avenue of approach. And G2 force a Vitality away. The dominance was used there by Shigenda as well. Rift Herald is down here in the middle lane, and that turret is already down to half HP, so this should be taken pretty quickly. Comp is looking for a flank position. Shigenda there as well. Melita uses the stopwatch. In goes Schemes. The Cataclysm coming out. Jankos with the stopwatch of his own. Wonder on his way down from the top lane. Jankos still alive somehow. A sliver of HP. Keeps him just about surviving. Now Wonder's looking for the flank position. Flashed away. Lebrov almost down. Reckless with a final Q gets the kill, and you can see Comp trying to escape. Caught up with the deadly flourish. They're realm warping in. They want the kill. Comp's on the other side of the
wall. Okay, all right. Yeah, G2, they're definitely back in form as they extend their gold lead to 7K, 18.5 minutes into the game. Very clean map movements from them. And again, it was just one of those situations where Vitality, they were trying to cross map. They saw the wave building in top, so they went towards the bot tower. They didn't even secure the bot tower, and that was because of the Rift Herald that was dropped in mid. They were kept in this bot river for so long. Like, this play is very awkward for Vitality, because look at the map state for them right now. Like, where do they go? What do they do? They don't have control of a mid. There's a wave pushing in top, and they could commit to that bot tower, but if they do, they may very well open up their base, so they have to respond to this. And then when they do, they try to force an engage, but Skeen's hard commits in what is effectively a 2 versus 4 here. The follow-up does come from Comp and his ult, but a great stopwatch from Jankos actually just buys enough time to get to safety, and they end up just giving away the Jarvan for nothing. So now with the numbers advantage, G2 then chase Vitality down, get all these kills, and they just tear apart. And at this point, you're like, yeah, okay, they're definitely having fun with it.
I mean, one person could have stayed on this side of the wall.
Yeah.
Like, just saying, it's pretty easy for you to...
Yeah, but then it's not fun if everyone's not fighting for the kills, Medic.
No, but you're going to get the kill. You stop him, because he's going to walk through the gate, so you know you're going to get the kill.
Yeah, but that sounds like the G2 would have thought that through.
Yeah, watching exactly the gameplay, I understand where you're coming from.
I think they're at the point in the game where they're not thinking everything through anymore.
You don't really need to when you have a 6,500 gold lead over your opponents. Baron is up for them if they want it. It's been a pretty strong performance so far from G2. Considering it's only 4-1, usually when they start to get ahead of their opponents, their games are a little bit bloodier. They tend to find picks and find skirmishes that work to their advantages. But here it's been more about how they work the lanes, how they've got those plates that has given them this monumental gold lead.
Yeah, and again, I kind of want to give a lot of credit to how Caps and Jankos have played this game. Like the mid-jungle pressure and how they've influenced, particularly the bot lane, I think has been very good. So huge credit to them. Again, it might not seem apparent in terms of, like, they're not snowballing in terms of, well, they are in terms of farm, if you look at the difference between Jankos and Skeens.
Casual 70 CS lead. Actually, 69, nice.
But it's one of those situations where the pressure that the way in which they use mid prior to play around bot, and how they also funneled resources into top and the Herald mid, like everything about that was just a very clean macro game. And I think that for anyone interested in learning how to move around the map better, this is definitely a great example.
Obviously helps when you have a Weaver's Wall and a Realm Warp to get you into lanes a little bit quicker. This will be the 6th tower of the game for G2. And there's a Dragon up in 40 seconds as well if they want to try and do it a little bit more by the numbers, as that will be 1 away from Soul. Soul Point, as we call it here. It will be an Infernal for them if they want to take that. And of course, like, I do want to preface some of this. This is kind of what we expected from this game. Like, sure. Vitality near the bottom of the table. G2, even though they lost to Schalke last week, are still expected to be the best / one of the best teams in the league. Yep. And so Vitality had some good moments, but
I mean, you just look at the standings. Right now it's tied for last, Vitality versus second place G2, right? And so like the results are kind of as expected, and I think that bloodiness that we were looking for is about to hit the Rift.
Lebrov gets hooked, Deadly Flourish coming out, and already he is dead. Mickey's still alive, Curtain Call coming out, Skeen's trying to jump onto the backline, will get a counter kill, but he pays for it with his life. The rest of Vitality retreating into their own jungle once again. G2 spot out Shigenda, Wonder's looking for a flank position here. Comp and Melita trying to get back towards their base, but you can just go for the Dragon if you want instead. The Deadly Flourish lands once again. Comp getting chased down. The Harrier passive doing absolute work here. Comp knocked back with a seismic shove. shoved straight back to the fountain as Caps will secure the Infernal Dragon for G2.
Definitely a little greedy there from G2. I think they should have gotten control over their bot wave. They should have sent Caps to go and catch that while they then secured the Drake. But instead, they were hungry for more kills. They wanted to pad out those KDAs just a little bit more, and they end up finding even more kills onto Comp. So, yeah, I think not a huge amount to break down here. It's basically just G2 have a lot more gold than their opponents do, and even though they're able to get that kill onto Mickey, there's very little that Vitality can do to follow up on that. And as you rightly said, I think the Vitality, they're kind of struggling with a bit of an identity crisis right now. It's something that we often see from teams at the beginning of the split, where when we think about Vitality last year, often their identity would be closely tied to Cabochard.
Yeah.
You know, put him on a carry, play around him, bot, solid, reliable, kind of rely on them to get through a laning phase, and then hopefully you kind of use Cabochard's leadership as a direction to then kind of work off of, right? But even that wasn't the most successful for them. We saw a couple of promising games, but then with the idea is that by bringing in Jigenda, it was to give them a new look, you know? Give them a different idea of how they can play the game, and so far we haven't really been seeing that. Like, a lot of the games have not gone very cleanly for Vitality outside of that one game they had versus SK. Now we see another fight.
So both going to get fates called in. Caps has to flash across the wall away from the damage, as you can see Jigenda getting taken low once again. He's dead. G2 just ripping through Vitality here. Not really too much the bottom place team can do as Lebrov flashes the wall once again. Jankos flashes forward with the chase and the threaded volley. Well, okay.
Okay, Jankos.
Jankos hit the skills. Jankos, he gets them in the end. Pops the stopwatch.
He's dead though.
Should go down. Gold card comes out. The shutdown goes over to Comp. Wonder.
Uh-oh, have we found another Nidalee? Oh, man.
AP mages with line skill shots. You just can't hit them. Just can't do it. Oh, Comp. Mickey flashes in and the chase is on. Reckless. Gale forces forward. That one felt a little bit personal as Reckless and Mickey managed to get the kill.
Yep, trying to pad those KDAs out. Looking for a deathless game for the mid AD carry duo of G2 once again.
What's Reckless's KDA at now?
It was destroyed after his... he died twice last week.
Yeah, but there's destroyed and then there's you died twice. And
well, he had like a 50 KDA and then it probably went down like an 8 or something. I think he's actually like 5 deaths now. So it's
5 deaths. It was 15.4 before this game started. Larson is at 17.7. So Reckless still second best KDA in the league. It's not 100.
He sucks, is what you're telling me now.
I mean, for a KDA player, you think he'd manage to keep his KDA a little bit safer.
For those that don't know, there's a lot of history behind that. Reckless was branded as a KDA back in the day. Fnatic fans, if you go into any Reddit threads, you know, like they'll still bring it up. You know, it's
It's like the gif of the Fnatic fan.
Yeah.
As well. It's one of those Fnatic things that always gets brought up.
We're just joking for the record. We're not we're not calling Reckless KDA player. We're not doing that, you know.
I mean, I assumed from your uproarious laughter that people would know we were joking.
I know, you gotta say that, you know, because I already know that like it's very he's calling Reckless KDA player. How dare he?
From at not Reckless KDA player. Anyway, back to the game. G2 10,000 gold in the lead. Destiny coming out. Well, Warp immediately gets Wonder and Caps away.
If that gold card had landed onto Caps, that would have interrupted the round warp.
I think it was a red card as well. So if it had been a gold card...
That's what I was saying. If it was a gold card, it would have interrupted the round warp.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the point I was trying to get.
Okay.
So things dire for Vitality.
True.
They are at a 10k gold deficit, and as much as I would like to tell you that there are ways in which they can come back into the game, it very much relies on G2 making huge mistakes, which, as you may have noticed, they're not doing right now.
I mean, this is one of those sucky support moments for Lebrov, because he did nothing wrong there. Like, yeah, there's an argument he should go and ward that bush a little bit quicker, but he's just trying to gain vision. His team is in mid lane. G2 aren't doing the bad.
Always the support sympathizer.
He's got like half an item.
Yeah.
Has he even got a mythic yet? I'm pretty sure. Oh, did he get Locket first?
Yeah, he does have a mythic.
He's got one mythic. Wonder looking to jump across this wall, decides against it as the Baron has been started here by G2, and this should be pretty much all she wrote this Baron into an Infernal Soul if they want it. You've got 2 items complete on Reckless, 2 on Caps, 2 on Wonder, and Vitality are just trying to pick up the dregs of some of these lanes right now.
Yeah, and again, it's one of those games. I was talking about Dracos. There are games throughout the split where you kind of like, because your goal at the end of the day is to like improve as much as possible and get to playoffs, right? I think that even from G2's perspective, like seeding helps. top 4 is ideal, but as long as you're in playoffs, that's kind of the goal, right?
Yeah,
and you want to try
and
you want to get it as good as possible, and you kind of have to be realistic in how you approach that. And when you look at a team like Rogue and G2, it's going to be difficult to get wins against these teams because they clearly seem already like a cut above the rest. Right. But if you can get those wins, great. But the expectation is that it's always going to be difficult to get those. So you want to be trying to make sure that you get those wins against the teams that are directly around you and like competing for those spots. That's why we kind of come in with this expectation that like G2 are clearly heavy favorites in this matchup, and like you can see the gap between the top of the table and the bottom of the table here in Europe, and I think that G2 are just kind of exemplifying that difference.
Yeah, and the thing is, Vitality could have come in and did what Schalke did last week and get a win against G2 and surprise us all, right? It just hasn't happened for them on the day, and that is a shame. Back to support itemization. Look at this. There is a 12,000 gold lead, Elias.
Yeah.
Mickey doesn't have a legendary. Reckless has 2. This is greed from AD. Give me half the CS. Give me half the CS from now on.
No, but that's just relatively speaking. Who would do more damage with 2 legendary items?
Look, everyone complains that supports do too much damage. Give me some items, I'll do even more as the fight begins in the bottom lane. Caps coming in with the round warp. Shigenda trying to get onto the back line. As you can see, the damage has already gone down onto Jankos. He is dead. However, the front line is taken out immediately. G2 with the curtain call will rip through the back of Vitality. It's a double for Wonder, and he's on the chase behind enemy lines. He's looking to catch out Skeens and Lebrov. He will tank up a tower shot. There's Nexus towers there, mate.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they care.
Apparently not. They're just going to chase. He's dead. Look, he gets enough gold. Will he be able to get a legendary item now? This is the question, Lebrov. Do it for supports everywhere. As the Nexus towers fall, and G2, 29 minutes in, will take their 5th win and strike back after losing to Schalke last
too early.
week.
You
Vitality,
know it's G2.
I'm going to keep going. I've got more in the tank, but it's Vitality trying to defend as much as they can here on the fountain. Their base will not be imposed upon until G2 decide that they have had enough. Mickey has to flash away. Good fountain damage there. Fountain's having a field day as G2 eventually claim their 5th win of the LEC season.
Very clean win overall from the side of G2. They dominated pretty much from start to finish. Every time the cross-map play, they always gained a lot more off the back of it. Really good use of the Rift Herald as well. Very little to criticize on the side of G2, and again for Vitality. It was always going to be a difficult matchup for them. They have been struggling so far this season. I do think that we just need to see more from this team. Like, I think that we've been saying for a long time, like, they have promising players. Like, we see a lot of highlight moments from them. Lebrov last year was a player that many people were excited to see. Malitza as well. But unfortunately, so far this year, they've not really been able to demonstrate that. And as the season progresses, things are only going to get harder for them. So hopefully moving into tomorrow, they can turn things around.
And it's definitely the hope for them. But for now, you can vote for your Kia player of the game at LEC on Twitter. Wonder, Jankos, Reckless are your options. Don't give it to Jankos, he missed all of those cues. Come on, Schalke and Rogue are coming off a 2-0 week, both of them are, and we'll see whose win streak continues after the break.
Notice how he didn't even put supports on there? No support. Nope. No.
What beats Rogue is fast pace. They are usually not good when playing from behind. I think Inspired is extremely good.
Jumps in, gets caught up by the Darkened Blade, gets jumped on. Broken Blade!
I think Schalke and Gilius overall, I think they're pretty overrated. I don't think they will manage to pull out the miracle run again.
Oh, he can't do it. Razork, he has a Gorgon girl, he's alive, but no, Larson, he takes it, Kami on the side. And when it matters most, Rogue make the right call.
Sugar and tea and rum. One day when the songing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar.
Schalke, when they push this top or this bottom lane, maybe overreach, and then their comp can.
Oh, that's an overreach.
Broken Blade will get run down here. Jankos jumps in, gets caught up by the Darkened Blade, gets jumped on.
Whoa!
Broken Blade in a 1v2 takes down Jankos. And welcome back to the analyst desk ahead of Schalke taking on Rogue. First, let me apologize for the inability to get to the interview with Law and Caps due to some technical difficulties. I think one of our producers said there were poros in the system messing with things. Unfortunately, we can't make that work. It was just a line that
I can summarize the interview for you. We stomped them, they died, we won the game. I think that's like pretty much like all we could have. Like, what else is he gonna say? Like, yeah, well, maybe on a different day it would have been a different game.
The one thing that we would have been able to hear that Law would absolutely have asked is, what are you looking forward to in your matchup against Fnatic tomorrow?
Oh, that's a good angle.
It's good insight, actually.
I forgot about that.
But
That would have been good.
I mean, it was G2 Draft Kingdom and Lane Kingdom. That's the TLDR, I think.
Draft Kingdom and Lane Kingdom. That's it. Anyways, obviously we had to rush this one. Welcome to the analyst desk. Dracos, thank you for joining me. We're just about ready for Rogue versus Schalke. These are two teams that have seen massive improvements over the course of the last year. Rogue, of course, went to Worlds at the end of last year. They're currently the only team undefeated and in sole possession of first place. Will Schalke be able to take them down? The question we asked last week was, is the Schalke miracle run over? And I think, yes, the miracle run ended. What happens next is what we're trying to figure out now in 2021. And Schalke, they went 2-0. They took down G2, and we've talked a fair amount of it during Ready Check. Dracos, what's your take?
I mean, I was very impressed with the turnaround that we saw from Schalke in week 2, because week 1, Schalke looked like one of the worst teams in the league. They looked super disjointed, they looked super all over the place, and despite being able to find a win, it did not look good to me. Players were not on the same page. Now, so much of that changed in week 2. The 2-0 alone, that scoreline could be deceiving, but the game that we saw versus G2, the individual levels of performance were fantastic from the Schalke lineup.
And I think that's the key point, right? It wasn't G2 running it down, it wasn't Schalke getting lucky, it was just clean, methodical gameplay, good draft, good execution, and they just outperformed G2 around the map. You know, you could argue that G2 went a little bit too aggressive, especially Mickey X on the Leona was going way too deep in that game most of the time. Yeah. But I think that the fact that Schalke was there and ready to punish it is the important factor that you have to take into account.
Yeah, you have to give them credit for that. Now, also, historically speaking, Schalke have struggled when they've come up against Rogue. It's not a matchup that has been in their favor. Rogue have tended to have Schalke's number. Earlier today during Ready Check, we were talking quite extensively around Broken Blade and, you know, stepping into the shoes of Odo. What are we going to anticipate, you know, today, you know, coming up against the man he's replaced, you know?
Yeah, in Schalke's miracle run, Rogue wasn't actually in their way. It wasn't a team that they actually faced in their miracle run. They lost them both times before the miracle run started. So there isn't too much history behind Schalke actually being able to topple Rogue. And now that Rogue looking so strong, and like I said, Broken Blade coming in, Odo Amne's old team, there's a little bit of maybe a rivalry coming in there between Odo Amne and Broken Blade. Odo Amne being this more flexible slot-in player that's doing so well for Rogue, whereas Broken Blade on the carries, it was a bit questionable at first. Some of the carry performances, you know, on the Camille, they got caught out a bit in their win against SK, but the Aatrox performance against G2 was amazing.
I think when you look at it, like, it's been a very impressive turnaround for Broken Blade. You saw in week 1, he didn't really get a lot of attention, and that felt like it went against his style. But here in the 1v1 versus Wonder, you can see why Schalke might not even need to give him attention, as once he gets going, he is unstoppable.
This was ridiculous.
Yeah.
Absolutely ridiculous.
Gore Drinker.
The World Ender and the Gore Drinker. Also remember that Wonder picked the Kled, the last pick, into Broken Blade's Aatrox. It did.
Yeah. And then he got solo kills.
Yes, exactly.
And Kled is supposed to be good into Aatrox because of the healing reduction.
This is the thing. It's like with Gore Drinker in the meta, yeah, like if Blade gets ahead, it's good. But the second you lose the 1v1, the rest of the game is just like you've given Broken Blade the highlight reel. There's nothing to do.
Full HP, man. What is that?
The animations to show you each individual key press really makes me happy. Now, Dracos, you and I are very, very familiar with the next storyline I'm going to bring up. We talked about Broken Blade versus Odo Amne. Now, Odo against his old team. What I really want to know is, what is Gilius saying to Schalke looking Odo in the eyes, right? Because last week in our post-game interviews, Gilius was on fire.
I mean, I don't think Gilius is saying anything of like strategic substance when he's trying to hype the boys up. Not that he won't offer insight when it's like, this is how we want to play the lanes. But when it comes to gassing the boys up, I'm sure Gilius is like, I probably can't actually quote any of what I believe he's saying. There's a lot of expletives, but it's basically along the lines of, we're going to trash these kids. They're nothing. We're awesome. Let's take away their undefeated streak. We're going to destroy them.
Yeah, but if you look at the mic check, even Broken Blade before their game against G2 was the one hyping Schalke up. You know, he was saying we're going to play as a team, methodical, no solo plays. Every play is a 5-man play, which is true, and he's hyping his team up.
That's what Gilius was saying may not be allowed to be aired.
True. I'm just curious what Gilius is writing in the lobbies before the game starts to get into their minds.
It
like,
would be amazing.
Are you guys scared? 5 jungle bans!
Gentlemen, we've had a lot of exposition. Now I want you to give me some predictions. Who do you think will win this game? Both teams undefeated last week. Rogue undefeated this year. Kadril, I'm going to give you the unenviable task of giving me your prediction first.
Well, it would be crazy not to go for Rogue, so I'm going to go for Rogue.
I also have to go for Rogue. I think there's some questions around the bot lane matchup because Trimby is still a pretty young player, but topside Odoamne has been absolutely unstoppable, and Larson is, next to Caps, the best mid laner in the league, and Faker Dage has not come to play yet. So unless Faker Dage shows up, this is a pretty, I think, I'm not going to say, it's actually, yeah, it's a pretty easy win for Rogue.
Ye of little faith, doubting God Gilius himself. Schalke are taking this. They're ending the streak. The teams have clawed their way up towards the top of the LEC, and given their current form, this is set to be one hell of a game. We'll see you after the break.
What would your prediction be?
Gilius is doing it.
Are you predicting Schalke?
Yes!
Okay.
So what keeps me motivated and keeps my drive up is definitely the goal to go to Worlds. and win Worlds eventually. I try to visualize that I already hold the trophy in my hands, and every day I wake up and train as hard as possible to actually lift the trophy in reality.
My motivation is to show that I'm one of the best mid laners in the league, and there are some hurdles in the league. There are some players that have proven they are better than me, like Caps, and I think with the help of my teammates I can show that I'm one of the best in the league this year.
Now welcome back to our match of the day. Schalke 04 taking on Rogue. Both teams had an incredible week 2, and we'll be covering the draft right here with Dracos, Caedrel, and myself. Now looking at the sides, it will be Schalke 04 on the blue side, Rogue sitting on the red side. Caedrel, let me jump to you really quickly. We're still on 11-2. Viego is still disabled. I've not been too surprised by the picks that I've seen thus far. Obviously, the Jarvan support popping off earlier today. But I mean, if you were to look at these two teams, what champions do you think you'll be prioritizing or, banning away?
I mean, if you look at both teams, Rogue can play the split pusher. He's going to play something in the side lane, 100%. We've seen Aatrox, we've seen Camille, we've even seen Jack. So that guy's going to pick a side laner. They're probably going to pick a mage mid. And then to Rogue, that's a team fighting team. You're not going to see Odoamne play hard for split push. You're not going to see Larsen play hard for split push. It's more of a team fighting oriented team, I think. They really like team fights, scaling, early game, globals, these kind of things. They haven't opted into 1-3-1 too much.
But with the importance of jungle for both these teams, I am curious to see if any of the power picks make it through. Gillies obviously playing well on the Udyr, the Pantheon also looking solid in his hands, whereas Inspired has pretty much played everything, so that's where I have my eyes.
Now we're into draft for Schalke versus Rogue. My timing's off when I'm sitting in this chair. Definitely ruined the setup for that one. But I did want to pick up, Dracos, you were talking about the Pantheon. Last week, Gilius playing the Pantheon into Tinx's Mundo. After Mundo got a quadra kill, I honestly doubted the ability to bring it back, and Gilius and Schalke did. It was a large part of why Schalke were able to go 2-0 last week. And straight out the gates, Gilius will be denied the Olaf and Rogue found that away. Kalista and Renekton follow suit as well.
TF is the other big question here, because Rogue are in a unique position where they're one of the few teams that have been comfortable letting it through and counterpicking with the Rise. G2 now the other team to do that, so I am curious to see if they're going to ban that and take that off the table, where in this case, I think the Taliyah is probably the better priority ban. That said, Gilius Taliyah, maybe not the strongest in the league, but I think a big risk to leave up any of the big 3 junglers, Olaf, Pantheon, or Taliyah.
100%. I think we're going to see 3 jungle bans here against God Gilius himself. Always drawing jungle bans, like I saw him in the mic check as well. It is going to be a thresh ban though, so Taliyah is going to be open. We're looking at things like Taliyah here, Kai'Sa. They're the main ones that I'm looking at here, but you're right. Udyr as well. I think there's lots of jungle trade-offs here, so it's not too much about the jungle. It's more about the solo lane / AD carry role.
The thing I love about the slow lock-ins and the slow picks is also just trying to evaluate with so many picks available. You're also allowing your opponents to potentially grab one of them. Neon will get his hands on the Kai'Sa as the first pick, so that Udyr is still up and possibly available. Where do Rogue prioritize their next pick?
Well, the question is, are they going to match AD? I think it's always good to match AD because blind pick, when they pick their AD counter pick doesn't matter too much, but keeping your counter picks for later on the red side draft is the best thing to do. So picking up your AD carry in your jungle, or a Lucian, which is probably a solo lane flex. I'm guessing that's more towards mid. I don't think it's that good towards top or AD carry, so I'm guessing that's just a Lucian mid blind.
It has to be. Larsen's played that game once. He went 100% unkilled, correction. 100% win rate, obviously, on that champion. And found himself banned twice during the course of last weekend. The Taliyah was locked in. This will actually only be the second time Inspired has played Taliyah.
And in general, I just have absolute faith in Inspired to be able to play any of the meta champions, even if we haven't seen them yet. And I like that they already have split damage profiles and that they've set themselves up to take an AD top laner. Would love to see something with a little bit more setup on the top side, though. The Lucian-Taliyah duo is going to have a hard time locking targets down. It's not going to be the same instant one-shot kill lane synergy that we do really like to see.
Okay, so there's something I want to highlight in draft here. They've banned away, Schalke banned away Kalista Renekton. And they've picked up Kai'Sa Camille. Now, Renekton counters Camille and Kalista is good into Kai'Sa. It's the only real answer, I think, if you want to start winning the lane. So, although Rogue have gone for the Lucian Taliyah, which is a really strong mid-jungle, they've actually lost out on the top AD role, which I think that Schalke has drafted really well around, especially now that they've got a Rel. So, I think Rogue have to kind of go deep in their champion pools here to pull out an AD carry. like the Xayah, which is something that scales pretty well, which covers the Lucian as late game insurance, and actually works into things like the Camille, Rel, Kai'Sa, which is super hard engage.
And in general, I think we should get used to seeing the Xayah Kai'Sa matchup. I think it'll just continue to be the 1-2 trade, and else people are willing to throw more bans in the AD carry position. But that said, Camille has been banned in so many games for good reason. She's such a solid blind pick. I love that they have the Rel set up now. And my big question is, are Schalke going to focus their bans at maybe limiting what Odoamne can actually play into this matchup? Or instead, will they shift their focus to support bans where they really can punish the late pick of support from the side of Rogue?
Yeah, and of course, we've seen that Rakan ban in Phase 2 when Xayah has been locked in multiple times over the last 3 weeks. I mean, Hans Sommer's second most played competitive champion ever is Xayah. He's got 30 professional games on that particular pick, and you can see the jungle pool already starting to be pinched here. The Udyr is once again removed, so Gilius, then you start looking at what he wants to play. As you can see the Olaf as well as Pantheon inside that ban pool, and Gragas the first Phase 2 ban from Schalke.
Yeah, I don't know if Schalke has to take away Rakan. The first reason is because Aftershock supports are normally good into Rakan, and they're playing Kai'Sa Rel, which is super strong laning phase. I don't think the Rakan ban is too necessary, although Xayah Rakan together is super strong. Rakan doesn't really fit in the meta right now, just because it does have good engage. Yes, it works well with Xayah, but in lane phase it's quite weak, and I think that Xayah Rakan normally fall behind in lane until 6, unless they can get like a nice little cheese off level 1. So Rogue's comp here, they have like a Lucian Talia, which is really strong. They need more CC in their team comp, and I think if you're drafting Lucian Talia, you're definitely playing a 1-4 here. So I think that Rogue is playing over side lanes 100%, and Schalke with that Jax ban is just making sure that the Camille is as safe as possible. Don't invest support bans, just make sure this Camille has the best matchup possible.
And for Odoamne, it really hasn't been the story of, he's played weak side, but he hasn't necessarily played weak side champions. He's just played very well on his own. So it's time to see, I guess, if he's going to pick up a tank here. Not something that I love to see. I much prefer, honestly, carry Odoamne overall with the stats that he's been putting out this season. But in the context of the team, in the context of a 1-4, a tank is a very good option. And now we do see the Rakan, which in theory can be very powerful, but as Kadril mentioned, into those Aftershock supports, if Trimby oversteps, he will die very quickly.
Yeah, I think Schalke knew that Rogue would pick up the Rakan. They left it open on purpose, and I just think that you can see Schalke's comp has really good engage now. We've seen things like the Galio for super good follow-up, but they need some more teamfight-esque abilities, because although Camille is a really good split pusher, and you're seeing 2 comps here, which are like a 1-4, more teamfight's always good. So locking in the Jarvan is super good. I want to see more teamfight. I want to see so much like zone control in the fights that you can basically take over Drakes, and things with Lucian, Xayah, Talia, you don't really have much face check or much frontline to actually contest.
Kadril, I think you're getting excited about this draft here from Schalke 04.
It's so good.
Pieces are coming together.
Just need a control mage.
On the predictions, which we'll get to in a moment or two. The Jarvan lock-in here for Gilius. It will be his 10th time playing.
It's actually
4 wins, 5 losses. What do you make of the Orianna?
It's such a good draft. Like, this draft is so good. Although their jungle matchup's losing and they're going to get counter-picked top and they might have a losing mid, you know, on paper their lane phases in the early stages are not that good. The jungle's going to get out-farmed, but the dragon fights are going to be so Schalke favored. I think that if Trimby can get a good flank, I think that Rogue can win, but Rogue are showing us a comp that needs to play over side lanes. Both teams are playing a 1-4, but I think Schalke's team fight is just so much better. So I'm curious to see Shen is the lock-in for Rogue. I
like this. It gives an avenue for Rogue to play the game, because honestly right now Rogue's composition up until that Shen pick was a glass cannon, and ease of execution was absolutely 100% in the favor of Schalke 04. Now the Jarvan I am worried about. We saw what happened last game when Schemes got put far behind. He stayed behind for the entire game, down more CS than I thought possible in a jungle matchup.
Now I got one last number to throw at you. Odoamne Shen, 24 wins, 9 losses here in the LEC. Is it enough to overcome the death ball, the team fight that Schalke put forward?
Well, Rogue's win conditions are quite simple. They've got double global and Illusion, which is going to play over side lane, and they've got the Rakan for team fight. So they can team fight a little bit here, but they're here to dominate the lane phase because they've counter-picked almost every role and blind-picked one of the strongest mids. Whereas Schalke, on the other hand, also have a split push comp. If the Camille's ahead, it beats the Lucian. If the Lucian's ahead, it beats the Camille. So both teams are running 1-4, but Schalke has a really good team fight. So if Schalke gets 20 minutes and the game's even, Rogue's going to struggle.
Schalke get to 20 minutes and the game is even. Rogue will struggle. Thank you so much, Kadril and Dracos. It's time for Schalke 04 to take on Rogue.
Packers D.
And on to Summoners if we go once again. Schalke here. Oh, I'm Medic. I'm joined by Ender. Should probably start with that.
The voices come out of nowhere. We're onto the rift.
I'm going to be honest. I think people understand how the voices work by now.
Microphones, actually, is the trick.
for 80 years or something. Probably longer than that.
Yeah, probably longer than that. I mean, before that, we had like megaphones and what were those big...
Loud people.
You had like a vinyl plate and then you would...
A record player?
Yeah, but like before that.
Oh,
there was a specific name for them.
Yeah.
You know what we should talk about?
We should ask Trevor. He would know the answer.
He was there when they were invented. League of Legends. Gideus pathing down towards the bottom side here. Neon just giving him a little bit of protection. It looks like Inspired is actually starting at his Razor Beaks query as he steps into the jungle.
Yeah, I mean, looking at it from level 1, right, Talia with her Q compared just directly in the jungle matchup to a Jarvan is definitely going to be favored. So walking in, trying to split the map early on, has a ward to see if there's anyone moving up to the side. So I really like this play from Inspired, and I think that depending on how this Jarvan does path, you know, a lot of times we maybe just see Jarvan go into his Krug camp. Inspired could take quite a bit away from here. Just depends how long he wants to commit, and because of that ward that he placed, I do think he's going to stick around and try to get 2 or 3 camps.
Yeah, takes away the blue, is going to get the Grump as well. You can see how many wards there are actually for Rogue. There's one by the red pit of the Schalke side. There's also one by their own blue pit.
Yeah.
And there's one over here by the Schalke blue pit. So they just have everywhere covered for if Gideus decided to go for an invade of his own.
Exactly.
Know.
Because I think the ward on their own blue buff shows if it's going to be an EQ over the Dragon Pit, buff to buff, of course. And then the ward on the ramp, I think is less about the invade and more about a level 2 gank onto a Lucian. Because, of course, Larson going to be pushing up very early on. Now they're going to see Gideus too, so this, of course, means Inspired can take that entire top half of the jungle. And that's going to be pretty problematic here for Gideus inside of this early game, especially if he paths towards topside. That's a lot of time spent over around there.
That's a lot of damage down to Hunt Summer as well. Neon looking for the final order attacks, can't quite get them. Talked earlier about the power of Rel, if you can get enemies in those sort of choke points. We saw it exactly there.
Yeah, I mean, the 2v2 goes great, and now it's not quite so bad. Gideus is going to walk into the jungle, and because of that trade in the bot lane, he's going to have support of Neon and Limit too. He knows that Inspired took his top camps as well, because Broken Blade walked down and checked that out here. So Larson already moving over to try and punish.
Limit doesn't have Ignite in this trade. Larson is going to try and push forward. Trimby coming in from the side as well. Inspired has given up the Ghost on this blue, and it is just going to be secured by Gideus. So in the end, Inspired does come out on top in this trade because he was able to get so many camps in the Schalke blue side, but Gideus is still pushing
He has smite
here.
advantage, so Inspired's going to be able to pick this one up, take some damage on the way out here, but now map should likely be split, but yeah, Larson on the way.
Yeah, where's Gideus going to go here? Like, he has to flash away. Larson's still chasing. Limit's working his way up from the bottom lane as well. Gideus going to EQ across the wall. Larson dashing forward as well. Limit is here for a little bit of protection. Trimby isn't going to go in. Limit looking for the damage onto Trimby. Flash, attract, repel, and Trimby goes down. First blood to Limit. Hunt Summer chased away as well. As you can see, Gideus going in. Hunt Summer has to flash, and Ender is the perfect time to ask, are Schalke the best team in the LEC? Yes or no? Tell us. They beat G2 last week. They're beating Rogue now. Answer yes or no.
No, actually, Medic, so I changed things up a little bit. I wanted to experiment with this to increase interaction. So we're actually going to type yep or no space mech. And then flashes over the wall, and Hansama will have to jump away as well as soon as Gideus flies on over here. So it started off a good play from Rogue, even though they lost the blue buff. Inspired traded up in camps, but then the bot lane tries to move over, and it all goes horribly, horribly awry for Rogue.
Limit with that first skill has gone back and got himself a Ruby Crystal and a pair of boots.
Just one.
They're called boots of... I guess they could just be one boot.
Yeah.
That would
We'll have
explain
to ask
why Rel walks like that as well.
Yeah.
If she's a bit lopsided because she's only got one boot on.
Yeah, well, I was also going to wonder, like, is there a horseshoe option?
To make you, it's like you need the rotors if you're playing Corki as well. It's quicker. To bring us back into the game, though, I have been informed that we have some votes available for us.
I have a feeling
Can I
which side's gonna win.
can I ask our stats team just to bring those up for us, because I'm unable to bring up the graphic myself. We'll have a look to see if yep or no Megalol is winning. Oh, it's pretty close, but at the moment, Twitch chat saying, yep, Schalke are the best team in the LEC. Now, of course, this is a bit of a lark. This is a bit of fun ender. But I will say Schalke looked very good in their win versus G2 last week. And they have started off well here against Rogue.
Yeah, well, we'll see what they can do to sort of continue this going forward, because if you listened, obviously, Cajal and Dracos broke down the draft very well. Talked a lot about the team fighting power of Schalke here, specifically around the river, and I think already with the early game going nicely for them, that sets them up quite well. The difference is, in the solo lane, Shen going to have a CS advantage with the wave pushing towards his side as well. He also hit level 6, so that relieves a lot of the pressure around bot lane, even with the flashes not quite being available for Hans or for Trimby. And also Larssen, as you expect, keeps pressuring through mid. And one of the big turning points in the game is going to be that question, Broken Blade versus Larssen in a side lane, who has the advantage? And right now, Larssen's doing a great job of farming himself up.
We are only 6.5 minutes in. Of course, Inspired has worked his way down towards the bottom lane here. And we, as you say, you can kind of see those CS discrepancies going the way we'd expect them. Larssen is ahead in the mid lane. Neon, because of that early kill, because of the early pressure, is now ahead in the bottom lane. And Inspired is trying to come and join his bottom lane just to try and give him a little bit more pressure. Neon with the stun, still taken out underneath the turret, and Limit will just walk his way back underneath the tower. But this is a couple of plates and a big wave down for Schalke.
Yeah, they're actually going to peel off of the turret and just go immediately for the river, go for the Drake themselves. And that was just 2v2, right? Inspired was there, but he was just cheering on Hans and Trimby. No flash on Neon meant that the chain CC of the Zyra and Rakan, that combination worked so well together to lock Neon up and get them the kill. And you'll notice Inspired didn't even commit towards the Drake, and I personally prefer this. Usually we see a lot of junglers go for the early dragons, but I think with Camps up on his top side, he just wants to make sure he has a big lead in the CS department up against Gilius. We saw this in the last game too, with the matchup of Talia versus Jarvan, and Talia can bust through her jungle, right? She went for the Sork shoes as well, so she is speeding around the map, and I think trying to maintain a level advantage is just going to pay off very well for you later in the game.
And it's evened out that gold as well. Rogue were about 500 gold behind before that fight happened in the bottom lane. You can see now just eking out a tiny gold lead. And we'll say, I really like this Rakan pick from Rogue. I think the Shen last really rounds out their composition, because Rakan Xayah, if they'd just been that as the shockwave goes down here in the middle lane, you can see Limit still on the chase. Stand United coming out onto Larssen. One more auto attack would be enough. Odoamne's teleport is stopped, and Abadage flashes in for the kill. Here's the Weaver's wall in the top lane as Broken Blade tries to flash away. Diving back in, uses the wall, dives onto Odoamne, but is knocked back from the final auto. And Broken Blade with no mana and no hope of getting away.
No mana on Inspired either.
Chasing him down. You say that, Ender. Gilius is on his way. Broken Blade, one auto, it's dead! Gilius slams down with the power of the sun, of the earth, in fact, as he takes the kill. Power of Toph. That was the word I was going for.
That's the one? I don't even know what
Avatar.
that means.
She's the earthbender from Avatar.
Well, they're standing on a ward here, so if Neon dies, I'm embarrassed for him. He's just gonna walk it off as Limit arrives down on the bot side. But that top play, a little bit crazy. The no mana on Inspired, of course, meant that he had to stick around a little bit longer than he would have liked to. Gilius flies in for the assist there. Things remain just about even. Broken Blade, of course, was able to finish off, or help finish off Odoamne. He has the assist to the name.
Gilius will be able to get this Rift out as well. 9 minutes in means we have plenty of time to put that down and get some plates. Wonder where they're going to funnel it. Of course, the obvious option is, you know, get Broken Blade ahead, get him into a position where he can side lane well into Larssen Odoamne, where he can really threaten Odoamne. But there are some other options. You know, you could try and put it into Neon and get him towards his first completed item. You can see him going for the Serrated Dirk. Do expect him still to buy a traditional mythic item. That Serrated Dirk just gives you the extra AD you need for your Q evolution.
Yeah, and if we look at where Gilius wants to be going on the next map, that might help inform us where the Herald's going to be going down. And ultimately, bot lane, I think, is going to be pretty challenging. Obviously, you have Limit recalling the same time Gilius is around here, so no gank going to be coming around for the near future. But also, the flashes have returned for Hans and Trimby. The ultimate now for Hans Sama is going to be there, and Inspired, just a good timer here on the Mountain Drake. At the same time, Rel is going to be recalling. This will not be contested.
Yeah, in the end, it's a Dragon for Herald/pressure trade that we've seen so many times throughout the LEC. Usually Rogue are actually on the other side of it. Rogue very much more Herald focused than Dragon focused in the early game. We've seen multiple games they'll give up the first 2 or 3 dragons and then start fighting from an advantageous goal position, but still here, the goal pretty even as Limit comes towards the mid lane. Larssen, no flash.
Yeah, that's the big thing. That's where I was going to look for the Herald play. I thought there was going to be a gank to come around as well, but instead just going to drop it in here, help Abadage pick up a couple of turret plates. Odoamne had moved around as well as Trimby, but again, that Herald is just going to charge forward. Schalke aren't going to stick around too much further up in lane, and Abadage is going to be okay for now.
Rogue continue to just keep that goal close, even though Schalke are eking out a few advantages. And I want to come back to something that was said in Pick and Ban, I believe, by Kadro. He said, if we get to 20 minutes and the game is pretty much even, it's going to be very difficult for Rogue to fight into Schalke. And I want to know, Ender, what your thoughts are on that sort of idea, because obviously, usually we talk about it in Pick and Ban ourselves, and you'd have the opportunity to say it, and then I could say, Ender, you said this, and you sounded really smart, but this time Kadro was the one sounding smart, and I'm giving you an opportunity now to sound even smarter.
What, you want me to sound smart next to Kadro, man? Is that even possible? Man's a living genius, the next Einstein of League of Legends, I think they've called him. I don't know who's called him that, but surely someone. No, I do think Schalke's team composition is obviously going to be very strong in the team fight. You have a lot of combinations that work very nicely with one another. The Jarvan plus the Orianna, you have a solid front line, a lot of these dive tools as well. And my personal favorite combination, which is that Kai'Sa Rell, for that instant CC, you just dash on behind him. And of course, looking at some sort of option around this middle lane for the time being. Larsen's still without a flash, but I think he's been playing very cautiously in the lane to avoid that.
I'm trying to think of a good name for that Kai'Sa Rell combination. I'm thinking Killer Magnetism.
Why not just Killer Magnets?
Killer Magnets is cool as well, but it's like, because she's not a magnet, right? It's Attract Repel, which is magnetic polarities, and then it's Killer Instinct.
Also your dating life?
You can take away the first word and just have the second word. That's my dating life, let's be honest here, Ender.
Oh, man. All right, well...
29-year-old that talks about video games. Right?
Dude, that's hot. I don't know what you're talking about. Rogue, get the vision inside the jungle. Back away, just setting up for the Scuttlecraft to go ahead and spawn on up here. And I think the Rogue are actually going to be very happy to get the first Drake of the game. You know, this happened a couple minutes ago. But when, you know, we talk about the two team comps and the options in terms of team fighting, we do definitely favor the side of Schalke. So if Rogue do want to play that side lane game, like we've mentioned a couple times, having the early Drake delaying that soul, delaying those pivotal fights, and giving yourself the option to say, hey, no, we actually don't want to play around with that. Let's take the top turret. Let's take the gold off the map instead. It's going to be great for them.
Definitely agree with that. Schalke have such a good press R composition, such a good team fight composition that if you can split them up a little bit, it can help. Of course, I love the Camille as a pick for Schalke just to round out with a bit of split pressure. With someone that can, yes, fight it well in a team fight, but also be able to put pressure on Larsen or on Odoamne in a side lane if Rogue are able to keep the fights from really spawning. Obviously, later on today, we have the Astralis Fnatic match. We saw already G2 have an incredible performance in our last game as they warmed up for their match against Fnatic tomorrow. Fnatic will be looking for a win against Astralis as well, just that little bit of, you know, extra winning impetus going into day 2.
We'll see what happens. That trade, pretty rough there for Odoamne. Of course, he missed his E, but then also wasn't able to get the Spirit's Refuge, I believe it's called, off before the true damage come in from Broken Blade. So a nice little trade by Broken Blade, but the bigger wave will mean he's pushing in regardless. Once again, Inspired sneaking in to this bottom lane. This is actually something he loved to do. I remember back just last year, going to the side lane, these lane ganks. Here we go.
Quickness coming out from Trimby, and the knockback, the seismic shove. Limit will be able just to flash behind Neon. Was a flash burnt there, nothing burnt on the side of Rogue.
And that's so much lost there. Both flashes on the two bot laners. And again, there's still a Shenel ready to go. So Gilius can't even realistically threaten a gank here. He's just going to try and push them off the tower, make sure the plate doesn't go down. Of course, we're just 4 seconds away, so the final plate will not be claimed. But again, more time of Gilius's will be spent down bot side. And you see that CS lead up to 30 CS between the two junglers. Inspired just pieced out and kept farming away because, again, he knows he has a global himself. He knows he has a Shen to make sure there's no instant kill onto a Xayah or Khan in the bot side. So as you can see, getting out to a good early lead.
Inspired will be spotted on this ward. Important to note, of course, we're playing on 11.2, so Goredrinker is yet to be nerfed. Still a very powerful item on this patch. Hasn't been reduced as much as it is on a live patch. Larsen here sitting at the top of the EXP charts alongside Abadage and Broken Blade up there as well. Unsurprisingly, it's the supports at the bottom, and you cry for them.
Dude, you gotta get over it. You gotta get over it. Here, Trimby's making a play.
He is as Gilius jumps in. The quickness coming out. Trimby trying to get away, but there's the Cataclysm. Gilius has to flash away, and Hunsummer puts the feathers in the back. The Shockwave finds 2, though, as Hunsummer uses the Featherstorm to try and get away. It's a 5v4 brawl now in the bottom lane. As you can see, Neon, unable to get anywhere near this fight, was farming underneath the tower. Rogue forced away.
Yeah, Schalke were really hoping to get an advantageous fight there, set themselves up for the Drake. Instead, losing their jungler, they have the inside track on mid lane, so that will be the mid turret. And a lot of deep vision here, which may be able to catch Larsen in rotation. He's not going to expect this at all, and Broken Blade does a lot of damage with the Triforce already finished.
Hextech has the Hextech automation as well. Broken Blade looking for it. Larsen takes the safest route he can, hugging that wall. Neon looking for the steal here, isn't going to be able to get anything across the wall. And you can see Rogue actually They were forced away, and then they just walked back into the river. Larssen walked back into the mid lane. Schalke now diving in, but Rogue have had enough time to reset. Inspire's coming in with Weaver's Wall. There's the seismic shove, and Broken Blade, even with the Hexagon Ultimatum, has to flash away. Odoamne now dived on by Gilius, who's low as well, takes 2 tower shots, uses the Gore Drinker, but a shot to the back from Larssen will take his life. Ooh. And Ender, I think we are starting to see a few cracks in the armor of Schalke.
That's just such bad news for Gilius. Of course, he was the one that died in that Bot River fight, immediately gets back on the map and dies again trying to save Broken Blade, who jumped up there in the mid lane. And ends up losing more off that. Luckily, his topside camps aren't going to be taken away. But again, this is what I talked about from minute 1. Taliyah is just going to blitz through her jungle, continue to scale on up here. It's now a 3-level advantage. Forget the CS. The CS is big, but the 3-level difference already at 16 minutes, that is ridiculous.
It really is. It's a huge gold lead as well. 50 CS advantage. Inspired is miles ahead. 1,500 gold between the two teams. But Rogue have started to take this game by the scruff of the neck. And we talked about earlier, it was Rogue taking Dragons to stop Schalke from getting to Soul Point. Well, we're only 8 minutes away from Rogue having a Soul. It's only a Cloud, obviously, but very beneficial for something like a Rakan.
Even just the CDR there, getting a Shen ult and the likes down. But yeah, I mean, Rogue in a really nice position for the time being. Again, even down in gold, you can't underestimate a lot of the tools at Schalke's disposal within a fight. But when you consider Hans Sama has the Gale Force already, that's just permanent priority. And I think mid lane and bot lane have been going so well for Rogue for a long time. Odo's just been chilling topside, letting Broken Blade push into him, and he's completely happy to do that. But even this Herald take is, of course, going to be a cross-map trade because that bot lane tower is going to go down, so that will just result in a net neutral at the end of the day. But is it even? Because with all this bot side vision in the jungle for Rogue, they may be able to steal away the Raptor camp.
The whole Raptor
Dude,
camp.
Raptors are sick.
A whole Raptor.
Jungle camps are broken, dude.
You built up into it. It's like they may be able to steal away.
Well, it looks like there's going to be a fight in the mid lane for a second. But ultimately,
they get a drumstick and 2 wings out of that.
Dude, chickens?
I mean, I would kill for KFC right now. I'll be honest, but
I mean, I'm the only one in your proximity. I hope you don't.
I meant on the Rift. Okay.
Oh, right, yeah, in a video game.
Exactly. As Rogue now gain control of the bottom side as well. They are just pushing up here as much as they can. It looks like Trimby is starting it back, so Hans Sama will join him. That empowered recall that you get as one of the lovers duo. Rift Herald coming down in the top lane. Broken Blade takes a bit of a bad trade as Gideus is trying to push in.
The party bus is on the way, though, for Rogue. Larssen already on rotation. Inspired does have the Weaver's Wall to get in here. Tower's going down low, but I think they're looking for a fight. Good taunt.
They definitely are. Weaver's Wall coming out. Broken Blade trying to escape. Rift Herald taken, and although Rogue were looking for a fight, they really cared more about pushing Schalke away from taking the tower.
Yeah, they really sucker punched those minions. Gilius Broken Blade thinking about jumping on Larssen, but they're going to back away. And even Hans Sama and Trimby, they realized they weren't going to be able to show up for the fight soon enough in the top side, so they rotate back towards mid lane to clear away that wave. And as Broken Blade gets lower, I mean, he's not even going to be able to farm. Taliyah is really effective in these turret pressure situations with her W. Can just instantly knock you back if you time that right with a minion here. So again, it will be a turret trade once more. And if we actually look back to it, the Rift Herald that was taken by Gilius was supposed to net a turret in exchange for that bot lane one, but it didn't. It just got a lot of damage, so weren't even able to fire back. A little bit of gold in their pockets. Of course, post-turret plates falling. This turret's not worth a whole lot, but every little bit counts here for Schalke as they try to get closer and closer to Rogue.
Just being able to get towards those first items. Look at Neon. Like, he's sitting on a Noon Quiver and Hearts. He's now completed his Kraken Slayer. He's about 1,000 gold behind Slayer. Hans Sama right now, who's got a Caulfields and a Sheen building up. Looks like it's going to be Essence Reaver second on the Xayah. In the mid lane, Larssen went Essence Reaver first on the Lucian, is now getting up towards his Mythic. So when we see the next fight, which is probably going to be in about 50 seconds or so over this Cloud Drake, we have pretty powerful AD carries on the side of Rogue. The question is, can Schalke find those picks, find those catches, or even find those all-in engages that they're looking for?
Well, we'll see, because Summoner spell tracking tells us there's no flash on Larssen, which means he's going to be the target for Schalke. He's the easiest guy to go ahead and jump on if you are Gilius or Broken Blade. Also, no flash for the time being on Odoamne, which does reduce a little bit of his effectiveness and that effective range of threat he can produce there with his taunt, of course. Neon was able to get Prio in top lane. No one cares about top lane. No one's going up there for the time being, because in 15 seconds, this Cloud Drake is going to spawn. And even Larssen, he's basing, so he can finish off a Kraken Slayer, and then he's going to TP back.
TP's into the mid lane. Rogue lose control of the river for the moment. Odoamne is working his way up. Schalke going to try and clear out this wave and push Rogue back towards their tower. Top lane tower is going to fall to the minions. Red turret goes down. As another tower goes in favor of Schalke. 2,000 gold between the two teams. Odoamne has control of the bottom side of this, and Schalke are the ones being forced back. In this sort of situation, this sort of choke is so difficult against the Talio and against the Rakan, because you just get locked down.
Yeah, and you're going to have to track Broken Blade's flank in this one. I think Odo's doing a great job of trying to push him away, but he might be caught himself. Neon goes in.
Inspire's going to get dived on. Neon dives all the way onto the back line as the Cataclysm comes out, the quickness, and you can see Trimby trying to dive onto the back line as the Shockwave hits two. Odoamne's low as well. Broken Blade still alive. Limit going down, ticking away. Neon going down as well. Hansama with the Feather Storm trying to do what he can. Abadage still alive on the back line as the Attract Repel has been procced onto him. Summer flushes in. Broken Blade immediately dives onto him, and that was too greedy. That was too deep. Hans Summer as Rogue try and clear up the dragon at the end of the fight.
Hans Summer jumped in way too soon because Odo had actually based. He wanted to TP back into the minion wave and bot lane and get that flank off. And if he had time to do that, it would have been absolutely nuts. It's still the Drake at the end of the day for Rogue, as somehow they are just blitzing down these objectives time and time again there. And that fight was just sort of all over the place because it looked like Schalke had a really good pick, but Odoamne, even in the front line, he was like, I'm going to stand united with my jungler, keep Inspired alive, and Gilly is super underleveled, very squishy at this point with just the Gore Drinker finish off. He got absolutely annihilated.
It's the fact that Gilius keeps dying first, right? Because Schalke had a numbers advantage at the end of that fight, but because Gilius was dead, Rogue are like, well, we can just do the dragon. We've got the smite. We'll have another look at this play.
And to be fair, like, it is the nature of the champion that he wants to be flying in there, and I think he just didn't necessarily respect the fact of the Stand United to come through. Because look, Inspired, he looks like he's one-shot territory, but in the middle of 4 people, Odo pops the Stand United, and that's crazy. But then from this point, team fighting is really awkward. Hansama zoned away on the side, has to worry about Broken Blade, pops his ultimate very early to get out of dodge, and if you look at the minimap, you'll notice Odo is channeling that reset. So he wanted to get back in here, but then Hansama tries to make the hero play, doesn't anticipate the heal. That really catches him off guard, and then you can see the CC from Arel. You flash into Arel, she's going to make sure you never walk again.
That was a bit dark.
Yeah, that was kind of twisted.
You can see the damage coming out there from Hansama.
Okay, that's not fair. Jarvan ulted a shielded target. He did do damage, I promise. It just doesn't count.
Sorry, does it say it on there?
I mean,
it says 0.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he didn't do any health
We know what Twitch chat
points.
is writing. We know what Twitch chat is writing right now.
Keck W.
Keck W, lowest number.
Poor guy. He just can't catch a break, man.
Gilius, god of Java.
Whoa.
Dive into the backline. Cataclysm coming out. Remember, Hansama doesn't have a flash as Neon gets the kill on Trimby, and Hansama is the target. Hextech Ultimatum will help them get the kills. Inspires down. It's a double for Neon. Add 1 extra to the list as he takes 3, and now Schalke, they pulled the trigger. They're looking for the Baron.
The most important thing, Gilius survived. They've got a smite. They're ready to go, and I think Larson just tries to use the culling there to chunk out some players, and Schalke, they're going to slow things down, decide not to go onto the Baron.
They got 2 TPs.
Or they're going to TP back. No, you're absolutely right, man. A good catch on that one. And are there TPs to respond? No, Inspired in 20 seconds has a Weaver's Wall, but that is not going to be soon enough.
Odo, what can you do in this situation? If you can get a good taunt off, Larson can open up with the big guns with the light slinger. Odo trying to step into the pit, but Rogue have given it up. Baron to Schalke, and with it, a 1,500 gold lead 23 minutes into this game.
Just a great decision there from Schalke, knowing their engage tools are so powerful, and like we were expecting from Rogue, trying to split up, play those side lanes. Schalke, even after losing consecutive fights in a row, not being able to find these objectives, they realized, hey, Shen Lucian, they're nowhere to be found, so let's go flying in from the side. Gilius finds this amazing ultimate, catching out both Inspired and Hansama. Coincidentally, they both lost Flash in the previous fight, and that's something we're going to have to continue to track. The flashes on these squishier members, on these carries from Rogue, after a big fight like that, they are vulnerable for the next 5 minutes, and that's where Rogue have to play with absolute precision, or you're going to see that happen once again.
Out for the next 5 minutes, and we have 2 minutes on the Dragon. Like, will Hansama's flash be up? I'm not sure. It's about a quarter of its cooldown left. Larson does have his. And of course, Rogue, well, I mean, Rogue can give up this Dragon if they want. Yeah. Like, it's not the end of the world for them not to get a Cloud Soul, but if they can try and fight around it, as Trimby and Hansama are in a good position here. Broken Blade does have the Hextech Ultimatum. Trimby.
Wait, but there's a whole lot of Schalke players ready to move on down here too. Are Rogue going to be able to get out of this?
Gilius goes the long way around. Here's the Weaver's Wall to try and keep them at bay, and Rogue will be able to retreat, mostly because of that Weaver's Wall being used. Let's look at where this 1-4 is enacted by Schalke. You can see it's Camille in the bottom lane. Broken Blade is the one to be doing the pushing down there as the rest of Schalke move up towards the mid lane. They've got a tier 2 here for themselves. Hex Flash coming out from Limit, looking for Larson, but Inspired will spot them out, and this should just be a bit of chunk on the tower as Broken Blade continues in the bottom lane.
Yeah, for Schalke, this Baron is all about taking, these turrets when they can and not dying in a side lane. Broken Blade is able to slip on out to safety, but also taking all these jungle camps from Inspired, right? Inspired has done such a good job of farming up, maintaining this advantage over Gilius. Some nice chip damage goes on to limit, but now with the Baron, you can deny that. And don't even give it to Gilius. Give it to Abadage, give it to Neon, give it to Broken Blade. Try to funnel those players, because those are going to be the ones to carry you in the fights. Gilius' job is to drop an R on Hans, Larson, or Inspired. He does that, he doesn't need items effectively. The rest of his team is going to come up with damage.
So here's the reset before the Cloud Dragon. Schalke will back. They have empowered recall, so they can leave it about 28-25 seconds before they need to get back out on the Rift. Ravenous Hydrant now complete for Broken Blade. Hans Summer, though, has his flash back up. Everyone on Rogue have their flashes here, Ender, for this next fight.
That's the nice thing about, at least for Rogue here, fighting around dragons, is the flash timers and the dragon timers going to be synced up there. And I think with all
it was planned.
It's almost like it was planned. It's crazy. But yeah, this is what Rogue were expecting to happen earlier in the game. They just jumped out to a lead, so they fought all these Drakes. When the Drake happens, it spawns up. They're going to split map, go topside, see what they can gain over that area. The Baron buff is dying away, so now Rogue's transition is going to be, well, we need vision on our top side. After we lost our mid-inner turret, well, that creates so much pressure on all of our jungle camps. Once you lose your outer turret, it usually means, well, that's going to be trouble for your Raptor camp, your Gromp camp. But once you lose inner, now your Wolves are in play as well here. And with no wave clear in the bot side, this turret might fall as well.
Now, Schalke know that Larson was still in the top lane for a little while. Trimpy stepping forward, jumping in. This is a 4v4 as Abadaga is in the mid lane. Turret should fall, just needs one more auto attack. Gilius tanks up a couple of tower shots as they push forward for it. And I believe Schalke got about 2,500 gold out of that Baron power play.
I mean, for the first, 24 minutes, it seems like Rogue was always in the gold lead. But now, of course, having to trade sides of map, I think it's the right decision by Larson to be topside and just taking those camps as he can. He's actually 100 CS nearly up over Broken Blade. The goal difference between those two players, 1,800, if you go ahead and throw that up. So again, side lane where you're saying, hey, if Broken Blade's ahead, he wins. If Larson is ahead, he wins. Well, that is definitely going to be going the way of Larson. So Schalke, let's focus in on the 5v5, focus in on the team fights, 2 minutes away from the Baron buff, and they have the potential to catch Rogue in transition if they're spread across the map. One false step and they're in trouble.
For the moment, the Rogue are just going to back away. They're looking for Prior wherever they can find it. The good thing for them is that Schalke didn't break an inhibitor line, didn't get any super minions pushing in with that previous Baron buff, and so we're probably going to be waiting about a minute and a half before that Baron comes up once again, and we start to see some more action. Limit stepping forward with Gilius here, claiming out as much vision as they can. You can see that vision actually predominantly on this top side of the map, but there's a couple of wards just keeping Broken Blade a little bit safe on the bottom. The issue for Broken Blade is...
it's a battle for the chickens. Gilius got... Hansama got it? I couldn't tell. A lot of different people got a lot of chicken. It's like the KFC mystery bucket.
Why is it? Why would you ever buy a mystery bucket?
I don't know. It's
I want
got
to
a
know
lot of
what
chicken.
I'm eating. It's like, could be chicken, could be turkey, could be dove, could be pheasant, could be partridge, could be peacock.
I think it's usually just chicken.
Doesn't say that on the tin. Does it come in a tin? Who knows? Anyway.
You're going to say something profound about Broken Blade.
I was going to say, a lot of the vision for Schalke is actually on towards the top side of the map. Broken Blade has a couple of control wards, but it is pretty easy for a Weaver's Wall quickness combo to come in here and try and catch out Broken Blade. So Broken Blade needs to just be that little bit more safe until the Baron spawns, because at the moment, Schalke can't threaten the Baron. They can't say, well, you need to have Inspired on this side of the map because the Baron's up, because the Baron isn't up right now.
Honestly, Medic, I don't think there's a jungler in our league that loves doing these cheeky little lane ganks as much as Inspired, where he just sneaks into a lane brush and waits, hopes that you overstep your bounds, then can punish. Of course, with the Weaver's Wall, it means he can react a little bit faster on the map, but I think 20 seconds left before the Baron spawns, he's going to want to make his way towards the top side of the map. Had that pick happen, they have a 30-second window when the Baron spawns where they can make a play, but instead, it is going to gear up for a potential team fight. Again, flashes are here for Rogue.
Everyone's got everything.
Everyone's got everything, and that benefits Rogue, right? If you can flash away from the Cataclysm, of course, that is going to be a bigger deal than the EQ flash combo, because I believe that if Rogue respects that, they can dodge away from that pretty easily. Trippy jumps in.
Gets the knock-up, gets the quickness. That's a little bit of damage down onto Limit.
A lot of
damage down onto Limit, and Abadage is nowhere near this fight. Rogue find a pick, and Schalke lose their support incredibly quickly. Broken Blade here, pushing in the bottom lane as the Weaver's Wall comes out from Inspired, looking for the chase on towards that Camille. Broken Blade Don't know if she has the wall dive. She does, as she dives away. Flashes back in. Here's the TP. Schalke looking to try to take a trade here in the bottom lane. As Abadagi joins the fight. Inspired. Stand United onto him. A killer instinct from Neon, but the Stand United keeps Inspired alive until the shockwave comes down.
And here's the rest of Rogue, Medic. They're here to party. Larson and Trimby are ready for the fight. They don't have Hansama. He's fighting Gilius in mid.
I mean, they don't have a huge amount. Larson's going to pop the culling, but Neon and Abadagi can actually win out this 2v2 trade. Odoamne does have the TP, and I'm looking to see if there's any wards behind Schalke here.
Gilius almost died in mid lane. He's on 1 HP, and Hansama's just pushing that lane. He doesn't have a care in the world with that Gale Force. Hansama all of a sudden becomes a 1v1 threat against that under-level Jarvan. So a big play there from Rogue. I think they were hoping to get in and out with the kill a little bit faster in the bot lane, maybe transition that into a Baron, but this is exactly how you want to play the comp. The pick here, when you see Schalke split up around the map, they instantly burst out limit, and then using their globals, they use one global to get to bot lane, they use another global to keep their jungler alive. It was just madness here as they tried to chase down a little bit extra. Oh, I think those trees might hurt. It feels like I don't know if it should work like that.
Like one of those sky suit diving videos where you see them like just going along the tops of trees. It's like if you got a little bit too close, that's exactly what Tilly is doing.
Somehow he's dodging away from all of it. It's a little impressive off that one. But again, I love this. Odoamne just using his ultimate in combat to try and keep Inspired alive. And then, of course, Inspired out of the zone. There's still a shockwave there, which is tough to deal with.
I will say the start of that play is kind of why I like the Rakan into the Rel matchup as Rogue. Just start up the Baron here. I'm not going to get to talk about Rel at all because Rogue have already got this down to 3,000 HP and Schalke are nowhere near it. Broken Blade isn't here. Gilius tries to get in. There's the Cataclysm. Shockwave comes out as well. And the damage is huge. Magnet Storm doing a huge amount of work as Larson and Hansama try and get away, but Broken Blade's on the chase. Featherstorm, Flash, Hextech, Older Mason, Gilliam's still diving onto the backline as Killer Instinct comes out as well, and Neon is on the chase here as Broken Blade dives in once again. Schalke in a 3v1 will find the kill, and Rogue, you got the Baron, but you paid for it with your life.
They lost every single buff, and Schalke only lost one player. Schalke, they've got time too. They're going to march this minion wave up mid lane, and that may very well be the game.
It definitely could, as Schalke are trying to push in mid here. You can see Hansama up in 26, Trimby up in 7. The question is, do Schalke have enough damage to clear this one out? The inhibitor is their next target.
They've got
Nexus
it, Medic.
Towers are up next, and we asked you earlier, we asked you guys, are Schalke the best team in the league? Well, at the moment, they're definitely the Giant Slayers.
Yep.
Last week, yep, Bazenda says, and this week they take down the undefeated once again. Schalke defeat Rogue.
How about that? Rogue with a big lead for a lot of the early game, but it came down to the team fighting. Schalke finding those pivotal engagements, the first around mid and the second on that Baron buff where Rogue risked everything. A huge engage there out of Gilius and the rest of the team, and honestly in the 5v5s, it did not look very close for Rogue. Schalke outplayed.
I mean, there were times that it looked okay for Rogue. Like, there were times where I was like, oh, this is a good fight for them. Even the fight before the Baron, it's like, went well for Rogue. And then Schalke just like, nah, guys, we're just going to come in here and clean up. If you don't have those flashes, you can't get away.
Yeah, it felt like nearly every time it was like a skirmish or a more spread out fight. That's where Rogue were definitely in their element when they were the ones sort of playing on their own terms. We saw a couple of oversteps from Hansama maybe jumping over the wall. And then, yeah, like you mentioned, whenever the flashes are gone, it's lights out there for Rogue. And that Baron was the final nail in the coffin.
Yeah, Schalke really seem to have found some magic. And you can vote for one of them in your Kia player of the game votes at LEC on Twitter. Gilius, Abadaga, and Neon are your options. All of them good ones. All of them great options. Pick one of them, pick it at random, toss a coin, roll a die. If it comes up 20, it's Gilius. That's how it works. After the break, though, we'll take a closer look at Schalke's win before Astralis and Fnatic hit the Rift.
Yep is such a good emote.
It is.
It's just...
No Megalol. It's the best. I love it.
Go away.
They are out there, waiting to be discovered. Some of them are big, and some of them are small. But that's the thing with ideas. They don't just come to you. To find them, you have to move. Kia, movement that inspires.
Somebody's gonna sing this song. It's gonna make your head blow. Nobody's gonna leave the zone. You're gonna sing along, but never, never be on. Damn, the spotlights hitting on my head so bad. I tried to compose myself, but I see nobody else around. Give it up, move it up. Somebody please start the show. I'm ready to drop the ball when everybody else is gone. And stop.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the LEC. As you can tell, we are not Limit and not doing an interview. Unfortunately, those Poros are once again inside the connection with Schalke. So we'll try to get him back in just a few moments' time. But while we do, let's talk a little bit about a fantastic victory. Schalke 04 currently sit at 4 wins and 2 losses. Last week, they took down the undefeated G2. Today, they took down the undefeated Rogue. They're currently on a 3-game winning streak after losing to Fnatic and XL in week 1. And I have to ask if we can start calling them the Kingslayers? No, but more seriously, let's turn on...
Definitely. That's our narrative, like, for the rest of the split. I mean...
Hard force it?
Yeah. What's a king to a god? Frank Ocean said it best. What more do you want?
Look, I do think I want to talk about the early game here. When we finished the picks and bans, Kedril was pretty stern that if this game was even at 20 minutes, then Rogue should be afraid. When we got to 20 minutes, Rogue had 2 or 3 dragons under their belt, had like a 2,000 gold lead. It felt like they had the tools that they needed, but how did we get there? How did we get from 0 to 20?
I mean, overall, when we look at this composition, I think Schalke did a surprisingly good job very early in the game, holding on. But to be completely honest, when the Talia got 60 farm ahead, I was like, this is done. This is it. There is absolutely zero coming back from this. And I was stunned, though, over the course of a few team fights, how quickly Schalke turned it around and how Jarvan, as utterly useless as he was in terms of overall statistics, you can't buy CC outside of Everfrost, God bless Season 11. You can't buy CC, so when it came down to it, EQ and an R, as long as someone else can do damage, Jarvan had the setup.
So I'm kind of the opinion that Rogue never really snowballed the game, right? They had a couple of early blunders. It was a bit of a weird early game, but also the game just kind of felt a little weird in general to me in terms of how it played out. But I have a huge amount of respect for how Schalke did, and I hope we get comms of that game in a mic check next week, because there were a lot of really interesting decisions, largely based on how a lot of these early fights were going. Because remember, Rogue was in control of the Drakes. Rogue was building up CS advantages in like mid and bot, and Rogue were like slowly working their way to the point where, hey, you're going to have to fight us on soul point. We have item advantage, we have XP advantage, and you're going to lose, because that's what we do. We control the early game and then we dominate. And then like a couple of these Drake fights are where things really started to just get a little bit weird.
I have to ask, and it's not fair. What I'm about to do to Vegas is not fair at all.
Okay.
Can you explain to me how this fight played out the way that it did?
Well, yeah, so positioning is the most important thing, and you have to pay attention to where Hans Sommer is right now. Note that he does have Flash at this point, okay? He's chosen not to use it, and instead, Schalke actually just get a really optimal fight because they're not fighting at the Drake. They're instead fighting in that choke point. Now, Schalke, because they only get one kill, don't actually feel confident enough, and it was at this point Hans Sommer thought to himself,
you might be wondering how we got here.
Well,
now,
no, because
I know, it's so bad. Unfortunately, we are just about to get limit back, so let's rush through these replays. How did I end up here? We'll go to the tower dive immediately after this.
Yeah, so the thing about Hans Sommer is him using his flash here, even though they ended up getting the Drake, is what actually gave Schalke the window that they needed to end the game. And it's crazy how, like, of all the ways for the games to end, for that play right there to actually decide it, not in that moment, but because it's the next replay that ends up setting everything up for Schalke. And I have nothing but credit for Schalke, because I would not expect most teams to actually make this dive in between two towers, but they do, because they know where Rogue is on the map and that this is a play that's realistic without a flash.
And just a fantastic collapse from Schalke overall, really leveraging the strength of their composition. And nothing, as you said, but praise for this team overall. But I have to call out Rogue again, because this is the second time we've seen them draft a composition that is very much glass cannon-esque. We saw it with Odoamne's Jace before. And in the Misfits game, Misfits did something similar. They had the team fighting tools. Misfits were going even. The difference, no one on Schalke died in a side lane. So for me, Rogue has been playing with fire and draft for the last 2 games. And when we look at what happened in this game, Schalke were good enough to punish, and they did not make the same mistakes Misfits did. Because I think we could have seen a Misfits win last week too if it wasn't for a single player mistake. So I think Rogue need to shift a little bit what they're doing in draft, because obviously they're not accelerating these leads fast enough. And this is the second game in a row where it's pretty much been balanced on a knife's edge, and they've almost thrown it all away in the Misfits game, and they did throw it all away in this one.
And of course, as the rest of that game played out, as we also are a little bit short on time, it was another Baron fight that, while secured by Rogue, ultimately didn't matter because they lost their entire team and they lost the base. I mean, we will take a look at this, but Vedas, like, closing thoughts when we watched this game, because we were debating quite heated at times, you know, what we were seeing.
Well, I think that what surprised me is normally when I look at Rogue as a team, even if they're at a draft disadvantage, it's never really bothered me that much, because their execution is often very clean, right? So even when you sit there and say, these are the win conditions that you have to adhere to, I look at Rogue and I'll go, oh, they'll adhere to them, because that's just what they've been so far in our split, right? They have been clean, they have well executed, and I think that they've just been an impressive team to watch. And I think this is the first time that we really saw that misexecution and how draft can be a big punishing factor, because if you do make those mistakes against a comp that is ultimately more straightforward, does scale better, then you can be punished. And Schalke's the type of team that if you give them a window, they'll be like, oh, we can all fit through that window.
They'll take an arm.
And I think overall, again, I want to end it on some credit to Schalke, because I do think that they punished very well, despite falling behind. Jarvan, despite Gilly's performance, Jarvan is still, I do not think, a good pick. Like, that is such a massive CS discrepancy. But Orianna Jarvan is good and does buy out some of that deficit. And credit them for finding small opportunities, for finding small picks, for punishing. Yes, Rogue did overstay their welcome in a number of fights, but still, good credit to Schalke at the end of the day.
I have to jump on that. Orianna Jarvan is a good combination. When Orianna was locked in, Kadril basically jumped out of the chair. I mean, he lost it. Why am I excited about that? Because Abadage won your Kia Player of the Game. He picked up 45% of the votes. Esports. It was an interesting game to watch. I think one of the things I still cannot get out of my head right now is that after week 1, Schalke dropped that game to XL. They come back, they're on a 3-game winning streak. They take down G2 last week. They take down Rogue today. And it's just, the story
League's
just
too
doesn't
easy
seem to
for
end.
him, bro. It's just too easy.
Miracle Run never
Schalke on the
ended.
up and up. Yeah, the Miracle Run's still alive.
I mean, the question I am going to be asking, Kingslayers, is there something that sticks? Is there a better title? Help me understand. Law is standing by with Limit. Thank you for waiting. Let's see what he has to say.
Thank you, Quickshot. We're trying to understand. I mean, as far as I know, Schalke just want no teams to finish spring here without any single defeat. And Limits, I need to ask, are you the best team in the LEC right now?
I mean, since we beat the number 1 and number 2 team, I guess you could call us the best team in LEC right now, yeah.
I guess that too. But I mean, talk me through the consistency you've been having over the past couple of games. I remember week 1 was a bit, I mean, kind of sloppy, but it makes sense, right? It's the beginning of the season. But since week 2, it's clean game, consistent game, and absolute dominance on every opponent. So talk me through the work you've been doing backstage to showcase such amazing games on stage right now.
I think the main reason for this is honestly our coach, Dylan Falco. He sets up pretty clear goals, how we want to play the game, what we want to do, how we want to draft and stuff. It eases up the practice. It fixes our mistakes, which were, I mean, we're not perfect yet, of course, but we're fixing everything every day, and that's a great thing, and that's pretty much thanks to him, yeah.
He's doing a great job, I assume, and it's also thanks to you on stage doing all the work once you have the compositions in hand. But a question we had entering today was, Rogue, what are they worth? Are they as strong as we think they are? And I feel like we saw some weaknesses today. So could you explain some of the weaknesses that we have from Rogue this split and basically how to take them down the way you did?
I mean, for sure, Rogue is still a really good team. We had a pretty hard time in early game. Obviously, that's how the draft just went out. We picked a draft that we thought would be the best against them, just a heavy teamfight comp. Me, myself, honestly didn't expect for them to pick such, I would say, side lane comp, so they would want to try to match us. But I was happy how the draft went out at the end. I felt confident we got all the champions we wanted, and maybe even they got cocky. So yeah, we just used that everything in our favor.
I'm just wondering, I mean, when I see you guys play so aggressively on stage, I feel like for some teams it's difficult still to play so confident, especially when you don't know yet the opponent. So how are you able to play so confident on stage? I think it's linked to what you told me earlier with Dylan Falco, but I'm wondering if there's more.
Honestly, it's just the secret of not caring who you're playing against, right? The mentality of just playing the same against the best team and the worst team in the league, we just keep going with it. We should do the plays we do against the best team and the worst team, and that's what we do. It's working out pretty well for us right now, yeah.
Best team, worst teams, they're still players in the end, and that's what you guys saw today. So, Limit, thank you so much for the interview, and congrats on taking down Rogue.
Thank you for having me. See ya.
You're welcome. See ya, and we're gonna take one last break, and we'll come back in a few minutes for the last game of the day, Fnatic versus Astralis. Stay tuned.
Was a ship that put to sea, and the name of that ship was the Billy T. The winds blew hard about it down, blow me bully boys blow. She had not been 2 weeks from shore, we're down on her, a right whale bore. The captain called all hands and swore he'd take that whale in tow. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea. She had not been 2 weeks from shore. We're down on her, a right whale bore. The captain called all hands and swore he'd take that whale in tow. Before the boat had hit the water, the whale's tail came up and caught her. Hands to the side, harpooned and fought her, and she dived down below.
One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Soon may the wellerman come. One day when the tonguing is done. Soon may the wellerman come. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go.
Hello and welcome back to the LEC, where I am Medic, joined by Ender for the final game of the day, Fnatic versus Astralis. We've already had quite a lot of surprises today, I think, with Rogue losing to Schalke.
Yeah,
one just in
that just happened.
Yeah, it did. It feels so long ago, and it was a good break ago. But still, yeah, we've had some surprises. Maybe Astralis can be another name that goes down in the book of surprises.
Yeah, well, we'll see what they can do, because so far I haven't really felt that fire underneath them. So really, I just want to see a strong performance out of them. I want to see some fight come out against this Fnatic team, who also has had some hiccups along the way getting here. Some games I think people look at, it's like they're forcing very hard. They're very much committing to the fights, and that is the new Fnatic style. It does appear, but they do need to tidy up some of those decisions.
I mean, the thing with Fnatic is when they're tidy, they win. And when they're messy, they tend to lose. In fact, when they've won games, they've never died at 15 minutes.
Yeah.
In every game they've won, they have 0 deaths at 15 minutes.
That's wild.
If they die before 15 minutes, they lose the game.
So what you're saying is when they do their chores, everything is going well. And we need more of that.
When everything is clean, it works out.
Yeah. So as far as Fnatic go, like I think last week too, like Selfmade is obviously going to be a huge talking point whenever you do bring up Fnatic, and he got his signature Evelyn, and then he had a really underwhelming performance. He even mentioned that online. So I want to see.
Sounds so exciting.
No, but here's the thing. Here's the thing: is Selfmade. I expect to see the fire. I expect to see the spicy picks. I want him back in form today.
That's the hope. That's the hope. It's Fnatic versus Astralis, the final game of day 1 of week 3. We'll see you in a moment.
Oh my God! Why would you do that? It's okay, buddy. Medic's not going to hurt you.
Social distancing is very important to me.
Let's get into it. Astralis versus Fnatic to finish off the day. This one's always it's like a chill banger in the background, you know? It's no Reckless with my heart, but it definitely helps us wind down a little bit. Already getting rid of that Talia, the Twist Fate. Get these globals out of here. I don't want to see a Pantheon today. No, sir.
I love that song, but the drummer really let me down. Yeah, but there's the Thresh Band as well. Fnatic gonna get rid of the Twisted Fate. There's the Olaf removed. As you say, things like the Pantheon still very high up on our list of priorities. Kai'Sa as well, still available for both these teams. Astralis gonna get rid of the Graves, so unless Fnatic ban Pantheon here, It's still a possibility.
Yeah, still that Kai'Sa Open, I think, has definitely been picking up steam here as people realize it's a little bit bonkers. And interestingly enough, it's going to be the All-Star ban away from Promiscu. Promiscu, definitely a fan of this pick. He's actually played it 3 times already this year, and it has been something he's played in the past, even before joining Astralis just this year. So, yeah, with the Pantheon up and available, that is instantly going to be locked into Zanzar's hands, you'd presume. Of course, last week you saw Bwipo on that Pantheon, and even in a loss, the top lane Pantheon did look quite strong in his hands.
I think we even saw it earlier today, didn't we? The Pantheon in the top lane.
Yeah.
Can't remember which game it was in, but it was definitely in one of them. Fnatic will lock in the Kai'Sa themselves as they look to pick up one of those powerful priority picks that we have seen on 11.2. Alongside that, you could decide to go for something like your support here, or you could get yourself a jungle. Soulmade's going to be piloting the Udyr.
Yeah, and you know what? The Udyr definitely falls into the self-made wheelhouse. I feel like usually he's not necessarily as big a fan of the tanky picks, but he does love the champions that blitz through the jungle, like the Graves that got banned away. And Udyr, super fast in that early clear. And this bot lane, instantly going to get a little bit spicier. The Samira, of course, you know, Kai'Sa a little bit lower on the attack range scale, so Samira likes to get up in your face, start fighting you. And
You could see a bunch of good supports here. Like
Rel?
Yes, Rel was going to be the first name that came out of my lips.
Should have said it faster.
Beforehand.
Should have
but
interrupted
you
me.
were talking.
Yeah, well, next time. Better luck next time. What do they got here? What support do you want to see with the Kai'Sa?
I don't think you pick support here.
Oh.
I think you pick mid lane. Get something strong mid lane, then ban out. But we'll see if Fnatic decide to do.
I like Analyst Medic. It's fun. It's fun. I like to see what happens. Is it a mid laner? It's a top laner.
I mean, top lane makes sense as well, because now you can ban out top laners yourself.
Yeah, it's the Renekton pick. We, of course, know Bwipo likes that one. Renekton, one of those top laners that I think the consensus in the LEC is that he's pretty safe in terms of the blind pick options. Here we do see Camille sometimes into that one of the top side.
So I'm thinking what's good into Renekton in the top lane. Gragas is something we saw a lot in week 1. They worked well into it. Gnar is being posited. I know some people don't think the Gnar counters the Renekton, but it is also a possibility. We saw the Quinn earlier today, and you can see Astralis saying, well, gonna get rid of some of these strong supports. I think the Leona ban is more out of respect for Hylissang, and because Fnatic don't have long-range engage so far in their composition, rather than we think Leona is good into Rel.
Yeah, I mean...
In Ready Check, I proved Rel is good into Leona.
That's true. I was actually just going to bring up the Nautilus, too, as another one of those champions that can... I should have. I tried to. As one that pairs up very nicely with that Kai'Sa. I think you're onto something there in terms of like the reliability of Fnatic's engage, because right now your only CC tools are tied to auto attacks, right? So that's very limited range. And of course on the other side, right, Astralis looks like a very brawly team, not a lot of range they're working with just yet either. But I feel like in terms of support here, we're going to need to see something. And the Rakan, I don't actually love here up against a lot of these champions. I feel like Samira is one of those picks that with Immortal Shield Bow can deal well against the CC and the burst coming through, but also a Rel and a Pantheon too can do a good job of shutting that down.
I think the important thing, I'll talk a little bit about this in the game, is that Rakan actually works okay into Rel in lane because of how the knock-up interactions work, so we'll have a look at that, and it also gives you that long-range engage we were talking about. His ability to get in with the quickness, with the flash, with the knock-up, with the grand... with the battle dance, the grand entrance, it does work out pretty well.
It's true, and I think a lot of this getting locked in is because the Leona and the Nautilus were banned away there. So there we go. We see the Gnar come on through. We'll see how that one goes for White Knight on the top side of the map.
I mean, you have a beautiful, like, you've got so much strong AoE here. You've got the zone control with the Magnet Storm, Orianna, Shockwave, Pantheon diving in. Like, your ability to lock someone down and kill them before they have a chance to move is really powerful from Astralis.
Ooh, I actually really like this Azir pick. I think Azir is sort of the best thing that can go into this right now. Again, very limited range tools on the side of Astralis. A lot of champions that want to move into you. Of course, setting up that Orianna ball there too. So I think that ultimate can be super effective coming out of the Azir here and builds up some stronger team fight options for Fnatic, because before this Azir, again, I feel like Astralis had a lot of the better tools at their disposal, and now Niski, if he's able to buy himself some space here, and then Selfmade, of course, is going to be running around the fight, bear slapping everybody, setting up for a lot of the damage to come through from the Kai'Sa and the Azir. Gives them a bit more formidable of a team fight.
It's going to be an interesting one to watch. Two teams with slightly different identities, two teams in slightly different positions in the table. Astralis currently sitting at 1 and 4. If they lose here, they'll join Vitality at the bottom. Fnatic trying to make their way towards the top and get towards Rogue and G2. We'll see if they can do it in this game as Astralis take on Fnatic. Such a jam.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so first things first, we're the realist. Astralis are trying to get into this bottom lane bush. Now, Hylissang. Do you not remember Worlds when we saw Rakan take Exhaust, Ignite, and get caught out as Promiscu jumps across the wall? Promiscu. This is a little bit overeager in my opinion. The rest of Astralis will work their way around, but Promiscu takes about half his HP.
What is that recall? Promiscu! No, he's on a wall. Wait, okay, that's his own ward. Okay, he's fine. With the way Nisqy was pathing, I was about to lose my mind because that was potentially the greediest recall I have ever seen, and yet it works out. So everything's okay, guys. We can all take a breather. Looked like we may see some blood, and we are going to get a lot of action this game, I feel like. Immediately, you see an Exhaust and an Ignite on the Rakan down bot side. Now, Medic, Mr. Rakan main over here, I have to pose the question. You know, you can't immediately flash anymore. After you use your
Flash
ultimate.
is still a good summoner spell on Rakan, if that's where we're going.
That's what I was going to ask.
He's not Yumi, okay? You need more than 2 brain cells to play the champion.
It's true.
I will say, like, we did see this at Worlds. I'm trying to remember the name of the player who did it, Suning Support, I believe. Was it Sword Art? It wasn't Sword Art.
I don't think it was.
I'll find out who it was from production in a moment, but we did see it at Worlds, and it did not go well for that Rakan. It went very, very poorly. And the problem is, like, I was going to talk a little bit about the interactions between Rakan and Rel, and if you give me the leeway to do it. The thing with Rel is you're very telegraphed when you jump forward with your W, right? So Rakan can actually interrupt your crash down that lands the knockup with his own W because the animation is slightly quicker. The issue becomes, if this Rakan ever gets put out of position and has to use his W to reposition, then it becomes very easy for the Rel to lane, because you're just like, well, I can chase you with my Crash Down, I can chase you with my Attract Repel, I can chase you with my Magnet Storm, and I need to know how the interaction between Rakan E and the Magnet Storm works. Because if the Rakan, so this is what we'll see probably for a little bit here, if the Rakan E is very easy to use in the middle of the Magnet Storm, then it actually works pretty well in the fight. But Jessica dives in here, and it means that Upset has to flash away. Like, you have to be so safe in this lane because Jessica's building up style points. Promiscu's there, he's mounted back up, and so he's got another knockup available. That's like a 9-second cooldown, by the way, his ability to get in and get out of a fight like that.
I do feel like that flash from Upset, maybe a little bit more respect offered up than necessary, but you can see the dashes and the mobility of a Samira next to that Rel, doing such a good job of setting up that magnetic stun, and now immediately they're running towards this middle lane, so very low mana on Nisqy, and we'll see if they can get a flash off of the mid laner.
I mean, Promiscu flashes in, gets the stun. Nisqy tries to flash away. There's the knockup, and Nisqy has nowhere to go. First blood for Jeskla for Astralis, and I'm loving what I'm seeing here.
Look, I wanted to see a fight out of Astralis, and right off the bat, it's the bot lane. Jeskla and Promiscu taking matters in their own hands. They get the flash out of Upset to start the game off, and then say, forget bot lane, we job done. Let's go mid. They get that kill there too, and it goes on to Jeskla's Samira. Importantly as well, Jeskla still has the flash, still has the exhaust, so even in terms of bot lane summoners, they're really not that far off.
Selfmade here waiting for Promiscu, though Promiscu does not have a flash of his own. Selfmade looking for the bear stance as Promiscu gets underneath the tower, but Selfmade takes a couple of tower shots here. The knockup's going to land. Hylissang able to keep Selfmade safe enough, and Selfmade positioned well to get that kill. I will say quickly before we jump into the next bit of this ender, Genji's life was the Rakan. He actually did it against Fnatic, and it was Fnatic who kept killing him under the tower. I remember it. Reckless, I believe, was playing Ezreal, and they just kept getting kills and kept getting kills and kept getting kills under that tier 1 in the bottom lane.
I think I remember that game now. So fun to see that Hylissang pick that up, bringing back some interesting strats here. Now, of course, Selfmade with that play down bot side equalized it a whole bunch in terms of like the first reset too. It's a Vamp Scepter versus a pickaxe, so that definitely is going to favor Jessica. I think having that extra sustain is going to be great in the 2v2. But now, once again, some pressure around this middle lane. Raptor camp being stolen away by Zanzara. Just good pathing overall, and Nisqy, he's low enough to be dove.
Nisqy doesn't have flash. Zanzara could look for the flash. Stun, and here comes Promiscu. Bird is not the word for Nisqy as he manages to survive for just a second. They've already killed Zanzara, and now Nuke tanking the tower shots. Promiscu stepping forward, Nuke's dead! Oh, the dive goes all kinds of wrong. Selfmade, flash, bear, slap down Promiscu. He gets chased away. Selfmade takes the kill. And this time, the flashless Rakan is working for Fnatic.
Oh, it's a disaster, Astralis. I liked the idea behind the play, but they couldn't get the kill. And then Hylissang rolls up with an extra summoner spell. Forget the flash. He has the exhaust to make sure he can keep his mid laner alive, and he's back in the bot lane for more.
And Jessica has flash here, will use it. Selfmade still on the dive. That whirlwind will do nothing for you. Oh, no.
Oh, God!
What is with teams and diving like absolute morons in this game? Like, seriously. Seriously.
Look, Medic, it's just exhaust, it's OP. No one expects the extra exhaust.
I'm sorry, you know how much damage towers do? You've played this game for 10 years.
They think they can get the kill and trade 1 for 1. I'm with you, Medic. They're going all in here, and it's pretty wild. But Hylissang off the reset. The timing not expected here from Astralis, I don't feel like. And again, it's a brilliant double knock-up into an exhaust as well on Nukeduck right at the end when he's trying to get that final auto attack or 2 off. And then, well, Promiscu doesn't really have anywhere to go. And that is just unlucky. And then, as I was saying, there's still an exhaust on Jeskless. That's why the bot lane tower died.
True.
Oh, we're back in the mid lane with the Emperor's Divide.
Nukeduck has been called out by Niski, who slides his way in. The Emperor's Divide will keep Nukeduck on the wrong side of the rift. TP behind Zanzara as he goes forward, looking for the damage on Niski. Bwipo here with the dominus. Zanzara trying to trade, takes 1. Now he's looking for Hylissang as well as Selfmade joins the fray. Battle does the grand entrance knock-up from Hylissang will give another kill over to Selfmade. 11 kills, 6.5 minutes, 2 botch tower dives, no flash on Rakan, and I think we're caught up, Ender.
Let's take a breather, guys. It's gonna be okay. Buckle in though, because like we said, we got a lot of combat sums this game. We're ready to throw down, ready to fight. Selfmade with 4 kills off the bat. Great stuff showing up and finding those kills. And honestly, it felt like Astralis just keep getting a little bit more than they bargained for there. Even Zanzara trying to jump into that fight in mid lane. The rest Fnatic have pressure, are able to rotate on over and shut him down. And this is becoming a little bit worrisome for Astralis as the gold lead does continue to get larger and larger. And I think they're going to be saying, hey, a lot of that gold is going to be on the Udyr. Maybe it's all right, but this Udyr is definitely a big threat.
Hylissang diving in, looking for some damage onto Jeskla. You can see 80 carries, 800 gold lead for Jeskla over Upset right now. In the jungle, it's only actually 600 the difference, Ender, between the Udyr and the Pantheon. And slight lead for Bwipo in the top lane. He picked up a kill when he teleported away. White Knight really wasn't able to use that time for too much, but that does mean Fnatic at a teleport disadvantage for the next little while.
Again, I do think the critical piece in this Astralis comp is going to be the team fighting power of the Samira, and even, you know, as we mentioned, the duo potential of the picks you can get with the Samira, plus that Rel here is both supports hiding around middle lane. Niski goes for it.
Slides in, once again, Nukeduck out of position. Here comes the Grand Star for
it's a party!
Zanzara is going to join the party. Promiscu with a double knock-up, and here comes White Knight. Gnaw them to death. Niski falls as well. And Ender, I just want to remind you of a little stat I said in pick ban. When Fnatic die before the 15-minute mark, they end up losing the game. When it's high kills, high action, Fnatic this split have not been able to win.
Well, let's see what happens, because again, these fights, when the games get out of hand, when there's so much fighting, that's where Fnatic have definitely struggled. As you can see, in the more control games, less so. So this game, very messy, a lot of kills, and we say messy, that's usually just means there's a lot of blood on the ground, which I guess does constitute some sort of mess. And Jeskla maybe walking into a trap. Bwipo and Hylissang ready to pounce.
Fnatic love this push. Bwipo coming in, Ruthless Predator stun goes out, Bwipo flashes forward, and bye-bye AD carry. And we have 14 kills at 9 minutes. Do you want a little medic moment? Do you want a little fun fact?
Yeah, hit me.
What do you think is the most bloody game at 15? Like, how many kills were there at 15 this
I'm going to guess we're 1 off and it's 15.
No, it's 19. So we
you said 15 minutes. I was thinking 10. My bad.
Have to listen to the question, Ender.
That's an Ender moment, a little weird moment, you know?
It's a little weird champ right there. Bwipo's going to get a couple of plates in the bottom lane. He will now have a sizable lead over White Knight. Let's just take a look at the state of the game, Ender. Let's take a second. 800 gold between the two teams. Bwipo is now in the bottom lane. Upset is now in the top lane, so Fnatic have switched their lanes. We did see a dragon go down to Fnatic just a few moments ago as well.
Yeah, and we do have to mention like some of the tools Astralis have, because Fnatic are going to have to keep them in mind, right? Because this game does still feel quite close, even with the 1K gold lead to Fnatic. Fnatic, they like to force fights. That's what we've learned from 3 weeks of games. They like to go in when they see an advantage. But when there's tools like the ultimate coming out of the Pantheon and Zanzara, you have TPs up as well. They must keep these in mind. So that's how they got punched in mid, but they just went White Knight. Oh my.
White Knight? Exhaust goes down. White Knight flashes away. Hylissang's taking a couple of tower shots. Hylissang! Upset! I'm gonna say it again, Ender. Do they not know how much damage towers do? Have they not done the maths recently? Selfmade's on his way up here as well. White Knight looking to get to Mega Gnar before Selfmade can get there. Selfmade takes a power shot.
No!
Get out of here!
Oh, White Knight with the thumbs up on the way out, and even Nuke Duck is trying to show up here. The man drop in from Zanzara. They're saying, get the hell away from our top laner.
So, usually it's cross-map play with Rift Herald, right? You're like, oh, you put the Rift Herald down in the other lane, we'll play top side. Fnatic lose 2 kills in the top lane, lose 5 plates in the bottom lane, and that gold lead that was 1,000 gold ahead for Fnatic a minute ago is now 2,000 behind.
Goodness.
As once again, Astralis dive in. Hylissang and Bwipo trying to survive. Hylissang almost goes down. Bwipo has already fallen. Niski TPs into the fight, but he won't be able to keep Astralis at bay. Immortal Shield Bow now complete on Jeskla. Ender, we're almost there. 2 kills.
It's just madness.
2 kills in 4 minutes. Come
It is
on.
madness. And I want to go back to last week when Fnatic played a very similar game where there were fights all the time. They won some, they lost some, but they were always committed to going in. After that game, I think Bwipo tweeted out, Yamato Cannon, their coach, tweeted out all this stuff about, look, we want to be the aggressors. We want to be fighting, and we feel good about it, and we can work on, we can work with aggression. We can improve based off of that. And this is another one of those games where there's so many moving pieces in a fast game like this, you lose track of it, and they have to be better at paying attention to those.
I mean, so I totally agree with you, and I think it is important that we season our words with the enjoyment of the game as well, right? Like, we're having fun. It's a very bloody game. Teams are making mistakes, but in a game that has 17 kills at 12 minutes, a few mistakes are going to be made, right? We're still early on in the season. If this is how Fnatic want to play, bloody, high impact, then this is how you test those links.
Exactly. Yeah, that's the point, right? Is that this is how Fnatic want to play, and as they continue to work on it, we'll see if it does have lasting impact. If this is something that can keep them afloat, give them a good shot at the top of the table here. But right now, Astralis are absolutely giving them a run for their money. Like you pointed out, the shield bow has been finished off by Jeskla. And with that item finished, and Fnatic, I'm concerned, like they don't have a ton of damage, components finished off yet. Jeskla is going to be very hard to deal with when you're in these fights with the exhaust stacking up.
Okay.
Style.
It's Jeskla. He has exhaust. Selfmade. Thinks
Good
better
choice,
of it.
good choice.
Yep.
Honestly, Fnatic should just be mad at Riot Games. And you know why? It's because they deleted Ohm Wrecker, and they need an Ohm Wrecker in this
exactly.
game.
Should have picked Body Bearers. Here comes Zanzara down towards the bottom lane. Teleport already used by Fnatic. Hylissang diving in with the quickness. White Knight doesn't have anywhere near Mega. Zanzara going forward. He's exhausted. Upset. Cleanses. Gets away. Bwipo going in with the Rooster's Predator now as he tries to get onto the backline. White Knight building up that Gnar bar.
Here comes Niski.
Heals up a ton, but the Shockwave will bring him back. Niski joins the fray a little bit too late in my estimations. Astralis get a kill and get out.
The crazy thing is that Astralis are getting away playing at a near numbers disadvantage. That was a 3v3 for a very long time there. And here we go, Hylissang. He wants a bet.
He hit no one, so he actually didn't take tower aggro as quickly as he could have done.
But the madness of it all is Astralis go for that play knowing they have a TP to match the one coming through from Bwipo, but Niski had Pry over mid, so there was going to be a 4v3 for Fnatic because Astralis had their bot lane still committed topside, so Astralis are very much playing loose, playing fast, seeing the windows where they can go in, and it's still very, very close. So these fights do feel like they could go either way. And as long as Astralis keep winning them consecutively, it's going to build up into a big, big lead as they continue to start knocking down these towers.
I mean, this is just a chaotic game. Like, this is the sort of game you want to end the day on.
Look at the bot diff.
That's because of all those plates. He was gifted all of the plates in the bottom lane, just gifted a ton of plates in the top lane. There's a 2,000 gold lead now with a 14 CS differential and a 2-kill differential.
And it goes to show that among the madness, if you sort of get yourself out of that, you can build up a big lead. It's the same thing as like in solo queue, if everyone's fighting, you're the jungler and you just keep farming up, you're gonna have a huge advantage. I know a little bit about that. Selfmade knows a little bit about that. It can be very, very effective. And now for Astralis, the next few minutes is another Drake gets taken away by Fnatic. They've stacked up 2 of those now. Jeskla needs to get involved in these plays. Now that he has the big lead, he's going to have this window for a long time. But Upset will just farm up a Storm too if you give him the time, and he'll be able to even things out.
And I think it is important, as you say, that we take a step back. As we get to the 15-minute mark, it looks like we're going to be 1 kill shy of the kill record for the split 18 instead of 19, which is the previous record. But
there's still time betting.
I mean, there is, but there's not much of it. And,
all right, there's no more time.
Yeah, there's no more time. 4 seconds. I think it is important that we recognize just how well, like, the game has been bloody, the game has been messy, but Astralis have actually played this really well.
Absolutely.
Because it would have been easy for Jeskla to get involved in all these fights instead of being funneled gold. It would have been easy for when White Knight started falling behind, he started getting caught out and getting isolated, because he was a couple of kills behind in the early game. But what's happened is they found their moments to fight, they capitalized on Fnatic's mistakes, and for, I believe, the first time this split, they have a gold lead at the 15-minute mark.
Yeah, and that's huge, right? And it's a common trend. You hear a lot of players in interviews, especially teams you consider to be on the lower end of the standings, say, look, we find more success when we don't really care who we're playing, when we just play our game. And it doesn't feel like Astralis are playing against Fnatic in this game. It feels like they are very much playing as fast and loose as they can, seizing every window that they do want to go in. And I mean, Fnatic, no doubt they've had a difficult start to the season here, but losing against Astralis would definitely send off some danger signs, especially with G2 coming up in our match of the week tomorrow.
Yeah, I think that it's important, as I said earlier, to recognize where we are in the split with 5-6 games in in the season, 6 games in after this game. That is a third of all games, right? And if you're sitting at 2 and 4, 6 games in, that extrapolates to 6 and 12. No, it doesn't.
Does it?
Yeah, about there. 6
about
and,
that.
Yeah, 6 and 12.
You went to college. I didn't. I trust you.
It does. My maths was correct. Yeah, it extrapolates to 6 and 12. And 6 and 12 historically does not make playoffs. Now, I'm not saying Fnatic will not make playoffs if they lose this game. I'm not saying that they can't improve, but I'm saying a third of the way through the split, you do need to be starting to build up those wins, to get those win streaks in, because otherwise you might be on the outside of playoffs looking in.
And I'm saying forget the math. Fnatic fans can be a little vicious at times, so you definitely do not want to get off to a slow start. Here we go. Back into the game. Astralis just knocked down the final outer turret of the match. That's all 3 now. That means bad news here for Fnatic. Of course, haven't been able to get a single turret themselves. Bot lane's very low. I think that top lane turret took some beating early on as well, but haven't been able to find pressure over the map. And again, whenever you're dealing with the global on the other team, that Pantheon ultimate, it becomes very hard now for Fnatic to pick and choose their fights. We're 2 minutes away from the Cloud Drake spawning into the game. Fnatic don't necessarily feel like they have to fight over that. And honestly, looking at the stage of the game that we are in, I don't feel like they should be throwing everything into that. I think down 3k gold, you want to play that side map pressure, right? As soon as Astralis commit down towards the Drake pit, you take that top turret. Hope there's a Gromp camp available you can snag away as well, because the difference for Fnatic is going to be trying to equalize a lot of the gold, especially between those 2 ADCs.
We see Astralis trying to gain control of this blue side jungle. I will say this part of the game becomes very difficult for a Rakan without flash to play if Fnatic are looking for these engages, because where do you position? You can't get good flanks off when the enemy controls your entire vision, entire jungle. Hylissang here trying to step forward towards Zanzara, but you can see, spotted out on a ward, Selfmade will now clear it out.
I like this from Astralis. Pings on. They know the red buff is going to be spawning away from Fnatic. Fnatic also know that that's a move for Astralis, and they're trying to punish.
So the important thing for Astralis is maintaining the flank vision. If they don't, Hylissang has a perfect opportunity to come in, and you can see no wards where Hylissang is, and he dives straight in. A great gnaw, but is it too little too late? Jessica exhausted down towards the bottom side, Grand Starfall coming in as well. Astralis trying to get the kills where they can. Hylissang's already dead, and Grippo is the next on the menu, but he just about survives. Zanzara flashes the wall straight into the waiting arms of Selfmade. And you can see Astralis were flanked, and because of that, they lose the fight.
And you know what? That is Fnatic. Great summoner tracking. No, White Knight, why are you going in? Upset, and Bwipo shut him down. And I'll tell you, Nukeduck's TP just now came up. The reason Fnatic go in, they see Astralis overcommitting, and Nukeduck was still waiting for his TP to be ready and available. We talked earlier in the game about how Astralis went for these cross-map plays, pushing top lane tower, also fighting in bot lane at a potential numbers disadvantage. They were not punished that first time, but again, they get punished this time around, and now they're trying to reclaim a bit with Nukeduck on Niski.
Niski still has flash, no Emperor's Divide available for him, puts down the Sundisk, Nukeduck on the chase, but the Sundisk will keep him at bay. Selfmade was waiting just around the corner.
For the first time this game, a turret dissuading a dive.
That's good. I like it. That's funny.
It's got to be a fake one, though, right?
Oh, yeah,
if it was a real turret, then he would have gone for it.
It's fine. Astralis, though, that gold lead has now shrunk because of that play from Fnatic, and now Fnatic TPing in. This will be their third dragon, put them on Soul Point. Riftheld went down in the mid lane. Zanzara was trying to step forward, but the dragon is almost already gone. Now it's down. Astralis perhaps looking to guide this Riftheld in. Zanzara going forward, getting the Scuttle Cram. Wasn't quite able to take it. Fnatic do not have an easy path into this mid lane, but
exactly.
Where's Hylissang, Endo? Where's
Hylissang's looking for that flank, of course. At the same time, White Knight's in bot side trying to build up Rage, and now he's going to be on it. Astralis see him with the minions, but Fnatic are trying to force the fight.
Yeah, I actually think that was slightly poorly timed from Hylissang because of the minions being there. Zanzara's the one who gets jumped up, but he puts up the Aegis Assault, and you can see how much damage he mitigates there. Once again, dive in here from White Knight. Bwipo trying to use the Cold Meat to get some extra damage down. And I think that was just slightly poorly timed from Fnatic. If Hylissang had waited for the next wave or been able to get in between the waves, he wouldn't have been spotted until he was basically on top of Astralis. And Astralis, oh, they're now going for the Baron Ender.
Yeah, Astralis really want to turn and find a fight. No flash on Upset, no flash on Niski. Those are the targets Astralis want to dive onto, and they have all the ultimates except for White Knight. Man Drop is coming in. Here we go.
The man drop comes down, immediately tries to dive onto Hylissang, ages the soul from Zenzo, keep him alive for just a moment, but Bribbo's diving onto the backline and Upset's already taken one. Jessica has to flash away, building up the start point. Niski slides and glides into the backline, and he gets a triple straight away. Fnatic turn their eyes towards the Baron.
The Baron is bad news today. You did not want to be starting that objective because you get punished. Fnatic fly in on the team fight, and it's Niski with a 3-man Emperor's Divide, a triple kill. And all of a sudden, the game is looking all Fnatic once again.
With this Baron buff, a 2,000 gold lead. All because of this play from Astralis. You can see what they're thinking. They're thinking we can get onto Upset, we can get onto the back line.
But Hylissang just knocks him up immediately. That ultimate super telegraph, not hard to interrupt him on. That Blippo with the Damas, of course, super tanky inside the fight. Didn't even have the Damas, it looked like there. Didn't even matter because Niski's there with a massive ultimate and the follow-up as well. It felt like without having the Mega Gnar, without having, you know, some of these tools lining up for Astralis, they just got charged down and completely ruined by a Gourd Drinker Renekton in the center of everything.
You can see, even after the mess that was the early game here, Fnatic, when it comes to team fights, are very well coordinated. Want to give credit to Hylissang. Like,
yeah, absolutely.
The last time we saw Rakan without Flash, it did not go well at all, and he's been able to navigate these fights very, very well. Only died 3 times at this game. 2.5 minutes on the Cloud Dragon for Fnatic. 3,000 gold lead for them right now. They have Baron buff for the next 2. Currently they've got 2k gold out of it, whether we're trying to chase Zanzara out of the jungle. Selfmade coming in as well with the Dead Man's Turbo Chem Tank combination.
A lot of pings onto the top lane right now from Nukeduck. He's pushing out that wave as best he can, but Fnatic, they're committed to taking this mid lane turret. It's just Whippo to move on up there, and Nukeduck does see him on a ward. I'm worried about Nukeduck though, because it is realistic that Fnatic, if they decide to, could just blitz up towards that top side and try to punish a very much flashless Orianna, but Fnatic are going to slow things down here. I think Fnatic, they can regroup, get themselves into good team fight situations. That'll be good. Zanzara wants to find a pick. It's just a little bit difficult. I don't think that's ever really going to work against an Azir, and that's one of my biggest concerns about Astralis' comp is how do they deal with that 5th pick Azir? The Emperor's Divide is just so effective both at getting people off as well as destroying a team. You saw in the last team fight just flying on in there with that one.
You can see as well the roller coaster that's been the gold difference this game. Astralis, for the first time in a long time, had a gold lead. And Fnatic have been able to fight back from that now at their greatest lead throughout the entire match. Nukeduck with the shockwave, but Selfmade's on the chase. Phoenix stance alongside a Ruthless Predator.
Yeah.
Whipper will be enough to get the kill. Upset's now pushing in the bottom lane. Whipper should be able to take this tower by himself. Doesn't have the TP, so if Astralis can find and engage in this bottom side, maybe they can look for something, but Hylissang is here to act as a little bit of a bouncer. He can always battle dance his way across. Selfmade?
Selfmade? He's looking for the whole flank. What's this guy? Are you Trick 2G, man? Like, what is going on? I love it. He's between 2 towers. That doesn't even have a care in the world, just laughing at Astralis while Buppa walks the wave in.
I mean, I've heard of Proxy Singe. I've never heard of Proxy Phoenix Stance Udyr without
That wasn't even Proxy.
Yeah,
it wasn't even farm. He was just dancing around the turret.
Hey,
doing a
guys.
little loop-de-loop.
Hey, look, there's a tower here. Woo!
Oh,
what?
man.
Like, actually, what? Why would you do that?
Look, Selfmade is just a different bee. He just is built different.
I forgot it's the L9 coming out. Sometimes the L9 makes itself known. He's just got a style on some fools. I may have worked it out.
Okay.
Okay. Does Deadman's work on towers?
It does proc, yeah.
He was building Deadman's procs for the tower auto attack.
But then he didn't.
No, he went and attacked the tower.
Did he? I didn't even notice.
He went and
I was too busy laughing.
He went
My
and
eyes were
attacked the
closed.
That's what he was doing. Guys, 100% strategically and mathematically the correct
team
play. We've got a team fight, as you say. Cloud Drake up in 3 seconds' time. Selfmade looking for the flank.
Fnatic can just push mid also, by the way. That is what they're doing currently.
We saw a Baron for Nexus trade earlier from Rogue. Are we going to see a first Dragon of the game for Inhibitor trade here from Astralis? Selfmade decides not to flash in. I mean, they can just keep him around.
Yeah, I mean, that's just an inhibitor, and there's also a team fight. Nar's basing.
Ripper flashes in, Upset coming in from the bottom side as well with the Mega Gnar. It's actually doing a lot of work. Upset goes in with the Killer Instinct. Jessica's already dead. Hittersang will be the first to fall on the side of Fnatic. There is
Look at Niski,
White Knight Niski coming in as well. Zanzara trying to do what he can, but Nuke Duck is almost dead. Fnatic just cleaning him up, and it's a Cloud Drake for Nexus exchange, and
well, there you go.
Rogues.
It was looking good for Astralis up until Niski showed up, and Niski and Upset shut that down immediately. A sad B. He cries, and there's only 2 turrets left for Fnatic here. They've been struggling with turrets all game. They're going to want to knock those out, and the rest of Astralis.
Well, White Knight has a stopwatch to keep himself alive for the moment. Promiscu trying to do what he can to clear out the minion waves. Self-Made will stun him up. There's the first Nexus tower down. How long we got on Jessica? 3 seconds. They might not take the Nexus, but they are damn well going to try as Fnatic look for the second Nexus tower here. Astralis cannot defend. They played valiantly in the early game, but even with that Gnar, I'm not sure it's going to be enough. Upset down quite low, though. He still gets the kill onto White Knight. Jessica trying to do what he can as he takes down Niski. Zanzara gets another, and actually, Astralis have held on as the shutdowns come through. Grand Starfall for the chase on Self-Made, but we've seen how quick that Turtle Bear Phoenix can be.
I don't think you're catching that, man. Just a little emote, zoom, zoom, zoom on out of the way. The game does not end, but is looking all but over here. Fnatic putting on a good show in the last few team fights, and now got that mid lane completely opened up here. I think, you know, you talk a lot about the early stages of this game, and I think Astralis is going to walk away with a lot to be proud of. Of course, not over just yet. And Fnatic continue to entertain in their own special fashion. Bloody games all day long here. But pressed their luck a little bit too long inside the base of Astralis.
Yeah, I mean,
look how stylish Jessica is. Got that Louis V drip.
Is that a Louis V?
We did like a collab with them, so I was like gonna, you know, shout them out.
Yeah, good job. Shout out. Sorry, what?
Okay.
I think you need a break. Have you thought about having a kick out? Fnatic 5,000 gold ahead as the Baron respawns. Astralis going to try and set up around it, but we've seen like Fnatic and teamfights just too strong. You've got Rabadon's, Zonya's, Liandry's already complete on Niski. Upset's at 3 items as well with a Nash is 2/3 on this Kai'Sa.
The hope for Astralis. No flash, no cleanse on Upset. Summoner spell tracking. What can they do here? Not a whole lot of flashes for Astralis to work with. Iron the Sun disc goes down in mid. Help get some cryo. They want to kill.
Now, Hittersang doesn't really have a way to get away from this. Promiscu takes the kill. Meanwhile, in the bottom side, you can see Nuke Duck flashes into the face of Upset. Upset's like, I'll very happily kill this ball woman in my face. As Ripple dives onto the backline, trying to get onto Promiscu. Self-Mate's chasing as well. Zanzara goes golden. Upset with the Killer Instinct gets in as well, and Jessica will be the next to fall. Fnatic cleaning up the fight. Zanzara able to win a 1v1 against Niski down towards the bottom side, but Fnatic get the double onto Bwipo. There are pings on the Nexus ender, and Fnatic are looking to close out this game.
Remember the names of these items. Gore Drinker, Sterix Gauge, Gargoyle, Stoneplate, because Bwipo was absolutely unkillable. And Self-Made, he continues to do Self-Made things as the rest of his team waltzes down mid here. A valiant effort from Zanzara to fly in at the end of it all, but I don't think he's going to be able to do anything. The Aegis Assault, that's a whole lot of damage, but the ace comes through for Upset, and so will the game.
Well, it was a game of League of Legends, and Fnatic won it in the end. Good stuff from them as they look for a match against G2 tomorrow.
Say what you will with how these games are going, but we are in for a bloodbath tomorrow between Fnatic and G2. That one is going to be a blast. Astralis did put up a valiant effort during the course of this game. The early game, very back and forth. A lot of scrappy fights, very much all over the place, and Fnatic ultimately were able to come away with a win in one of these scrappy games, something that has eluded them so far this split.
I mean, yeah, we will give them that. They played the style that they seem to want to play at the moment, and they were able to get the win in the end. It was messy, it was a little bit all over the place, but
bloody.
I will admit it was very fun to watch. For key player of the game, vote at LEC on Twitter. Bwipo, Niski, and Hittersang are your options. Support stick together.
I vote the turrets.
Why didn't we put the turrets on there? Could have put the turrets on there. We'll soon hear from Bwipo before Yamato Cannon joins us in the post-game lobby. Don't you guys go anywhere.
systems are overloading. We can't risk another game.
We need to take a break and regroup.
We're starting to lose our mind. Captain, we cannot go back to Elo Hell. Last time it took us months to get out of it.
Initiate break protocol.
Hurry up!
Yes! Yes! I did it! We did it! We did it!
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Welcome back to the LEC after what was the most entertaining game today. Fnatic winning here against Astralis. And Bwipo, first question for you. You did not look happy at the end of the game. You're smiling now, but what was going on?
I mean, I think it was a disgraceful performance from both teams, so not much to be happy about from my end, but at least it was a victory, so yeah,
okay.
There's that.
Time for learnings then. What will you get from this game?
Hopefully a lot, considering we're going to have to step up to a higher standard tomorrow. So what exactly is there to learn? I think it's important that we make one play at a time. We're connected with each other when we make our plays. And what I mean by that is that the things that are going on in the map involve everyone, at least mentally. Everyone's aware of what's going on. And we're all making one play at the same time. Or if we're making multiple plays, that everyone is aware of what is happening.
Communication, synergy, and some aspect we saw from Fnatic last week, actually, and the games last week. So hopefully you can get back on tracks tomorrow against G2, which is my next focus, as you can imagine. I want to talk about some statements that I saw into the Match of the Week trailer. But before that, we always say that G2 against Fnatic is a super hype matchup, Kings, Legacy, blah, blah. But it's different tomorrow. There's something more with Reckless gone. So what does it mean to you?
I mean, it's a really important match for me because, I mean, honestly, it's not that important in the idea like it will make or break me if I win or lose. But it's just a match to really metal our strength. I'm trying to find the words exactly here, but getting a better idea of how strong we are in the LEC compared to everybody else has been kind of difficult because I don't feel like the games, like for example, last game was like two bottom tier teams playing against each other, right? There was not much competitiveness or great League of Legends going on. It was just a bloodbath. And even in that bloodbath, there was no real excellence, right? And playing a stage match against G2 will help us understand where we're at on stage much better. And I think that that's the most important part of this match for me, to understand where we are as a team.
I agree. I think it's a great challenge to see if you're able to maintain the calm and collected Fnatic that you're looking to see here. But I mean, about the statements that I understood from the Match of the Week trailer, you said something I found interesting. The fact that G2 didn't just get Reckless, they also lost Perks. What did Perks bring that Reckless doesn't?
Well, that's a great question, right? And unfortunately, you're asking a Fnatic member, so I'm not 100% sure how to answer that question. The main idea behind that question and the answer that I gave was, like the main reason behind that is I don't know what Perks gave G2, and that line was more of a question, right? It's like, what's going to happen now that Perks is not there? Like, are they going to change drastically? Are they going to improve? Are they going to get worse? I don't think anyone can really put their finger on it. Long term, sure, you can make some predictions, but short term, which is where we're at right now, right? It's only the probably second month they've been playing together as a team. We're not sure how much losing Perks will influence them.
Which leads to my next question. From what we've seen from G2 on stage through official games, what is this new G2 with Reckless, and how do you tackle this game tomorrow?
I mean, I think they're the same G2. They just have a really good player replaced for a really good player, right? Like they'll play stylistically, they'll probably have some small differences, but ultimately the four-man core remains the same. And I think Reckless is a very, very, very strong player when you plug and play him, which is, you don't have to really play around him or try to do anything special with him. You just plug and play with a new player and he'll perform under pretty much every circumstance. So assuming that, I think not much will have changed in this short period of time, and we'll see a very bloody game, hopefully at least. That's what I'm looking forward to, creating some action between G2 and Fnatic tomorrow.
Honestly, that's all I'm hoping for as a viewer, honestly. But I wish you a good game and good luck in this Match of the Week, Bripo, and thank you so much for the interview.
Thank you very much. Have a great evening.
You're welcome. You too. And stick around. We'll be back for PGL in a few moments with Yamato. And Trevor, please don't forget the selfie.
And welcome to the LEC post-game lobby. I'm Quickshot, joined by Vedius, and I'm so happy to have Yamato Cannon dialing in after a very, very entertaining game. Yamato, why do you always have to look so good, my friend?
You're so good.
Honestly, just stay in school, eat your beans. That's what's up.
Now, Yamato, that was shall we say, an interesting game to watch with the boys. Bwipo, in his interview with Law, was a little bit more mellow, a little bit more critical, very, very critical, in fact. What was your take on how Fnatic were able to pick up the win in the manner that they did?
Honestly, it wasn't a great game, for sure. I think it was a regression in terms of performance. I think we could have been a lot better. We could have played a lot stronger. A lot of things that went right for us was just Astralis kind of running it down and inting, which isn't what you want to walk away from after taking a win, but a point's a point. Did
you get nervous at all around like 10, 12 minutes when White Knight was tower dove and just donated kill after kill and a few more little skirmishes played? I held my breath. I actually said to Vedius, what are the odds? What if Astralis do this? Obviously it didn't play out, but I mean, as a coach sitting watching, how nervous were you?
No, my end, I see the Hylissang Rakan, I've been on the receiving end of his Rakan, so I know that the win, the W is inevitable. His Rakan is just going to do something magical, and the rest of the boys just need to follow up, so I wasn't too worried, honestly.
I mean, while it was a scrappy game, Yamato, I'm going to preface this very quickly by saying we've obviously known each other and worked with each other for a very long time. So if I ask you a question that you can't answer because I know we're friends, please just tell me. I don't know if I can answer that, Betty.
What is the question?
No, but I mean, speaking with Yamato before these weeks, I was obviously asking Yamato, what it was like to be in Fnatic and how it was working with the boys, and all I heard was positive things. And when we saw Yamato's tweets, he was talking about these were issues that he thought could be fixed, right? And even, Yamato just said himself, this was a bit of a regression. So it sounds to me like coming into this week, you at the very least felt like things were on an upward trajectory and then things went down. Is that the case? Or what's it like within the Fnatic camp, I suppose?
No, it's just the tricky thing with best of ones always, right? It's like you get to showcase, you have one moment in time where you can showcase something, and, this game wasn't great. We've had scrim games that are fantastic, and we've had scrim games that aren't that great, and you kind of almost flip a coin when it comes to the match game. I think this time around, we have a lot more to show. That's how I would put it. We didn't show everything that we have. We can play a lot better. The mistakes that we did, honestly, I think anyone would punish them. I think we can do a lot better.
I mean, that's fair. Yeah, and I think that you probably expect to do a lot better. And we know that you have a lot of experience working with teams and kind of growing and building them. And you are in a new environment, and you're taking a legacy team that has new players coming together with veteran players. I say, well, they're all veteran players, right? But someone that I did want to talk about was Nisqy, because I feel like coming into the split, there was a lot of fan criticism, and sentiment was that he wasn't an upgrade over Nemesis. How was it last year on Cloud9 towards the end of his split? He wasn't feeling strong, but he did win Kia Pog. So I'd love to hear your thoughts on what it's like working with Nisqy and what you think of Nisqy overall, because I think he's not doing too bad, man.
Honestly, Nisqy, rarely can you say this, especially in the world of esports. It's like the fan sentiment and all the gain comes from being a player with a big ego. Those are the players that people watch and people praise. And in a team environment, there is no room for ego. And Nisqy is just the epitome of that. He takes in any type of feedback. It's very honest, upfront, and works very freaking hard. I almost swore. He works super, super hard, and I think that's just the recipe for a successful player. I think he does a lot to make sure that the environment is good, and he has a lot of strong opinions, and really, really, is a fun person to be around. And I think he's at the core of that. I think in terms of gameplay, he's growing into his role, and I think at the beginning he was trying to find himself in an element, in a dynamic where three players have already played with each other, and now it's coming to fruition. I think he's going to just become better and better as the weeks progress.
Now, I want to expand a little bit and ask your take when you zoom out. I do want to dive a bit deeper on your journey with Fnatic before we get to that. What is the state of the LEC? Schalke just took down Rogue earlier today. They took down G2 last week. And when we pull the standings up on the screen, There's a lot of volatility, shall we use that word? What's your take on what we're seeing on stage, what you're seeing behind the scenes, and overall these first 3 weeks of 2021?
Well, it's been a little bit all over the place. Honestly, this is the first time I look at the standings since the LEC has started, because I just couldn't care less. I'm so focused on what we're doing and what's going on with us and just our improvement, because the results come after. I think there is room for everyone to upset everyone. Always in the beginning of spring, everyone's a bit shaky. We've always been through that route after December break. There's a new patch, there's a new game with the new items and all. So I think there's always room to do like draft upsets, do maybe a couple of mistakes that shouldn't happen. I think the usual suspects will always go to playoffs. I don't think it is going to be that crazy. I think the top 4 is the top 4, and then maybe 5, 6 are the ones that might change, with maybe Schalke rising to the ranks, because they didn't go 7 this time and they're starting to win already now. So that's a good one.
So, Yamato, I'm really curious as to your take on the meta, right? Because I agree with you at the beginning of the split. One of the things that we've seen teams find success with is that teams that get a quick grasp on what is good and then use it can often get a lot of early wins, and they can take advantage of the fact that a good draft can sometimes be enough to take down a better team. And this week we saw so many 1-3-1 comps. We saw a huge priority on Azia. The meta seems already very different to what it was last week, and we're still on 11.2. So what direction do you think the game is currently going in?
I think it's just I don't want to reveal too much, but I think it's always a question of, it's almost like rock, paper, scissors. What were all the champions that people played last week? Now we see, TF was winning every game, and now people are counter-picking TF, and it's just all about just making choices of what you prepare for the specific picks that have been dominating. And I think it just goes around in circles,
Right.
All of a sudden, those champions that are beating the current OPs are going to be the considered OP, and then it will go around in circles. I feel like there's a lot of room to explore many different champions. I feel like the meta is wide open with the new item changes, and I think every patch attacks any item that is overbought very, very quickly. So I think it's just about, being a step ahead and always considering the options of, everyone's playing this, what is the next step?
Right. Yeah, I agree. And 11.3 is not going to help, because I think Goredrinker gets a massive nerf too, which is probably going to overhaul things like Olaf priority, and things are going to get crazy. So I think that adaptation is something we're going to be seeing a lot of, and being flexible. And if there's one thing I know, Yamato is all about the spicy builds and getting ahead of the meta. So I'm excited to see what Fnatic both brings out tomorrow and next week as well.
Now, can you expand on this? And I realize that the answer may be no, but how much variance are you seeing, even just within your own camp or your opponents maybe, from what is happening in scrims to what is happening on stage? Because, I said earlier today during Ready Check that Fnatic, in the games that they've won, they actually hold the record. The 3 bloodiest games that have happened this year have all featured Fnatic. But then also you've had games that have just been so exquisitely controlled and disciplined. And we're seeing similar things. Rogue losing today despite maybe some queries around them. But the variance from what we don't get to see and what the fans don't get to see at home versus official games.
I think there's this meme always that my boys always bring up. It's this guy's not going to do this on stage, by the way. They see the scrim against some team and they're flashing in level 1, all inning, doing big burger flips that will decide the whole game. And then you see them going up, they're playing on stage. They start with Doran Shield. They play only defensive summoners, and they just don't pressure it the same way. I think when it comes to my boys, I think the performance is transferring pretty damn well. Yeah. Complete cocktail fiesta, and today was one of those games. So I'm hoping odds are in our favor for tomorrow that it's going to be one of those great scrim games that we have so far. Nice. I think there's definitely, some teams that don't have the same overlap, and I'm proud to say it makes it a lot easier for us because we have that overlap for sure.
Oh, Jacob, you mentioned tomorrow. It's almost like you know what's going to be coming next on my script, right? Let's take a look at our games tomorrow. It does end with our match of the week. It is G2 versus Fnatic. Something you said really stuck out to me just a moment or two ago. It's Hilly's Rakan. You've seen that. You know what that. You've been on the receiving end. Now it's your Rakan. Now it's your Fnatic.
That's
right?
a good feeling, man.
Yeah. Listen, Yamato, there are very, very few people that have a resume as deep, as interesting, as exciting as your own. before I get into what it means for Fnatic and for G2, can you tell me what it's like now being in Fnatic colors, on the Fnatic roster, facing G2, for you personally?
Honestly, it feels damn good. You know, I've been like before I was coaching, I was playing, and you know, before G2 was a thing, Fnatic always smacked me around. You know, always playing against Fnatic was a big grand event. You know, something that you look forward to because that's when you know you kind of make your name. And they always smacked me around when I was a player. Smacked me around too when I was a coach. I lost best of fives against Fnatic, lost best of fives against G2. And I think it's inevitable. If you want to win splits, you need to be in these two teams. So with that being said, this grand event, you know, in this journey to what we want to be, winning the LEC, like, this is just another game, you know? I know for fans, it means a lot more, and maybe for the players, it means a lot more. But for me, you know, whether we win or lose tomorrow, no one's going to give a damn because the finals is going to decide everything. You know, when that finals occurs, no one's going to sit there and read. It's like, well, they won, you know, week 3. No one's going to give a shit. So for me, you know, it's just a stop in the road. It's all about our own improvement and the final product we can show up with, you know, when playoffs start. So for us, I just want to make sure that we show the best game we can show at this moment in time. And I hope G2 can deliver the same, because I just want to have, you know, a highly competitive game, and the result will be whatever to me.
I mean, I absolutely agree and adore everything you've just said, especially the way you phrase it. I mean, Yamato, you've always been a bigger picture kind of guy. You know, whatever speed bumps along the way, you know, you've got a macro view, hence the reason you're in the coaching side, right? But it is a little unfair, of course, because of how new you are to the organization. But for the history, for the face of Fnatic, Reckless not to be there, well, the first time since 2014, and now to be wearing G2's colors, and also Caps. I mean, can you theorize a little bit what it could mean to Fnatic fans, what it could mean to, you know, maybe some of the people behind the organization? I imagine this is not something you talk about in your team meetings. You know, how do we feel facing Reckless? But it is a huge story, obviously, for everybody. I mean, Vedius wrote a freaking song about it. So, you know,
Slightly different reasons.
Tell me what you think it means, because you've also been close to telling the story as well with us on broadcast.
Well, on my end, I understand for fans it's a very big deal. I have noticed already, you know, the Fnatic fans have been very, very supportive of us, and they support, you know, the progress that the team is making, even when we have rough games like today. You know, I think the Fnatic fans have stood by us. They believe in the colors, not only the players, which is, you know, very refreshing and also very exciting. In regards to facing off against Reckless and Caps and historic players from Fnatic, you know, pressure's all on them, you know. We are, you know, wearing black and orange, but we are also, you know, carving our own story here. You know, like Upset didn't come into the team to fill anyone's shoes. You know, he's slamming his own shoes into the wardrobe, and, you know, we're carving our own path. So on my end, you know, the history is history. You know, it is in the colors, but in the end, you know, the group of players that I have, I'm excited about the journey that we are going to carve out for us. So for me, whatever, man, we're going to break him in the end.
I absolutely love it. I keep pointing at Vedius like, have you got a question?
No, I keep being captivated. He's so captivating. He's just such a great person. He speaks. And I'm like, oh, I could just listen to
Okay, so I am going to put you on the spot. I am going to put you on the spot.
What,
we are
sure.
nearing our
do that all the time.
For the moment. And when I do look at, you know, the beautiful Yamato cannon, and I look at
me,
Vedius, I do want to ask Yamato,
socks, man.
could you rate the outfit when we look at Vedius's you know, entire ensemble? What do you
shoes,
think?
Man.
Yeah.
Where are the accessories, man? Where are the watches? Where are the cufflinks?
Oh, that's true. I didn't. Okay, in my defense, I didn't think I was going to be on the analyst test today. If I was on the analyst test with Yamato, I would have been to the stylist. Listen, we got to go all out today, you know? It's hard to compete with you, Yamato.
Well, listen, we'll plan for tomorrow because
all the words.
Yamato is looking for the win tomorrow. So we'll get Vedius, Yamato, now we'll get back on PGL. Isn't that right?
Yeah. I'm putting out all the stops for you tomorrow, Yamato.
Okay, listen, that does it from us. Across in the Atlantic, the opening day of LCS Spring is just 1 hour away. Don't leave. I do have to do a PGL selfie. Apparently, this is a thing that I have to do.
Oh, yeah, we got to do that.
We'll be back tomorrow. I'm going to reposition. So how does this work? Do I do it that way? No,
The other way, that way. There you go. Have you got me? Okay, get your motto in. That way, nice.
Yes, go
okay,
that way.
yeah, perfect.
Oh man, I got such a double chin.
Can you get your motto in?
Okay,
Back
yeah.
Come back.
Yeah, but oh damn it!
Smile, Yamato. That's
Smile! Yay! Thank you so much. Yamato, if you ever want to come join the show, we got open spots. We'll see you tomorrow. Fnatic versus G2. Don't. What is this? Like, how am I?
Love you, Yamato.
That is awful.
Love you too.
That is
Kabi could leap in, a Caspian Rain isolated target, perfectly timed too. He gets the evolve and finds the kill within 1 minute.
Now Wonders looking for the flank position, flashed away, Lebrov almost down, Reckless with a final Q gets the kill, and you can see Comp trying to escape, caught up with the deadly flourish, they're realm warping in, they want the kill. Comp's on the other side of the wall. Okay. Lebrov gets hooked, deadly flourish coming out, and already he is dead. Mickey's still alive, Curtain Call coming out, Scheme trying to jump onto the backline, will get a counter kill. Pays for it with his life. The rest of Vitality retreating into their own jungle once again.
There is no room for this Tristana in this game. Humanoid in the back of the pit is going to leap over. The knockback is there, and SK just descending upon the Mad Lions. It is Predator versus Prey. Arma, just another name on a list for this team as Jezu gets the triple.
The Weaver's wall in the top lane as Broken Blade tries to flash away. Diving back in, uses the wall, dives onto Odo Omne, but is knocked back from the final Odo. And Broken Blade with no mana and no hope of getting away.
No mana on Inspired either.
Chasing him down. You say that, Ender. Gilius is on his way. Broken Blade, what? Odo is dead! Gilius slams down with the power of the sun. Is here for a little bit of protection. Trimby isn't going to go in. Limit looking for the damage on Trimby. Flash, attract, repel, and Trimby goes down. First blood to Limit. Are Schalke the best team in the LEC? Yes or no? Tell us they beat G2 last week. They're beating Rogue now. Answer yes or no in Twitch. Flash, stun, and here comes Promiscue. Bird is not the word for Niskies. He manages to survive for just a second. They've already killed Zanzala, and now Nukedug tanking the tower shot. Promiscue stepping forward. Nukedug's dead. Oh, the dive goes all kinds of wrong. Self-made flash, bear, slap down Promiscue. Slides in once again. Nukedug out of position. Here comes the Grand Star for Zanzala's gonna join the party. Promiscue with a double knock up, and here comes White Knight. Gnaw them to death. Misty falls as well.
Oh my god! Why would you do that?
Once was a ship that put to sea, and the name of that ship was the Billiard T. The winds blew harder, bowed it down, blow me bully boys blow. She had not been 2 weeks from shore, but down on her a right whale bore. The captain called all hands and swore he'd take that whale in tow.
Soon may the Wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Soon may the Wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Soon may the Wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Soon may the Wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. We'll take
She had not been 2 weeks from shore, but down on her a right whale bore. The captain called all hands and swore he'd take that whale in tow. Before the boat had hit the water, the whale's tail came up and caught her. Hands to the side, harpooned and fought her, and she dived down below.
One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Soon may the weatherman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go.